Apology and Prologue of the Laughing Cavalier, ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. The Laughing Cavalier, ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. An apology. Does it need one? If so, it must also come from those members of the Blakeney family in whose veins run the blood of that Sir Percy Blakeney who is known to history as the Scarlet Pimpernel, for they, in a manner, are responsible for the telling of this veracious chronicle. For the past 8 years now, ever since the true story of the Scarlet Pimpernel was put on record by the present author, these kind, gentle, inquisitive friends have asked me to trace their descent back to an ancestor more remote than was Sir Percy, to one, in fact, who by his life and by his deeds stands forth from out the distant past as conclusive proof that the laws which govern the principles of heredity are as unalterable as those that rule the destinies of the universe. They have pointed out to me that since Sir Percy Blakeney's was an exceptional personality, possessing exceptional characteristics which his friends pronounce sublime and his detractors arrogant, he must have had an ancestor in the dim long ago who was, like him, exceptional, like him possessed of qualities which call forth the devotion of friends and the rancour of enemies. Nay, more, there must have existed at one time or another a man who possessed that same sunny disposition, that same irresistible laughter, that same careless insouciance and adventurous spirit which were subsequently transmitted to his descendants, of whom the Scarlet Pimpernel himself was the most distinguished individual. All these were unanswerable arguments, and with the request that accompanied them I had long intended to comply. Time has been my only enemy in thwarting my intentions until now, time and the multiplicity of material and documents to be gone through ere vague knowledge could be turned into certitude. Now at last I am in a position to present not only to the Blakeneys themselves, but to all those who look on the Scarlet Pimpernel as their hero and their friend, the true history of one of his most noted forebears. Strangely enough, his history has never been written before, and yet countless millions must during the past 3 centuries have stood before his picture. We of the present generation, who are the proud possessors of that picture now, have looked upon him many a time, always with sheer, pure joy in our hearts, our lips smiling, our eyes sparkling in response to his, almost forgetting the genius of the artist who portrayed him at the very realism of the personality which literally seems to breathe and palpitate, and certainly to laugh to us, out of the canvas. Those twinkling eyes, how well we know them. That laugh, we can almost hear it. As for the swagger, the devil-may-care arrogance, do we not condone it, seeing that it has its mainspring behind a fine, straight brow whose noble, sweeping lines betray an undercurrent of dignity and of thought? And yet no biographer has, so far as is known to the author of this veracious chronicle, ever attempted to tell us anything of this man's life. No one has attempted hitherto to lift the veil of anonymity which only thinly hides the identity of the Laughing Cavalier. But here in Haarlem, in the sleepy yet thriving little town where he lived, the hard frozen ground in winter seems at times to send forth a memory echo of his firm footstep, of the jingling of his spurs and the clang of his sword, and the old gate of the Spaan through which he passed so often is still haunted with the sound of his merry laughter, and his pleasant voice seems still to rouse the ancient walls from their sleep. Here too, hearing these memory echoes whenever the shadows of evening draw in on the quaint old city, I had a dream. I saw him just as he lived 300 years ago. He had stepped out of the canvas in London, had crossed the sea, and was walking the streets of Haarlem just as he had done then, filling them with his swagger, with his engaging personality, above all with his laughter. And sitting beside me in the old tavern of the Lame Cow, in that self-same tap-room where he was wont to make merry, he told me the history of his life. Since then, kind friends at Haarlem have placed documents in my hands which confirm the story told me by the Laughing Cavalier. To them do I tender my heartfelt and grateful thanks. But it is to the man himself, to the memory of him which is so alive here in Haarlem, that I am indebted for the true history of his life, and therefore I feel that but little apology is needed for placing the true facts before all those who have known him hitherto only by his picture, who have loved him only for what they guessed. The monograph which I now present, with but few additions of minor details, goes to prove what I myself had known long ago, namely, that the Laughing Cavalier who sat to Franz Hals for his portrait in 1624 was the direct ancestor of Sir Percy Blakeney, known to history as the Scarlet Pimpernel. Baroness Orczy, Haarlem, 1913. The Prologue, Haarlem, March 29th, 1623. The day had been spring-like, even hot, a very unusual occurrence in Holland at this time of year. Gilda Beresteyn had retired early to her room. She had dismissed Maria, whose chatterings grated upon her nerves, with the promise that she would call her later. Maria had arranged a tray of dainties on the table, a jug of milk, some fresh white bread, and a little roast meat on a plate, for Gilda had eaten very little supper, and it might happen that she would feel hungry later on. It would have been useless to argue with the old woman about this matter. She considered Gilda's health to be under her own special charge ever since the good Mefrau Beresteyn had placed her baby girl in Maria's strong, devoted arms ere she closed her eyes in the last long sleep. Gilda Beresteyn, glad to be alone, threw open the casement of the window and peered out into the night. The shadow of the terrible tragedy, the concluding acts which were being enacted day by day in the Gevangen Poort of 's-Gravenhage, had even touched the distant city of Haarlem with its gloom. The eldest son of John of Barneveld was awaiting final trial and inevitable condemnation. His brother Stutenberg was a fugitive, and their accomplices, Korenwinder van Dyck, the redoubtable Slatius, and others, were giving away under torture the details of the aborted conspiracy against the life of Maurice of Nassau, Stadtholder of Holland, Gelderland, Utrecht, and Overijssel, Captain and Admiral General of the State, Prince of Orange, and virtual ruler of Protestant and Republican Netherlands. Traitors, all of them, would-be assassins. The Stadtholder whom they had planned to murder was showing them no mercy. As he had sent John of Barneveld to the scaffold to assuage his own thirst for supreme power and satisfy his own ambitions, so he was ready to send John of Barneveld's sons to death, and John of Barneveld's widow to sorrow and loneliness. The sons of John of Barneveld had planned to avenge their father's death by the committal of a cruel and dastardly murder. Fate and the treachery of mercenary accomplices had intervened, and now Groenveld was on the eve of condemnation, and Stoutenberg was a wanderer on the face of the earth with a price put upon his head. Gilda Beresteyn could not endure the thought of it all. All the memories of her childhood were linked with the Barnevelds. Stoutenberg had been her brother Nicholas's most intimate friend, and had been the first man to whisper words of love in her ears, ere his boundless ambition and his unscrupulous egoism drove him into another more profitable marriage. Gilda's face flamed up with shame even now at recollection of his treachery, and the deep humiliation which she had felt when she saw the first budding blossom of her girlish love so carelessly tossed aside by the man whom she had trusted. A sense of oppression weighed down her spirits tonight. It almost seemed as if the tragedy which had encompassed the entire Barneveld family was even now hovering over the peaceful house of Mynheer Beresteyn, deputy burgomaster and chief civic magistrate of the town of Haarlem. The air itself felt heavy, as if with the weight of impending doom. The little city lay quiet and at peace. A soft breeze from the south lightly fanned the girl's cheeks. She leaned her elbows on the window-sill and rested her chin in her hands. The moon was not up, and yet it was not dark. A mysterious light still lingered on the horizon far away, where earth and sea met in a haze of purple and indigo. From the little garden down below there rose the subtle fragrance of early spring, of wet earth and budding trees, and the dim veiled distance was full of strange sweet sounds, the call of night-birds, the shriek of seagulls astray from their usual haunts. Gilda looked out and listened, unable to understand this vague sense of oppression and of foreboding. When she put her finger up to her eyes, she found them wet with tears. Memories rose from out the past, sad phantoms that hovered in the scent of spring. Gilda had never wholly forgotten the man who had once filled her heart with his personality. Much less could she chase away his image from her mind, now that a future of misery and disgrace was all that was left to him. She did not know what had become of him, and dared not ask for news. Mynheer Beresteyn, loyal to the house of Nassau and to its prince, had cast out of his heart the sons of John of Barneveld whom he had once loved. Assassins and traitors, he would with his own lips have condemned them to the block, or denounced them to the vengeance of the stadtholder for their treachery against him. The feeling of uncertainty as to Stoutenberg's fate softened Gilda's heart towards him. She knew that he had become a wanderer on the face of the earth, Cain-like, homeless, friendless, practically kinless. She pitied him far more than she did Groenveld or the others who were looking death quite closely in the face. She was infinitely sorry for him and for his wife, for whose sake he had been false to his first love. The gentle murmur of the breeze, the distant call of the waterfowl, seemed to bring back to Gilda's ears those whisperings of ardent passion which had come from Stoutenberg's lips years ago. She had listened to them with joy then, with glowing eyes cast down and cheeks that flamed up at his words. And as she listened to those dream sounds, others more concrete mingled with the mystic ones far away. The sound of stealthy footsteps upon the flagged path of the garden, and of a human being breathing and panting somewhere close by, still hidden by the gathering shadows of the night. She held her breath to listen, not at all frightened, for the sound of those footsteps, the presence of that human creature close by, were in tune with her mood of expectancy of something that was foredoomed to come. Suddenly the breeze brought to her ear the murmur of her name, whispered as if in an agony of pleading. "Gilda!" She leaned right out of the window. Her eyes, better accustomed to the dim evening light, perceived a human figure that crouched against the yew hedge in the fantastic shadow cast by the quaintly shaped peacock at the corner close to the house. "Gilda!" came the murmur again, more insistent this time. "Who goes there?" she called in response, and it was an undefinable instinct stronger than her will that caused her to drop her own voice also to a whisper. "A fugitive hunted to his death," came the response, scarce louder than the breeze. "Give me shelter, Gilda. Human bloodhounds are on my track." Gilda's heart seemed to stop its beating. The human figure out there in the shadows had crept stealthily nearer. The window out of which she leaned was only a few feet from the ground. She stretched her hand out into the night. "There is a projection in the wall just there," she whispered hurriedly, "and the ivy stems will help you. Come." The fugitive grasped the hand that was stretched out to him in pitying helpfulness. With the aid of the projection in the wall and of the stems of the centuries-old ivy, he soon cleared the distance which separated him from the window-sill. The next moment he had jumped into the room. Gilda, in this impulsive act of mercy, had not paused to consider either the risks or the cost. She had recognized the voice of the man whom she had once loved. That voice called to her out of the depths of boundless misery. It was the call of a man at bay, a human quarry hunted and exhausted, with the hunters close upon his heels. She could not have resisted that call, even if she had allowed her reason to fight her instinct then. But now he stood before her, in rough fisherman's clothes, stained and torn, his face covered with blood and grime, his eyes red and swollen, the breath coming in quick short gasps through his blue cracked lips. The first sense of fear at what she had done seized hold of her heart. At first he took no notice of her, but threw himself into the nearest chair, and passed his hands across his face and brow. "My God," he murmured, "I thought they would have me tonight." She stood in the middle of the room, feeling helpless and bewildered. She was full of pity for the man, for there was nothing more unutterably pathetic than the hunted human creature in its final stage of apathetic exhaustion. But she was just beginning to coordinate her thoughts, and they for the moment were being invaded by fear. She felt more than she saw that presently he turned his hollow purple-rimmed eyes upon her, and that in them there was a glow half of passionate willpower and half of anxious, agonizing doubt. "Of what are you afraid, Gilda?" he asked suddenly. "Surely not of me." "Not of you, my lord," she replied quietly, "only for you." "I am a miserable outlaw now, Gilda," he rejoined bitterly. 4,000 golden guilders await any lout who chooses to sell me for a competence." "I know that, my lord, and marvel why you are here. I heard that you were safe in Belgium." He laughed and shrugged his shoulders. "I was safe there," he said, "but I could not rest. I came back a few days ago, thinking I could help my brother to escape. Bah!" he added roughly, "he is a snivelling coward." "Hush, for pity's sake!" she exclaimed. "Someone will hear you." "Close that window and lock the door," he murmured hoarsely. "I am spent, and could not resist a child if it chose to drag me at this moment to the stadtholder's spies." Gilda obeyed him mechanically. First she closed the window, then she went to the door, listening against the panel with all her senses on the alert. At the further end of the passage was the living room, where her father must still be sitting after his supper, poring over a book on horticulture, or mayhap attending to his tulip bulbs. If he knew that the would-be murderer of the stadtholder, the prime mover and instigator of the dastardly plot, was here in this house, in his daughter's chamber! Gilda shuddered, half fainting with terror, and her trembling fingers fumbled with the lock. "Is Nicholas home?" asked Stoutenburg suddenly. "Not just now," she replied, "but he too will be home anon. My father is at home." "Ah, Nicholas is my friend. I counted on seeing him here. He would help me, I know. But your father, Gilda, would drag me to the gallows with his own hand if he knew that I am here." "You must not count on Nicholas either, my lord," she pleaded. "Nor must you stay here a moment longer. I heard my father's step in the passage already. He is sure to come and bid me good night before he goes to bed." "I am spent, Gilda," he murmured, and indeed his breath came in such feeble gasps that he could scarce speak. "I have not touched food for 2 days. I landed at Scheveningen a week ago, and for 5 days have hung about the Gevangen port of Sgravenhage, trying to get speech with my brother. I had gained the goodwill of an important official in the prison, but Groenveld is too much of a coward to make a fight for freedom. Then I was recognized by a group of workmen outside my dead father's house. I read recognition in their eyes, knowledge of me and knowledge of the money which that recognition might mean to them. They feigned indifference at first, but I had read their thoughts. They drew together to concert over their future actions, and I took to my heels. It was yesterday at noon, and I have been running ever since. Running, with but brief intervals to regain my breath and beg for a drink of water, when thirst became more unendurable than the thought of capture. I did not even know which way I was running till I saw the spires of Haarlem rising out of the evening haze. Then I thought of you, Gilda, and of this house. You would not sell me, Gilda, for you are rich, and you loved me once," he added hoarsely, while his thin, grimy hands clutched the arms of the chair as he half raised himself from his seat, as if ready to spring up and start running again, running until he dropped. But obviously his strength was exhausted, for the next moment he fell back against the cushions, the swollen lids fell upon the hollow eyes, the sunken cheeks and parched lips became ashen white. "Water," he murmured. She ministered to him kindly and gently, first holding the water to his lips, then, when he had quenched that raging thirst, she pulled the table up close to his chair, and gave him milk to drink and bread and meat to eat. He seemed quite dazed, conscious only of bodily needs, for he ate and drank ravenously, without thought at first of thanking her. Only when he had finished did he lean back once again against the cushions which her kindly hand had placed behind him, and he murmured feebly like a tired but satisfied child, "You are an angel of goodness, Gilda. Had you not helped me tonight, I should either have perished in a ditch or fallen in the hands of the stadtholder's minions." Quickly she put a restraining hand on his shoulder. A firm step had echoed in the flagged corridor beyond the oaken door. "My father!" she whispered. In a moment the instinct for life and liberty was fully aroused in the fugitive. His apathy and exhaustion were forgotten. Terror, mad, unreasoning terror, had once more taken possession of his mind. "Hide me, Gilda," he entreated hoarsely, and his hands clutched wildly at her gown. "Don't let him see me. He would give me up. He would give me up." "Hush, in the name of God," she commanded. "He will hear you if you speak." Swiftly she blew out the candles, then with dilated, anxious eyes searched the recesses of the room for a hiding-place. The cupboard which was too small, the wide hearth which was too exposed, the bed in the wall. His knees had given way under him, and as he clutched at her gown he fell forward at her feet, and remained there, crouching, trembling, his circled eyes trying to pierce the surrounding gloom to locate the position of the door behind which lurked the most immediate danger. "Hide me, Gilda," he murmured almost audibly under his breath, "for the love you bore me once." "Gilda!" came in a loud, kindly voice from the other side of the door. "Yes, father?" "You are not yet abed, are you, my girl?" "I have just blown out the candles, dear," she contrived to reply with a fairly steady voice. "Why is your door locked?" "I was a little nervous tonight, father dear. I don't know why." "Well, open then, and say good night." "One moment, dear." She was white to the lips, white as the gown which fell in straight heavy folds from her hips, and which Stoutenburg was still clutching with convulsive fingers. Alone her white figure detached itself from the darkness around. The wretched man, as he looked up, could see her small pale head, the stiff collar that rose above her shoulders, her embroidered corselet, and the row of pearls round her neck. "Save me, Gilda," he repeated with the agony of despair. "Do not let your father hand me over to the stadtholder. There will be no mercy for me, Gilda. Hide me for the love of God." Noiselessly she glided across the room, dragging him after her by the hand. She pulled aside the bed curtains, without a word pointing to the recess. The bed, built into the wall, was narrow but sure. It smelt sweetly of lavender. The hunted man, his very senses blurred by that overwhelming desire to save his life at any cost, accepted the shelter so innocently offered him. Gathering his long limbs together, he was soon hidden underneath the coverlet. "Gilda!" came more insistently from behind the heavy door. "One moment, father, I was fastening my gown." "Don't trouble to do that, I only wished to say good night." She pulled the curtains together very carefully in front of the bed. She even took the precaution of taking off her stiff collar and embroidered corselet. Then she lighted one of the candles, and with it in her hand she went to the door. Then she drew back the bolt. "May I not come in?" said Mynheer Berstein gaily, for she remained standing on the threshold. "Well, no, father," she replied. "My room is very untidy. I was just getting into bed." "Just getting into bed?" he retorted with a laugh. "Why, child, you have not begun to undress." "I wish to undress in the dark. My head aches terribly. It must be the spring air. Good night, dear." "Good night, little one," said Berstein as he kissed his daughter tenderly. "Nicholas has just come home," he added. "He wanted to see you too." "Ask him to wait till tomorrow, then. My head feels heavy. I can scarcely hold it up." "You are not ill, little one?" asked the father anxiously. No, only oppressed with this first hot breath of spring." "Why is not Maria here to undress you? I'll send her." "Not just now, father. She will come presently. Her chattering wearied me, and I sent her away." "Well, good night again, my girl. God bless you. You will not see Nicholas?" "Not to-night, father. Tell him I am not well. Good night." Mynheer Berstein went away at last, not before Gilda feared that she must drop or faint under the stress of this nerve-racking situation. Even now, when at last she was alone, when once again she was able to close and bolt the door, she could scarcely stand. She leaned against the wall with eyes closed, and heart that beat so furiously and so fast that she thought she must choke. The sound of her father's footsteps died away along the corridor. She heard him opening and shutting a door at the further end of the passage, where there were 2 or 3 living rooms and his own sleeping chamber. For a while now the house was still, so still that she could almost hear those furious heartbeats beneath her gown. Then only did she dare to move. With noiseless steps she crossed the room to that recess in the wall hidden by the gay-flowered cotton curtains. She paused close beside these. "My lord," she called softly. No answer. "My lord, my father has gone. You are in no danger for the moment." Still no answer, and as she paused, straining her ears to listen, she caught the sound of slow and regular breathing. Going back to the table, she took up the candle, and then with it in her hand she returned to the recess and gently drew aside the curtain. The light from the candle fell full upon Stoutenburg's face. Inexpressibly weary, exhausted both bodily and mentally, not even the imminence of present danger had succeeded in keeping him awake. The moment that he felt the downy pillow under his head, he had dropped off to sleep as peacefully as he used to do years ago, before the shadow of premeditated crime had left its impress on his wan face. Gilda, looking down on him, sought in vain in the harsh and haggard features the traces of those boyish good looks which had fascinated her years ago. She tried in vain to read on those thin set lips those words of passionate affection which had so readily flown from them then. She put down the candle again, and drew a chair close to the bed. Then she sat down and waited. And he slept on calmly, watched over by the woman whom he had so heartlessly betrayed. All love for him had died out in her heart ere this, but pity was there now, and she was thankful that it had been in her power to aid him at the moment of his most dire peril. But that danger still existed, of course. The house was still astir, and the servants not yet all abed. Gilda could hear Jacob, the old henchman, making his rounds, seeing that all the lights were safely out, the bolts pushed home, and chains securely fastened. And Maria might come back at any moment, wondering why her mistress had not yet sent for her. Nicholas, too, was at home, and had already said that he wished to see his sister. She tried to rouse the sleeping man, but he lay there like a log. She dared not speak loudly to him, or to call his name, and all her efforts at shaking him by the shoulder failed to waken him. Lonely and seriously frightened now, Gilda fell on her knees beside the bed. Clasping her hands, she tried to pray. Surely God could not leave a young girl in such terrible perplexity, when her only sin had been an act of mercy. The candle on the bureau close by burnt low in its socket, and its flickering light outlined her delicate profile and the soft tendrils of hair that escaped from beneath her coif. Her eyes were closed in the endeavour to concentrate her thoughts, and time flew by swiftly while she tried to pray. She did not perceive that after a while the Lord of Stoutenburg woke, and that he remained for a long time in mute contemplation of the exquisite picture which she presented, clad all in white, with the string of pearls still round her throat, her hands clasped, her lips parted, breathing a silent prayer. "How beautiful you are, Gilda," he murmured quite involuntarily at last. Then, as suddenly startled and terrified, she tried to jump up quickly away from him. He put out his hand and succeeded in capturing her wrists, and thus holding her pinioned and still kneeling close beside him. "An angel of goodness," he said, "and exquisitely beautiful." At his words, at the renewed pressure of his hand upon her wrists, she made a violent effort to recover her composure. "I pray you, my lord, let go my hands. They were clasped in prayer for your safety. You slept so soundly that I feared I could not wake you in order to tell you that you must leave this house instantly." "I will go, Gilda," he said quietly, making no attempt to move or to relax his hold on her. "For this brief interval of sleep, your kind ministrations and the food you gave me have already put new strength into me, and the sight of you kneeling and praying near me has put life into me again." "Then, since you are better," she rejoined coldly, "I pray you rise, my lord, and make ready to go. The garden is quite lonely. The Oude Gracht at its further boundary is more lonely still. The hour is late, and the city is asleep. You would be quite safe now." "Do not send me away yet, Gilda, just when a breath of happiness, the first I have tasted for 4 years, has been wafted from heaven upon me. May I not stay here a while, and live for a brief moment in a dream which is born of unforgettable memories?" "It is not safe for you to stay here, my lord," she said coldly. "My lord? You used to call me Willem once." "That was long ago, my lord, ere you gave Walburg de Marnix the sole right to call you by tender names." "She has deserted me, Gilda, fled from me like a coward, leaving me to bear my misery alone." "She shared your misery for 4 years, my lord. It was your disgrace that she could not endure." "You knew then that she had left me?" "My father had heard of it." "Then you know that I am a free man again?" "The law no doubt will soon make you so." "The law has already freed me through Walburg's own act of desertion. You know our laws as well as I do, Gilda. If you have any doubt, ask your own father, whose business it is to administer them. Walburg de Marnix has set me free, free to begin a new life, free to follow at last the dictates of my heart." "For the moment, my lord," she retorted coldly, "you are not free even to live your old life." "I would not live it again, Gilda, now that I have seen you again. The past seems even now to be falling away from me. Dreams and memories are stronger than reality. And you, Gilda, have you forgotten?" "I have forgotten nothing, my lord." "Our love, your vows, that day in June when you yielded your lips to my kiss." "Nor that dull autumnal day, my lord, when I heard from the lips of strangers that in order to further your own ambitious schemes you had cast me aside like a useless shoe, and had married another woman who was richer and of nobler birth than I." She had at last succeeded in freeing herself from his grasp, and had risen to her feet, and retreated further and further away from him, until she stood up now against the opposite wall, her slender white form lost in the darkness, her whispered words only striking clearly on his ear. He too rose from the bed, and drew up his tall, lean figure, with a gesture still expressive of that ruthless ambition with which Gilda had taunted him. "My marriage then was pure expediency, Gilda," he said with a shrug of the shoulders. "My father, whose differences with the stadtholder were reaching their acutest stage, had need of the influence of Marnix de St. Aldegonde. My marriage with Walburg de Marnix was done in my father's interest, and went sorely against my heart. It is meet and natural that she herself should have severed a tie which was one only in name. A year hence from now the law grants me freedom to contract a new marriage tie. My love for you, Gilda, is unchanged." "And mine for you, my lord, is dead." He gave a short, low laugh, in which there rang a strange note of triumph. "Dormant, mayhap, Gilda," he said, as he groped his way across the darkened room and tried to approach her. "Your ears have been poisoned by your father's hatred of me. Let me but hold you once more in my arms, let me but speak to you once again of the past, and you will forget all save your real love for me." "All this is senseless talk, my lord," she said coldly. Your life at this moment hangs upon the finest thread that destiny can weave. Human bloodhounds, you said, were upon your track. They have not wholly lost the scent, remember." Her self-possession acted like a fall of icy-cold water upon the ardour of his temper. Once more that hunted look came into his face. He cast furtive, frightened glances around him, peering into the gloom as if enemies might be lurking in every dark recess. "They shall not have me," he muttered through set teeth. "Not tonight. Not now that life again holds out to me a cup brimful of happiness. I will go, Gilda, just as you command. They shall not find me. I have something to live for now. You and revenge. My father, my brother, my friends, I shall avenge them all. That treacherous stadtholder shall not escape from my hatred the second time. Then I will have power, wealth, a great name to offer you. Gilda, you will remember me." "I will remember you, my lord, as one who has passed out of my life. My playmate of long ago, the man whom I once loved, is dead to me. He who would stain his hands with blood is hateful in my sight. Go, go, my lord, I entreat you, ere you make my task of helping you to life and safety harder than I can bear." She ran to the window and threw it open, then pointed out into the night. "There lies your way, my lord. God only knows if I do right in not denouncing you even now to my father." "You will not denounce me, Gilda," he said, drawing quite near to her, now that he could see her graceful figure silhouetted against the starlit sky. "You will not denounce me, for unknown mayhap even to yourself, your love for me is far from dead. As for me, I feel that I have never loved as I love you now. Your presence has intoxicated me, your nearness fills my brain as with a subtle aromatic wine. All thought of my own danger fades before my longing to hold you, just for one instant, close to my heart. To press for one brief yet eternal second my lips against yours. Gilda, I love you." His arms quickly closed round her. She felt his hot breath against her cheek. For one moment did she close her eyes, for she felt sick and faint, but the staunch valour of that same Dutch blood which had striven and fought and endured and conquered throughout the ages past gave her just that courage, just that presence of mind which she needed. "And you do not release me instantly," she said firmly. "I will rouse the house with one call." Then, as his arms instinctively dropped away from her, and he drew back with a muttered curse, "Go," she said, once more pointing towards the peaceful and distant horizon now wrapped in the veil of night. "Go, while I still have the strength to keep silent, save for a prayer for your safety." Her attitude was so firm, her figure so rigid, that he knew that inevitably he must obey. His life was in danger, not hers, and she had of a truth but little to fear from him. He bowed his head in submission and humility, then he bent the knee, and raising her gown to his lips, he imprinted a kiss upon the hem. The next moment he had swung himself lightly upon the window-sill, from whence he dropped softly on the ground below. For a few moments longer she remained standing beside the open window, listening to his footfall on the flagged path. She could just distinguish his moving form from the surrounding gloom, as he crept along the shadows towards the boundary of the garden. Then, as for one brief minute, she saw his figure outlined above the garden wall, she closed the window very slowly, and turned away from it. The next moment she was lying in a swoon across the floor of her room. End of Prologue.
Chapter 1 of the Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 1. New Year's Eve. If the snow had come down again, or the weather been colder or wetter, or other than it was, if one of the three men had been more thirsty, or the other more insistent, if it had been any other day of the year, or any other hour of any other day, if the three philosophers had taken their walk abroad in any other portion of the city of Haarlem, nay, but there's no end to the ifs which I might adduce in order to prove to you beyond a doubt that, but for an extraordinary conglomeration of minor circumstances, the events which I am about to relate neither would nor could ever have taken place. For indeed you must admit that had the snow come down again, or the weather been colder or wetter, the three philosophers would mayhap all have felt that priceless thirst and desire for comfort which the interior of a well-administered tavern doth so marvellously assuage. And had it been any other day of the year, or any other hour of that same last day of the year 1623, those three philosophers would never have thought of whiling away the penultimate hour of the dying year by hanging round the Groote-Markt in order to see the respectable Mynheer burghers and the mevrouws their wives filing into the cathedral in a sober and orderly procession, with large silver clasped Bibles under their arms, and that air of satisfied unctuousness upon their faces which is best suited to the solemn occasion of watch-night service, and the desire to put oneself right with heaven before commencing a new year of commercial and industrial activity. And had those three philosophers not felt any desire to watch this same orderly procession, they would probably have taken their walk abroad in another portion of the city from whence. But now I am anticipating. Events crowded in so thickly and so fast during the last hour of the departing year and the first of the newly born one, that it were best mayhap to proceed with their relation in the order in which they occurred. For look you, the links of a mighty chain had their origin on the steps of the Stadthouse, for it is at the foot of these that three men were standing precisely at the moment when the bell of the cathedral struck the penultimate hour of the last day of the year 1623. Mynheer van der Meer, burgomaster of Haarlem, was coming down those same steps in the company of Mynheer van Zilcken, Mynheer Beresteyn, and other worthy gentlemen, all members of the town council, and all noted for their fine collections of rare tulips, the finest in the whole of the province of Holland. There was great rivalry between Mynheer van der Meer, Mynheer van Zilcken, and Mynheer Beresteyn on the subject of their tulip bulbs, on which they expended thousands of florins every year. Some people held that the burgomaster had exhibited finer specimens of Semper Augustus than any horticulturist in the land, while others thought that the Schwarzer Kato shown by Mynheer Beresteyn had been absolutely without a rival. And as this group of noble councillors descended the steps of the State House, preparatory to joining their wives at home, and thence escorting them to the watch-night service at the cathedral, their talk was of tulips and of tulip bulbs, of the specimens which they possessed and the prices which they had paid for these. 14,000 florins did I pay for my Schwarzer Kato, said Mynheer Beresteyn complacently, and now I would not sell it for 20,000. There's a man up at Overveen who has a new hybrid now, a sport of Schoen Zufro. The bulb has matured to perfection. He is putting it up for auction next week, said Mynheer van Zilcken. It will fetch in the open market 16,000 at least, commented Mynheer van der Meer sententiously. I would give that for it and more, rejoined the other, if it is as perfect as the man declares it to be. Too late, now interposed Mynheer Beresteyn with a curt laugh. I purchased the bulb from the man at Overveen this afternoon. He did not exaggerate its merits. I never saw a finer bulb. You bought it? exclaimed the burgomaster, in tones that were anything but friendly toward his fellow councillor. This very afternoon, replied the other. I have it in the inner pocket of my doublet at this moment. And he pressed his hand to his side, making sure that the precious bulb still reposed next to his heart. I gave the lout 15,000 florins for it, he added airily. He was glad not to take the risks of an auction, and I equally glad to steal a march on my friends. The three men who were leaning up against the wall of the State House, and who had overheard this conversation, declared subsequently that they learned then and there an entirely new and absolutely comprehensive string of oaths, the sound of which they had never even known of before, from the two solemn and sober town councillors who found themselves balked of a coveted prize. But this I do not altogether believe, for the three eavesdroppers had already forgotten more about swearing than all the burghers of Haarlem put together had ever known. In the meantime the town councillors had reached the foot of the steps. Here they parted company, and there was a marked coldness in the manner of some of them toward Mynheer Beresteyn, who still pressed his hand against his doublet, in the inner pocket of which reposed a bit of dormant vegetation, for which he had that same afternoon paid no less a sum than 15,000 florins. "There goes a lucky devil," said a mocking voice in tones wherein ripples of laughter struggled for ever for mastery. It came from one of the three men who had listened to the conversation between the town councillors on the subject of tulips and of tulip bulbs. "To think," he continued, "that I have never seen as much as 15,000 florins all at once. By Saint Bavon himself do I swear that for the mere handling of so much money I would be capable of the most heroic deeds, such as killing any worst enemy, or knocking that obese and self-complacent councillor in the stomach." "Say but the word, good Diogenes," said a gruff voice in response. "The lucky devil ye speak of need not remain long in possession of that bulb. He hath name Beresteyn. I think I know whereabouts he lives. The hour is late, the fog fairly dense in the narrow streets of the city. Say but the word." "There is an honest man I wot of in Amsterdam," broke in a third voice, one which was curiously high-pitched and dulcet in its tones, "an honest dealer of Judaic faith, who would gladly give a couple of thousand for the bulb and ask no impertinent questions." "Say but the word, Diogenes," reiterated the gruff voice solemnly. "And the bulb is ours," concluded the third speaker in his quaint high-pitched voice. "And three philosophers will begin the new year with more money in their wallets than they would know what to do with," said he of the laughter-filled voice. "'Tis a sound scheme, O Pythagoras, and one that under certain circumstances would certainly commend itself to me, but just now—" "Well?" queried the two voices, the gruff and the high-pitched, simultaneously, like a bassoon and a flute in harmony. "Just now what?" "Just now, worthy Socrates and wise Pythagoras, I have 3 whole florins in my wallet, and my most pressing creditor died a month ago, shot by a Spanish arquebus at the storming of Breda. He fell like a hero, God rest his soul. But as to me, I can afford a little while, at any rate for to-night, to act like a gentleman rather than a common thief." "Bah!" came in muffled and gruff tones of disgust. "You might lend me those 3 florins. 'Twere the act of a gentleman." "An act, moreover, which would effectually free me from further scruples, eh?" laughed the other gaily. "The place is dull," interposed the flute-like tones. "'Twill be duller still, if unworthy scruples do cause us to act like gentlemen." "Why, 'tis the very novelty of the game that will save our lives from dulness," said Diogenes lightly. "Just let us pretend to be gentlemen for this one night. I assure you that good philosophers, though ye both are, you will find zest in the entertainment." It is doubtful whether this form of argument would have appealed to the two philosophers in question. The point was never settled, for at that precise moment Chance took it on herself to forge the second link in that remarkable chain of events which I have made it my duty to relate. From across the Groote Markt, there, where stands the cathedral backed by a network of narrow streets, there came a series of ear-piercing shrieks, accompanied by threatening cries and occasional outbursts of rough, mocking laughter. "A row," said Socrates laconically. "A fight," suggested Pythagoras. Diogenes said nothing. He was already halfway across the market. The others followed him as closely as they could. His figure, which was unusually tall and broad, loomed weirdly out of the darkness and out of the fog ahead of them, and his voice, with that perpetual undertone of merriment rippling through it, called to them from time to time. Now he stopped, waiting for his companions. The ear-piercing shrieks, the screams and mocking laughter came more distinctly to their ears, and from the several by-streets that gave on the market-place, people came hurrying along, attracted by the noise. "Let us go round behind the Fleischmarkt," said Diogenes, as soon as his two friends had come within earshot of him, "and reach the rear of the cathedral that way. Unless I am greatly mistaken, the seat of yonder quarrel is by a small postern gate which I spied a while ago at the corner of Dam Street, and where methinks I saw a number of men and women furtively gaining admittance. They looked uncommonly like Papists, and the postern gate not unlike a Romanist chapel door. "Then there undoubtedly will be a row," said Socrates dryly. "And we are no longer likely to find the place dull," concluded Pythagoras in a flute-like voice. And the three men, pulling their plumed hats well over their eyes, turned off without hesitation in the wake of their leader. They had by tacit understanding unsheathed their swords, and were carrying them under the folds of their mantles. They walked in a single file, for the street was very narrow, the gabled roofs almost meeting overhead at their apex. Their firm footsteps made no sound on the thick carpet of snow. The street was quite deserted, and the confused tumult in the Dame Straat only came now as a faint and distant echo. Thus walking with rapid strides, the three men soon found themselves once more close to the cathedral. It loomed out of the fog on their left, and the cries and the laughter on ahead sounded once more clear and shrill. The words "For the love of Christ" could be easily distinguished, uttered pleadingly at intervals, and by a woman's voice. They sounded ominous, more especially as they were invariably followed by cries of "Spaniards! Spies! Papists!" and a renewal of loud and ribald laughter. The leader of the little party had paused once more. His long legs evidently carried him away faster than he intended. Now he turned to his friends and pointed with his hand, and soared on ahead. "Now, wise Pythagoras," he said, "wilt thou not have enjoyment and to spare this night? Thou didst shower curses on this fog-ridden country, and call it insufferably dull. Lo! what a pleasing picture doth present itself to our gaze." Whether the picture was pleasing or not depended entirely from the point of view of spectator or participant. Certes, it was animated and moving and picturesque, and as three pairs of eyes beneath three broad-brimmed hats took in its several details, three muffled figures uttered three simultaneous gurgles of unanticipated pleasure. In the fog that hung thickly in the narrow street, it was at first difficult to distinguish exactly what was going on. Certain it is that a fairly dense crowd, which swelled visibly every moment, as idlers joined in from many sides, had congregated at the corner of Dam Straat, there where a couple of resin torches fixed in iron brackets against a tall stuccoed wall shed a flickering and elusive light on the forms and faces of a group of men in the forefront of the throng. The faces thus exposed to view appeared flushed and heated, either with wine or ebullient temper, whilst the upraised arms, the clenched fists, and brandished staves showed a rampant desire to do mischief. There was a low postern gate in the wall, just below the resin torches. The gate was open, and in the darkness beyond vague, moving forms could be seen huddled together in what looked like a narrow, unlighted passage. It was from this huddled mass of humanity that the wails and calls for divine protection proceeded, whilst the laughter and the threats came from the crowd. From beneath three broad-brimmed hats there once more came three distinct chuckles of delight, and three muffled figures hugged naked swords more tightly under their cloaks. End of chapter 1. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 2 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 2. The Fracas by the Postern Gate. Thus am I proved right in saying that but for the conglomeration of minor circumstances within the past half hour, the great events which subsequently linked the fate of a penniless foreign adventurer with that of a highly honourable and highly esteemed family of Haarlem never would or could have occurred. For had the three philosophers adhered to their usual custom of retiring to the warmth and comfort of the "Lame Cow," situate in the Klein Houtstraat, as soon as the streets no longer presented an agreeable lolling place, they would never have known of the tumult that went on at this hour under the very shadow of the cathedral. But seeing it all going on before them, what could they do but join in the fun? The details of the picture, which had the low postern gate for its central interest, were gradually becoming more defined. Now the figure of a woman showed clearly under the flickering light of the resin torches, a woman with rough dark hair that hung loosely round her face, and bare arms and legs, of which the flesh, blue with cold, gleamed weirdly against the dark oak panelling of the gate. She was stooping forward, with arms outstretched, and feet that vainly tried to keep a foothold of the ground which snow and frost had rendered slippery. The hands themselves were not visible, for one of them was lost in the shadows behind her, and the other disappeared in the grip of 6 or 8 rough hands. Through the mists and in the darkness it was impossible to see whether the woman was young or old, handsome or ill-favoured, but her attitude was unmistakable. The men in the forefront of the crowd were trying to drag her away from the shelter of the gate, to which she clung with desperate obstinacy. Her repeated cries of "For the love of Christ!" only provoked loud and bibulous laughter. Obviously she was losing her hold of the ground, and was gradually being dragged out into the open. "For the love of Christ, let me go, kind sirs!" "Come out quietly, then," retorted one of the men in front. "Let's have a look at you." "We only want to see the colour of your eyes," said another with mock gallantry. "Are you Spanish spies, or are you not?" "That's all we want to know," added a third. "How many black-eyed wenches are there among ye? Papists we know you are." "Papists? Spanish spies!" roared the crowd in unison. "Shall we bait the Papists too, O Diogenes?" came in dulcet tones from out the shadow of the stuccoed wall. "Bah! men and old women, and only 20 of these," said his companions with a laugh and a shrug of his broad shoulders, "whilst there are at least 100 of the others." "More amusing certainly," growled Socrates under the brim of his hat. "For the love of Christ!" wailed the woman piteously, as her bare feet, buried in the snow, finally did slide from the protecting threshold, and she appeared in the full light of the resin torches, with black unkempt hair, ragged shift and kirtle, and a wild terror-stricken look in her black eyes. "Black eyes! I guessed as much!" shouted one of the men excitedly. "Spaniards, I tell you, friends! Spanish spies, all of them! Out you come, wench! Out you come!" "Out you come!" yelled the crowd. "Papists! Spanish spies!" The woman gave a scream of wild terror as half a dozen stones, hurled from the rear of the crowd over the heads of the ringleaders, came crashing against the wall and the gate all around her. One of these stones was caught in mid-air. "I thank thee, friend," cried a loud mocking voice that rang clearly above the din. "My nose was itching, and thou didst strive to tickle it most effectually. Tell me, does thine itch too? Here's a good cloth wherewith to wipe it." And the stone was hurled back into the thick of the crowd by a sure and vigorous hand, even whilst a prolonged and merry laugh echoed above the groans and curses of the throng. For an instant after that the shouts and curses were still, the crowd, as is usual in such cases, pausing to see whence this unexpected diversion had come. But all that could be seen for the moment was a dark compact mass of plumed hats and mantles standing against the wall, and a triple glint as of steel peeping from out the shadows. "By Saint Bavon, the patron saint of this goodly city, but here's a feast for philosophers," said that same laughter-loving voice. "4 worthy burghers grappling with a maid. Let go her arm, I say, or 4 pairs of hands will presently litter the corner of this street, and 40 fingers be scattered among the refuse. Pythagoras, wilt take me at 2 guilders to 3, that I can cut off 2 of these ugly red hands with 1 stroke of Bucephalus, whilst Socrates and thou thyself wilt only account for 1 apiece?" While the merry voice went rippling on in pleasant mocking tones, the crowd had had ample time to recover itself and to shake off its surprise. The 4 stalwarts on in front swore a very comprehensive if heterogeneous oath. One of them did certainly let go the wench's arms somewhat hastily, but seeing that his companions had recovered courage and the use of their tongue, he swore once again, and more loudly this time. "By that same Saint Bavon," he shouted, "who is this smearlap whose interference I for one deeply resent? Come out, girl, and show thyself at once. We'll deal with thy protector later." After which there were some lusty shouts of applause at this determined attitude, shouts that were interrupted by a dulcet, high-pitched voice saying quietly: "I take thee, friend Diogenes, 2 guilders to 3. Do thou strike at the pair of hands nearest to thee, while I count 3." From the torches up above there came a sharp glint of light as it struck 3 steel blades that swung out in the open. 1, 2. 4 pairs of hands, which had been dragging on the woman's arm with such determined force, disappeared precipitately into the darkness, and thus suddenly released, the woman nearly fell backwards against the gate. "Pity," said the dulcet voice gently. "That bet will never be decided now." An angry murmur of protest rose from the crowd. The 4 men who had been the leaders of the gang were pushed forward from the rear amidst shouts of derision and brandishing fists. "Cowards! Cowards! Cowards! Jan Tiel, art not ashamed? Piet, go for them! There are only 3. Cowards to let yourselves be bullied!" The crowd pushed from behind. The street became narrow. It could only express its desire for a fight by murmurs and by shouts. It had no elbow room for it, and could only urge those in the forefront to pick a quarrel with the interfering strangers. "The blessing of God upon thee, stranger, and of the Holy Virgin," came in still quivering accents from out the darkness of the passage. "Let the Holy Virgin help thee to hold thy tongue," retorted he who had named Diogenes. "And do thou let my friend Socrates close this confounded door." "Jan Tiel!" shouted someone in the crowd. "Dost see what they are doing? The gate is being closed." "And bolted," said a flute-like voice. "Stand aside, strangers!" yelled the crowd. "We are not in your way," came in calm response. The 3 muffled figures side by side, in close if somewhat unnumerical battle array, had taken their stand in front of the postern gate, the heavy bolts of which were heard falling into their sockets behind them with a loud clang. A quivering voice came at the last from behind the iron Judas in the door. "God will reward ye, strangers. We go pray for you to the Holy Virgin." "Nay," rejoined Diogenes lightly, "'twere wiser to pray for Jan Tiel, or for Piet, or their mates. Some of them will have need of prayers in about 5 minutes from now." "Shame! Cowards! Plepshurk! At them, Jan, Piet, Willem!" shouted the crowd lustily. Once more stones were freely hurled, followed by a regular fusillade of snowballs. One of these struck the crown of a plumed hat and knocked it off the wearer's head. A face, merry, a trifle fleshy perhaps, but with fine straight brow, eyes that twinkled and mocked, and a pair of full, joyous lips, adorned by a fair upturned moustache, met the gaze of 100 glowering eyes, and towered half a head above the tallest man there. As his hat fell to the ground, the man made a formal bow to the yelling and hooting crowd. "Since one of you has been so kind as to lift my hat for me, allow me formally to present myself and my friends here. I am known to my compeers and to mine enemies as Diogenes," he said gravelly, "a philosopher of whom mayhap ye have never heard. On my left stands Pythagoras, on my right Socrates. We are all at your service, including even my best friend, who is slender and is made of steel and hath name Bucephalus. He tells me that within the next few minutes he means to become intimately acquainted with Dutch guts, unless ye disperse and go peaceably back to church, and pray God to forgive ye this act of cowardice on New Year's Eve." The answer was another volley of stones, one of which hit Socrates on the side of the head. "With the next stone that is hurled," continued Diogenes calmly, "I will smash Jan Tiel's nose, and if more than one come within reach of my hand, then Willem's nose shall go as well." The warning was disregarded. A shower of stones came crashing against the wall just above the postern gate. "How badly these Dutchmen throw," growled Socrates in his gruff voice. "This present from thy friends in the rear, Jan Tiel," rejoined Diogenes, as he seized that worthy by the collar and brandished a stone which he had caught in its flight. "'Tis they obviously who do not like the slope of thy nose, else they had not sent me the wherewithal to flatten it for thee." "I'll do that, good Diogenes," said Pythagoras gently, as he took both the stone and the struggling Jan Tiel from his friend's grasp, and Socrates will see to Willem at the same time. No trouble, I give thee my word. I like to do these kind of jobs for my friends." An awful and prolonged howl from Jan Tiele and from Willem testified that the jobs had been well done. "Papists, Spaniards, spies!" roared the crowd, now goaded to fury. "Bucephalus, I do humbly beg thy pardon," said Diogenes as he rested the point of his sword for one moment on the frozen ground, then raised it and touched it with his forehead and with his lips. "I apologize to thee for using thee against such rabble." "More stones, please," came in a shrill falsetto from Pythagoras. "Here's Piet, whose nose is itching fit to make him swear." He was a great adept at catching missiles in mid air. These now flew thick and fast, stones, short staves, heavy leather pouches, as well as hard missiles made of frozen snow. But the throwers were hampered by one another, they had no elbow room in this narrow street. The missiles for the most part fell wide of the mark. Still, the numbers might tell in the end. Socrates' face was streaming with blood. A clump of mud and snow had extinguished one of the torches, and a moment ago a stone had caught Diogenes on the left shoulder. The three men stood close together, sword in hand. To the excited gaze of the crowd they scarcely seemed to be using their swords, or to heed those of their aggressors who came threateningly nigh. They stood quite quietly up against the wall, hardly making a movement. Their sword hand and wrist never appeared to stir, but many who had been in the forefront had retired howling, and the snow all around was deeply stained with red. Jan Tiele and Willem had broken noses, and Piet had lost one ear. The three men were hatless, and the faces of two of them were smeared with blood. The third, taller and broader than the others, stood between them, and with those that pressed him closely he bandied mocking words. "Spaniards, Papists!" yelled the crowd. "If I hear those words again," he retorted pleasantly, "I'll run three of you through on Bucephalus as on a spit, and leave you thus ready for roasting in hell. We are no Spaniards. My father was English, and my friend Pythagoras here was born in a donkey shed, whilst Socrates first saw the light of day in a travelling menagerie. So we are none of us Spaniards, and you can all disperse. Papists! And if I hear that again, I'll send the lot of you to hell." "Art thou Samson then, to think thyself so strong?" shouted a shrill voice close to him. "Give me thy jawbone and I'll prove thee that I am," he retorted gaily. "Spies!" they cried. "Dondersteen!" he shouted in his turn, swearing lustily. "I am tired of this rabble. Disperse! Disperse, I tell ye. Bucephalus, my friend, wilt have a taste of Dutch guts. Another ear? A nose or two? What? Ye will not go? Spaniards! Spies! Papists!" The crowd was gathering itself into a kind of fury that greatly resembled courage. Those that were behind pushed, and those that were in front could no longer retreat. Blood had begun to flow more freely, and the groans of the wounded had roused the bellicose instincts of those whose skin was still whole. One or two of the more venturesome had made close and gruesome acquaintance with the silent but swift Bucephalus, whilst from the market-place to the rear, the numbers of the crowd thus packed in this narrow street corner swelled dangerously. The newcomers did not know what had happened before their arrival. They could not see over the heads of the crowd what was going on at this moment, so they pushed from behind, and the three combatants, with their backs against the wall, had much difficulty in keeping a sufficiently wide circle around them to allow their swords free play. Already Socrates, dizzy from the blood that was streaming down his sharp, hooked nose, had failed to keep three of his foremost assailants at bay. He had been forced to yield one step and then another, and the elbow of his sword arm was now right up against the wall. Pythagoras too was equally closely pressed, and Diogenes had just sent an over-bold lout sprawling on the ground. The noise was deafening. Everyone was shouting, many were screaming or groaning. The town guard, realizing at last that a tumult of more than usual consequence was going on in some portion of the city, had decided to go and interfere. Their slow and weighty steps and the clang of their halberds could be heard from over the group market, during the rare moments when shouts and clamour subsided for a few seconds, only to be upraised again with redoubled power. Then suddenly cries of help were raised from the further end of Dam Straat. there where it debouches on the bank of the Sparn. It was a woman's voice that raised the cry, but men answered it with calls for the guard. The tumult in front of the postern gate now reached its climax, for the pressure from behind had become terrible, and men and women were being knocked down and trampled on. It seemed as if the narrow street could not hold another human soul, and yet apparently more and more were trying to squeeze into the restricted space. The trampled frozen snow had become as slippery as a sheet of glass, and if the guard with their wonted ponderous clumsiness charged into the crowd with halberds now, then heaven help the weak who could not elbow a way out for themselves. They would be sure to be trampled underfoot. Everyone knew that on such occasions many a corpse littered the roads, when finally the crowd disappeared. Those of sober sense realized all this, but they were but small units in the multitude heated with its own rage and intoxicated with the hope of victory. The three strangers who, bareheaded, still held their ground, with their backs to the wall, were obviously getting exhausted. But a little more determination, 5 minutes' respite before the arrival of the guard, a few more stones skilfully hurled, and the Papists, Spaniards or spies, whatever they were, would have paid dearly for their impudent interference. "Papists, have ye had enough?" yelled the crowd in chorus as a stone well thrown hit the sword arm of the tallest of the three men, he whose mocking voice had never ceased its incessant chatter. "Not nearly enough," he replied loudly, as he quietly transferred faithful Bucephalus from his right hand to his left. "We are just beginning to enjoy ourselves," came in dulcet tones from the small man beside him. "At them! At them! Papists! Spies!" Once more a volley of stones. "Dondersteen! But methinks we might vary the entertainment," cried Diogenes lustily. Quicker than a flash of lightning he turned, and once more grasping Bucephalus in the partially disabled hand, he tore with the other the resin torch out of its iron socket, and shouting to his two companions to hold their ground, he, with the guttering lighted torch, charged straight into the crowd. A wild cry of terror was raised, which echoed and re-echoed from one end of the street to the other, reverberated against the cathedral walls, and caused all peaceable citizens who had found refuge in their homes to thank the Lord that they were safely within. Diogenes, with fair hair fluttering over his brow, his twinkling eyes aglow with excitement, held the torch well in front of him. The sparks flew in all directions. The lustiest aggressors fled to right and left, shrieking with horror. Fire, that most invincible weapon, had accomplished what the finest steel never could have done. It sobered and terrified the crowd, scattered it like a flock of sheep, sent it running hither and thither, rendering it helpless by fear. In the space of 3 minutes the circle round the three combatants was several meters wide. 5 minutes later the corner of the street was clear, except for the wounded, who lay groaning on the ground, and one or two hideous rags of flesh that lay scattered among heaps of stones, torn wallets, staves, and broken sticks. From the precincts of the group market the town guard were heard using rough language, violent oaths and pikes and halberds against the stragglers that were only too eager now to go peaceably back to their homes. The fear of burnt doublets or kirtles had effectively sobered these ever-flowing tempers. There had been enough Papist baiting to please the most inveterate seeker after excitement this night. A few youths who mayhap earlier in the evening had indulged too fiercely in the taverns of the group market were for resuming the fun after the panic had subsided. A score of them or so talked it over under the shadow of the cathedral, but a detachment of town guard spied their manoeuvres and turned them all back into the market-place. The bell of the cathedral slowly struck the last hour of this memorable year, and through the open portals of the sacred edifice the cathedral choir was heard intoning the first psalm. Like frightened hens that have been scared and now venture out again, the worthy burghers of Haarlem sallied out from the by-streets into the group market, on their way to watch night service. Mynheer the burgomaster and Mynheer the town advocate, and the mevrouws their wives, and the town councillors, and the member of the shooting guilds, and the governors and governesses of the almshouses, with ponderous Bibles and prayer books under their arms, and cloaks of fur closely wrapped round their shoulders, they once more filled the group market with the atmosphere of their own solemnity. Their serving men carried the torches in front of them, Waiting women helped the mevrouws, in their unwieldy farthingales, to walk on the slippery ground with becoming sobriety. The cathedral bells sent forth a merry peal to greet the incoming year. End of chapter 2. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 3 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 3, an Interlude. At the corner of Damstraat, where the low postern gate cuts into the tall stuccoed wall, there once more reigned silence as of the grave. Those that were hurt and wounded had managed to crawl away. The town guard had made short work of it all. The laws against street brawling and noisy assemblies were over severe just now. It was best to hide a wound and go nurse it quietly at home. Fortunately the fog favoured the disturbers of the peace. Gradually they all contrived to sneak away, and later on in the night to sally forth again for night watch revelries, looking for all the world as if nothing had happened. Tumult? Baptist baiting? Was there really any Papist baiting this night? Ah, these foreign adventurers do fill our peaceful city with their noise. In the Damstraat the fog and the darkness reigned unchallenged. The second torch lay extinguished on the ground, trampled out under the heel of a heavy boot. And in the darkness 3 men were busy readjusting their mantles and trying to regain possession of their hats. "A very unprofitable entertainment," growled Socrates. "Total darkness, not a soul in sight, and cold. Fit to chill the inner chambers of hell," assented Pythagoras. "And no chance of adding anything to the stock of 3 guilders, which must suffice us for to-night," concluded Diogenes airily. He was carefully wiping the shining blade of Bucephalus with the corner of Pythagoras's mantle. "Very well. And what the queried the latter in a high falsetto. "My mantle is almost new," said Diogenes reproachfully. "Thou wouldst not have me soil it so soon." "I have a hole in my head fit to bury 3 guilders in," murmured Socrates with a sigh. "And I a blow in the stomach which has chilled me to the marrow," sighed Pythagoras. "And I a bruised shoulder," laughed Diogenes, "which hath engendered an unquenchable thirst." "I wouldn't sell my thirst for any money this night," assented Pythagoras. "To the Lame Cow then, O Pythagoras, and I'll toss thee for the first drink of hot ale." "Ugh! But my head feels mightily hot and thick," said Socrates, somewhat huskily. "Surely thou canst walk as far as the Lame Cow?" queried Pythagoras anxiously. "I doubt me," sighed the other. "Ale!" whispered Diogenes encouragingly. "Warm, sparkling, spicy ale. Assented the wounded man feebly. "Easy, easy, my friend," said Diogenes, for his brother philosopher had fallen heavily against him. "What are we to do?" moaned Pythagoras in his dulcet tones. "I have a thirst, and we cannot leave this irresponsible fool to faint here in the fog." "Hoist him up by the seat of his breeches, then on to my back," retorted Diogenes lightly. "The Lame Cow is not far, and I too have a thirst." Socrates would have protested. He did not relish the idea of being tossed about like a bale of goods on his friend's back, but he could only protest by word of mouth, to which the others paid no heed, and when he tried to struggle he rolled, dizzy and faint, almost to the ground. "There's nothing for it," piped Pythagoras with consummate philosophy. "I couldn't carry him if I tried." Diogenes bent his broad back and rested his hands on his thighs, getting as firm hold of the slippery ground as he could. Socrates for the moment was like a helpless log. There was much groping about in the darkness, a good deal of groaning, and a vast amount of swearing. Socrates had, fortunately, not fainted, and after a little while was able to settle down astride on his friend's back, his arms around the latter's neck, Pythagoras giving vigorous pushes from the rear. When Diogenes, firmly grasping the wounded man's legs, was at last able to straighten himself out again, and did so to the accompaniment of a mighty groan and still more mighty oath, he found himself confronted by two lanthorns which were held up within a few inches of his nose. "Dondersteen!" he ejaculated loudly, and nearly dropped his half conscious and swaying burden on the ground. "What is it now, Jacob?" queried a woman's voice peremptorily. "I cannot see clearly, lady," replied one of the lanthorn bearers. "Two men, I think." "Then do thy thoughts proclaim thee a liar, friend," said Diogenes lightly. "There are three men here at this lady's service, though one is sick, the other fat, and the third a mere beast of burden." "Let me see them, Jacob," ordered the woman. "I believe they are the same three men who—" The lanthorn bearers made way for the lady, still holding the lanthorns up so that the light fell fully on the quaint spectacle presented by the three philosophers. There was Socrates perched up aloft, his bird-like face smeared with blood, his eyes rolling in their effort to keep open, his thin back bent nearly double, so that indeed he looked like a huge plucked crow, the worse for a fight, and perched on an eminence where he felt none too secure. And below him his friend with broad shoulders bending under the burden, his plumed hat shading his brow, his merry twinkling eyes fixed a little suspiciously on the four figures that loomed out of the fog in front of him, his mocking lips ready framed for a smile or an oath, his hands which supported the legs of poor wounded Socrates struggling visibly toward the hilt of his sword, and peeping round from behind him the short rotund form of Pythagoras, crowned with a tall sugar-loaf hat, which obviously had never belonged to him until now, for it perched somewhat insecurely above his flat round face, with the small upturned nose slightly tinged with pink, and the tiny eyes round and bright as new crowns. Undoubtedly the sight was ludicrous in the extreme, and the woman who looked on it now burst into a merry peal of laughter. "Oh, Maria, dost see them?" she said, turning to her companion, an elderly woman in sober black gown and coif of tinsel lace. "Hast ever seen anything so quaint?" She herself was young, and in the soft light of the two lanthorns appeared to the three philosophers to be more than passing fair. "Socrates, thou malapert," said Diogenes sternly, "take my hat off my head at once, and allow me to make obeisance to the lady, or I'll drop thee incontinently on thy back." Then, as Socrates half mechanically lifted the plumed hat from his friend's head, the latter bowed as well as he could under the circumstances, and said gallantly, "Thy servants, lady, and eternally grateful are we for a sight of thee at this moment when the world appeared peculiarly fog-ridden and unpleasant. Having been the fortunate cause of thy merriment, might we now crave thy permission to continue our way? The weight of my friend up there is greater than his importance warrants, and I don't want to drop him ere we reach a haven of refuge, where our priceless thirst will soon, I hope, find solace." The delicate face of the young girl had suddenly become more grave. "Your pardon, gentle sirs," she said, with a pretty mixture of imperiousness and humility. "My levity was indeed misplaced. I know ye now for the same three brave fellows who were fighting a few minutes ago against overwhelming odds, in order to protect a woman against a rowdy crowd. Oh, it was a valorous deed! My men and I were on our way to watch night service, and saw it all from a distance. We dared not come nigh, the rabble looked so threatening. All I could do was to shout for help, and summon the town guard to your aid. It was you, was it not?" she added, regarding with great wondering blue eyes the three curious figures who stood somewhat sheepishly before her. "Yes, fair lady," piped Pythagoras in his neatest falsetto. "We were the three men who, in the face of well nigh overwhelming odds, did save a defenceless woman from the insolent rabble. My friend who is perched up there was severely wounded in the fray. I myself received so violent a blow in the stomach that a raging thirst has since taken possession of my throat, and—" He stopped abruptly and murmured a comprehensive oath. He had just received a violent kick in the shins from Diogenes. "What the blank?" he muttered, but Diogenes paid no heed to him, looking on the dainty picture before him with eyes that twinkled whilst they did not attempt to conceal the admiration which he felt, he said, with elaborate gallantry, which his position under the burden of Socrates' swaying figure rendered inexpressibly droll: "For the help rendered to us all at the moment of distress, deign to accept, mejuffrouw, our humble thanks. For the rest, believe me, our deed was not one of valour, and such as it was, it is wholly unworthy of the praise thou dost deign to bestow upon it. I would tell thee more," he added whimsically, "only that my friend behind me is violently kicking the calves of my legs, which renders the elegant flow of language well nigh impossible. I stopped him talking just now. He retaliates. It is but just." "Gentle sir," said the girl, who obviously had much ado to preserve her gravity, "your modesty doth but equal your gallantry. This do I see quite plainly. But if at any time I can do aught to express in a more practical manner the real admiration which I feel for your worth, I pray you command me. Alas! brave men are few these days. But my father's name is known throughout Holland, his wealth and influence are vast. I pray you tell me, can I do aught for you now?" She spoke so artlessly, and at the same time with such gentle dignity, it was small wonder that for the nonce even the most talkative of all philosophers was dumb, and that his habitual mocking banter failed to cross his lips. The girl was young and exquisitely pretty. The stiff, unwieldy costume of the time failed to conceal altogether the graceful slenderness of her figure, just as the prim coif of gold and silver tissue failed to hold the unruly golden curls in bondage. The light from the lanthorns fell full on her face, and round her throat, beneath her fur-lined cloak, there was a glimmer of starched linen and lace, whilst gems in her ears and on her breast lent her an air of elegance and even of splendour. Pythagoras in the rear heaved a deep sigh. He drew in his breath preparatory to a long and comprehensive oration. "Can I do aught for ye?" the lady had said, a lady who was rich and influential and willing. Ye thunders and lightnings! When but 3 guilders stood between 3 philosophers and absolute penury! Ye hails and storms! What an opportunity! He would have approached the lady, only Diogenes' wide shoulders blocked him out from her view. "Can I do aught for you now?" she reiterated gently. "Raise thy hand to my lips," said Diogenes lightly. "Momentarily I have not the use of mine own." She hesitated, but only for a brief moment, then did just what he asked. She held her hand to his lips, mayhap 1 second longer than was absolutely necessary, and her eyes, large, deep and shy, looked for that 1 second into a pair of merry, mocking ones. Then she sighed, whether with satisfaction or embarrassment I would not undertake to say, and asked with a gracious smile: "And what is your next wish, gentle sir?" "Thy leave to continue our journey to the 'Lame Cow,'" he replied airily. "My friend up there is getting damnably heavy." She drew back, visibly surprised and hurt. "I do not detain ye," she said curtly, and without another word she turned to her lanthorn bearers and ordered them to precede her. She also called to her duenna to follow, but she did not bestow another look on the 3 men, nor did she acknowledge the respectful farewell which came from the lips of the beast of burden. The next moment she had already crossed the road toward the cathedral, and she and her escort were swallowed up by the fog. "Well, of all the idiots that ever," swore Pythagoras in his shrillest tones. Even Socrates pulled himself together in order to declare emphatically that Diogenes was a confounded fool. "I pray thee raise thy hand to my lips," mimicked Pythagoras mockingly. "Verrek zejelf," he muttered under his breath. "If you do not hold your tongue, O wise Pythagoras," retorted Diogenes with all his wonted merriment, "I'll even have to drop Socrates on the top of you in order to break your head. But 'tis a fortune, the promise of a fortune, which you let slip so stupidly." "There is a certain wisdom even in stupidity sometimes, Pythagoras, as you will discover one day, when your nose is less red and your figure less fat. Remember that I have 3 guilders in my pocket, and that our thirst hath not grown less. Follow me now, we've talked enough for to-night." And he started walking down the street with long and rapid strides. Socrates up aloft swaying about like a dummy figure in carnival time, and Pythagoras still muttering a series of diversified oaths, bringing up the rear. End of chapter 3. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 4 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 4. Watch Night. And am I not proved fully justified in my statement that but for many seemingly paltry circumstances, the further events which I am about to place on record, and which have been of paramount importance to the history of no less than 2 great and worthy families, never would have shaped themselves as they did? For who could assert that but for the presence of 3 philosophers on the group marked on the eve of the new year, and their subsequent interference in the fray outside the Papist convent door in the Dam Straat, who could assert, I say, that but for these minor circumstances, Jongejuffrouw Beresteyn would ever have condescended to exchange half a dozen words with 3 out at elbows, homeless, shiftless, foreign adventurers, who happened to have drifted into Haarlem. The Lord only knew for what purpose and with what hopes. Jongejuffrouw Beresteyn had been well and rigidly brought up. She was well educated, and possessed more knowledge than most young girls of her social standing or of her age. Mynheer Beresteyn, her father, was a gentleman of vast consideration in Haarlem, and as his 2 children had been motherless as soon as the younger one saw the light of day, he had been doubly careful in his endeavours that his daughter should in no way feel the lack of that tender supervision of which it had pleased God to deprive her. Thus she had been taught early in life to keep herself aloof from all persons save those approved of by her father or her brother, a young man of sound understanding, some half dozen years older than herself. As for the strangers who for purposes of commerce or other less avowable motives fill the town of Haarlem with their foreign ways, which oft were immoral and seldom sedate, she had been strictly taught to hold these in abhorrence, and never to approach such men either with word or gesture. Was it likely then that she ever would have spoken to 3 thriftless knaves? And this at a late hour of the night, but for the fact that she had witnessed their valour from a distance, and with queenly condescension hoped to reward them with a gracious word. The kiss imprinted upon her hand by respectful, if somewhat bantering, lips had greatly pleased her. Such she imagined would be the homage of a vassal proud to have attracted the notice of his lady paramount. The curtly expressed desire to quit her presence in order to repair to a tavern had roused her indignation and her contempt. She was angered beyond what the circumstance warranted, and while the minister preached an admirable and learned watch-night sermon, she felt her attention drifting away from the discourse and the solemnity of the occasion, whilst her wrath against a most unworthy object was taking the place of more pious and charitable feelings. The preacher had taken for his text the sublime words from the New Testament: "The greatest of these is charity." He thought that the first day of the new year was a splendid opportunity for the good inhabitants of Haarlem to cast off all gossiping and backbiting ways, and to live from this day forth in greater amity and benevolence with one another. "Love thy neighbour as thyself," he adjured passionately, and the burghers and their vrouws, in their Sunday best, were smitten with remorse of past scandal-mongering, and vowed that in the future they would live in perfect accord and good-will. Jongejuffrouw Beresteyn, too, thought of all her friends and acquaintances with the kindliest of feelings, and she had not a harsh thought for anyone in her heart, not for anyone at any rate who was good and deserving. As for that knavish malapert with the merry twinkling eyes and the mocking smile, surely God would not desire her to be in charity with him. A more ungrateful, more impertinent wretch she had never met, and it was quite consoling to think of all that Mynheer Beresteyn's influence could have done for those 3 ragamuffins, and how in the near future they must all suffer abominable discomfort, mayhap with shortage of food and drink, or absence of shelter, when no doubt one of them at least would remember with contrition the magnanimous offer of help made to him by gracious lips, and which he had so insolently refused. So absorbed was Jongejuffrouw Beresteyn in these thoughts that she never even noticed that the watch-night service was over, and the minister already filing out with the clerk. The general exodus around her recalled her to herself, and also to a sense of contrition for the absent way in which she had assisted at this solemn service. She whispered to Maria to wait for her outside the church with the men. "I must yet pray for a little while alone," she said. "I will join you at the north door in a quarter of an hour," and she fell on her knees and was soon absorbed in prayer. Maria found the 2 serving men in the crowd, and transmitted to them her mistress's orders. The cathedral had been very full for the service, and the worshippers took a long time filing out. They lingered about in the aisles, exchanging bits of city gossip and wishing one another a happy New Year. The verger had much ado to drive the goodly people out of the edifice. No sooner had he persuaded one group of chatterers to continue their conversation on the Group Market outside, than another batch seemed to loom out of the shadows, equally determined to conclude its gossip here in the warmth, before sallying forth once more into the foggy midnight air. "I must close the cathedral for the night," the worthy man repeated piteously. "Do you think that I don't want to get home and eat my watch-night supper at a reasonable hour? Move on there, my masters. Move out, please. My orders are to have the church closed before 1 o'clock." He came on a group of men who sat together in the shadow of a heavy pillar close behind the pulpit. "Now then, mynheers," he said, "'tis closing time." But those that were there made no sign to obey. "All right, Perk," said one of them in a whisper. "We are not going just yet." "Aye, but ye are," retorted the verger gruffly, for he was cross now and wanting his supper. "What should I allow ye to stay for?" "For the memory of Jan," was the whispered response. The verger's manner changed in an instant. The few words evidently bore some portentous meaning, of which he held the key, and I doubt not but the key was made of silver. "All right, mynheers," he said softly. "The church will be clear in a few minutes now." "Go round, Perk," said he who had first spoken, "and let us know when all is safe." The verger touched his forelock and silently departed. Those that were there in the shadow by the great pillar remained in silence, awaiting his return. The congregation was really dispersing now. The patter of leather shoes on the flagstones of the floor became gradually more faint, then it died out altogether. That portion of the Groot Kerk where is situated the magnificent carved pulpit was already quite dark, and wholly deserted, save for that group of silent waiting figures that looked like shadows within the shadows. Anon the verger returned. He had only been absent a few minutes. "Quite safe now, mynheers," he said. "The last of them has just gone through the main door. I have locked all the doors save the west. If you want anything you will find me there. I can leave this one light for you, the others I must put out." "Put them out, Perk, by all means," was the ready response. "We can find our way about in the dark." The verger left them undisturbed. His shuffling steps were heard gliding along the flagstones, until their murmur died away in the vastness of the sacred edifice. The group of men who sat behind the pulpit against the heavy pillar now drew their rush chairs closer to one another. There were 6 of them altogether, and the light from the lamp above illumined their faces, which were stern looking, dark, and of set determination. All 6 of them were young. Only one amongst them might have been more than 30 years of age. That a great purpose brought them here tonight was obvious from their attitude, the low murmur of their voices, that air of mystery which hung round them, fostered by the dark cloaks which they held closely wrapped round their shoulders, and the shadows from the pillar which they sought. One of them appeared to be the centre of their interest, a man, lean and pallid looking, with hollow purple-rimmed eyes, that spoke of night vigils or mayhap of unavowed, consuming thoughts. The mouth was hard and thin, A febrile excitement caused his lips to quiver and his hand to shake. The others hung upon his words. "Tell us some of your adventures, Stoutenburg," said one of them eagerly. Stoutenburg laughed harshly and mirthlessly. "They would take years in telling," he said. "Mayhap one day I'll write them down. They would fill many a volume." "Enough that you did contrive to escape," said another man, "and that you are back here amongst us once more." "Yes, in order to avenge wrongs that are as countless by now as the grains of sand on the seashore," rejoined Stoutenburg earnestly. "You know that you are not safe inside Holland," suggested he who had first spoken. "Aye, my good Beresteyn, I know that well enough," said Stoutenburg with a long and bitter sigh. "Your own father would send me to the gallows if he had the chance, and you with me mayhap, for consorting with me." "My father owes his position, his wealth, the prosperity of his enterprise, to the Stadtholder," said Beresteyn, speaking with as much bitterness as his friend. He looked upon the last conspiracy against the life of the Prince of Orange as a crime blacker than the blackest sin that ever deserved hell. "If he thought that I at the present moment " "Yes, I know, but he has not the power to make you false to me, has he, Nicolaes?" asked Stoutenburg anxiously. "You are still at one with us." "With you to the death," replied Beresteyn fervently. "So are we all." "Aye, that we are," said the four others with one accord, whilst one of them added dryly, "and determined not to fail like the last time by trusting those paid hirelings who will take your money and betray you for more." "Last February we were beset with bunglers and self-seekers," said Stoutenburg. "My own brother Groeneveld was half-hearted in everything save the desire to make money. Slatius was a vindictive boor, Van Dyck was a busybody, and Korenwinder a bloated fool. Well, they have paid their penalty. Heaven have their souls. But for God's sake let us do the work ourselves this time." "They say that the Stadtholder is sick unto death," said one of the men sombrely. "Disease strikes with a surer hand sometimes than doth the poniard of an enemy." "Bah! I have no time to waste waiting for his death," retorted Stoutenburg roughly. "There is an opportunity closer at hand and more swift than the weary watching for the slow ravages of disease. The Stadtholder comes to Amsterdam next week. The burghers of his beloved city have begged of him to be present at the consecration of the Western Kirk, built by Mynheer van Keyser, as well as at the opening of the East India Company's new hall. He plays up for popularity just now. The festivals in connection with the double event at Amsterdam have tempted him to undertake the long journey from the frontier, despite his failing health. His visit to this part of the country is a golden opportunity which I do not intend to miss." "You will find it very difficult to get near the Stadtholder on such an occasion," remarked Beresteyn. "He no longer drives about unattended as he used to do." "All the escort in the world will not save him from my revenge," said Stoutenburg firmly. "Our position is now stronger than it has ever been. I have adherents in every city of Holland and of Zeeland, aye, and in the south too, as far as Breda, and in the east as far as Arnhem. I tell you, friends, that I have spread a net over this country out of which Maurice of Orange cannot escape. My organisation too is better than it was. I have spies within the camp at Sprang, a knot of determined men all along the line, between Breda and Amsterdam, at Gouda, at Delft, especially at Delft." "Why specially there?" asked Beresteyn. "Because I have it in my mind that mayhap we need not take the risks of accomplishing our coup in Amsterdam itself. As you say, it might be very difficult and very dangerous to get at the Stadtholder on a public occasion. But Delft is on the way. Maurice of Orange is sure to halt at Delft, if only in order to make a pilgrimage to the spot where his father was murdered. He will, I am sure, sleep more than one night at the Prinsenhof, and from Delft the way leads northwards past Ryswyk, close to which I have had my headquarters 3 weeks past. Ryswyk, my friends," he continued, speaking very rapidly, almost incoherently in his excitement, "where I have arms and ammunition. Ryswyk, which is the rallying point for all my friends. The molens, you remember? Close to the wooden bridge which spans the Schie. I have enough gunpowder stored at that molens to blow up 20 wooden bridges, and the Stadtholder with his escort must cross the wooden bridge which already spans the Schie, not far from the molens where I have my headquarters. I have it all in my mind already. I only wait to hear news of the actual day when the Stadtholder leaves his camp. I can tell you more to-morrow, but in the meanwhile I want to know if there are a few men about here on whom I can rely at a moment's notice, whom I can use as spies or messengers, or even to lend me a hand at Ryswyk in case of need. 30 or 40 would be sufficient, if they are good fighting men. I said something about this in my message to you all." "And I for one acted on your suggestion at once," said one of the others. "I have recruited 10 stout fellows, Germans and Swiss, who know not a word of our language. I pay them well and they ask no questions. They will fight for you, spy for you, run for you, do anything you choose, and can betray nothing, since they know nothing. They are at your disposal at any moment." "That is good, and I thank you, my dear Heemskerk. I have half a dozen peasants on my own estate on whom I can rely," said another of Stoutenburg's friends. "They are good fighters, hard-headed, and ready to go through fire and water for me. They are as safe as foreign mercenaries, for they will do anything I tell them, and will do it without asking the reason why." "I have another 8 or 10 foreigners to offer you," said a third. "They come from a part of Britain called Scotland, so I understand. I picked them up a week ago when they landed at Scheveningen, and engaged them in my service then and there." "And I can lay my hands at any moment on a dozen or so young apprentices in my father's factory," added a fourth. "They are always ready for a frolic or a fight, and ready to follow me to hell if need be." "You see that you can easily count on 3 dozen men," concluded Beresteyn. 3 dozen men ready to hand," said Stoutenburg. "For our present needs that should indeed suffice. Knowing that I can reckon on them, I can strike the decisive blow when and how I think it best. It is the blow that counts," he continued between set teeth. "After that everything is easy enough. The waverers hang back until success is assured, but our secret adherents in Holland can be counted by the score, in Zeeland and Utrecht by the 100. When Maurice of Orange has paid with his own blood the penalty which his crimes have incurred, when I can proclaim myself over his dead body Stadtholder of the northern provinces, Captain and Admiral General of the State, thousands will rally round us and flock to our banner. Thousands feel as we do, think as we do, and know what we know, that John of Barneveld will not rest in his grave till I, his last surviving son, have avenged him. Who made this republic what she is? My father. Who gave the Stadtholder the might which he possesses? My father. My father, whose name was revered and honoured throughout the length and breadth of Europe, and whom an ingrate's hand hath branded with the mark of a traitor. The Stadtholder brought my father to the scaffold, heaping upon him accusations of treachery which he himself must have known were groundless. When the Stadtholder sent John of Barneveld to the scaffold, he committed a crime which can only be atoned for by his own blood. Last year we failed. The mercenaries whom we employed betrayed us. My brother, our friends went the way my father led, victims all of them of the rapacious ambition, the vengeful spite of the Stadtholder. But I escaped as by a miracle I say it was, my friends. A miracle wrought by the God of vengeance, who hath said, I will repay. He hath also said that whoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed. I am the instrument of his vengeance. Vengeance is mine. 'Tis I who will repay." He had never raised his voice during this long peroration, but his diction had been none the less impressive because it was spoken under his breath. The others had listened in silence, awed, no doubt, by the bitter flood of hate which coursed through every vein of this man's body and poured in profusion from his lips. The death of father and brother and of many friends, countless wrongs, years of misery, loss of caste, of money, and of home, had numbed him against every feeling, save that of revenge. "This time I'll let no man do the work for me. he said after a moment's silence. "If you will all stand by me, I will smite the Stadtholder with mine own hand." This time he had raised his voice just enough to wake the echo that slept in the deserted edifice. "Hush!" whispered one of his friends. "Hush, for God's sake!" "Bah! the church is empty," retorted Stoutenburg, "and the verger too far away to hear. I'll say it again, and proclaim it loudly now in this very church, before the altar of God. I will kill the Stadtholder with mine own hand." "Silence, in the name of God!" More than one muffled voice had uttered the warning, and Beresteyn's hand fell heavily on Stoutenburg's arm. "Hush, I say," he whispered hoarsely, "there's something moving there in the darkness." "A rat mayhap," quoth Stoutenburg lightly. "No, no, listen! Some one moves, some one has been there all along." "A spy," murmured the others under their breath. In a moment every man there had his hand on his sword. Stoutenburg and Beresteyn actually drew theirs. They did not speak to one another, for they had caught one another's swift glance, and the glance had in it the forecast of a grim resolve. Whoever it was who thus moved silently out of the shadows, spy or merely indiscreet listener, would pay with his life for the knowledge which he had obtained. These men here could no longer afford to take any risks. The words spoken by Stoutenburg and registered by them all could be made the stepping stones to the scaffold if strange ears had caught their purport. They meant death to some one, either to the speakers or to the eavesdropper, and 6 men were determined that it should be the eavesdropper who must pay for his presence here. They forced their eyes to penetrate the dense gloom which surrounded them, and one and all held their breath, like furtive animals that await their prey. They stood there silent and rigid, a tense look on every face. The one light fixed in the pillar above them played weirdly on their starched ruffs, scarce whiter than the pallid hue of their cheeks. Then suddenly a sound caught their ears, which caused each man to start and to look at his nearest companion with set inquiring eyes. It was the sound of a woman's skirt swishing against the stonework of the floor. The seconds went by, leaden-footed and full of portentous meaning. Each heartbeat beneath the vaulted roof of the cathedral to-night seemed like a knell from eternity. How slow the darkness was in yielding up its secret! At last, as the conspirators gazed, they saw the form of a woman emerging out of the shadows. At first they could only see her starched kerchief and a glimmer of jewels beneath her cloak. Then gradually the figure, ghost-like in this dim light, came more fully into view. The face of a woman, her lace coif, the gold embroidery of her stomacher, all became detached one by one, but only for a few seconds, for the woman was walking rapidly. Nor did she look to the right or left, but glided along the floor like a vision, white, silent, swift, which might have been conjured up by a fevered brain. "A ghost," whispered one of the young men hoarsely. "No, a woman," said another, and the words came like a hissing sound through his teeth. Beresteyn and Stoutenburg said nothing for a while. They looked silently on one another, the same burning anxiety glowing in their eyes, the same glance of mute despair passing from one to the other. "Gilda!" murmured Stoutenburg at last. The swish of the woman's skirt had died away in the distance. Not one of the men had attempted to follow her or to intercept her passage. Jongejuffrouw Beresteyn, no spy of course, just a chance eavesdropper, but possessed nevertheless now of a secret which meant death to them all. "How much did she hear, think you?" asked Stoutenburg at last. He had replaced his sword in his scabbard with a gesture that expressed his own sense of fatality. He could not use his sword against a woman, even had that woman not been Gilda Beresteyn. "She cannot have heard much," said one of the others. "We spoke in whispers." "If she had heard anything she would have known that only the west door was to remain open." "Yet she has made straight for the north portal," suggested another. "If she did not hear the verger speaking she could not have heard what we said," argued a third somewhat lamely. Every one of them had some suggestion to put forward, some surmise to express, some hope to urge. Only Beresteyn said nothing. He had stood by, fierce and silent ever since he had first recognised his sister. Beneath his lowering brows the resolve had not died out of his eyes, and he still held his sword unsheathed in his hand. Stoutenburg now appealed directly to him. "What do you think of it, Beresteyn?" he asked. "I think that my sister did hear something of our conversation," he answered quietly. "Great God!" ejaculated the others. "But," added Beresteyn slowly, "I pledge you mine oath that she will not betray us." "How will you make sure of that?" retorted Stoutenburg, not without a sneer. "That is mine affair." "And ours too. We can do nothing, decide on nothing until we are sure." "Then I pray you wait for me here," concluded Beresteyn. "I will bring you a surety before we part this night." "Let me go and speak to her," urged Stoutenburg. "No, no, 'tis best that I should go." Stoutenburg made a movement as if he would detain him, then seemed to think better of it, and finally let him go. Beresteyn did not wait for further comment from his friends, but quickly turned on his heel. The next moment he was speeding away across the vast edifice, and his tall figure was soon swallowed up by the gloom. Chapter 5 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 5 Brother and Sister. The verger on guard at the west door had quietly dropped asleep. He did not awake apparently when Jongejuffrouw Beresteyn slipped past him and out through the door. Beresteyn followed close on his sister's heels. He touched her shoulder just as she stood outside the portal, wrapping her fur cloak more snugly over her shoulders and looking round her, anxious where to find her servants. "'Tis late for you to be out this night, Gilda," he said, "and alone." "I am only alone for the moment," she replied quietly. "Maria and Jacob and Piet are waiting for me at the north door. I did not know it would be closed. But why are you so late?" "I stayed in church after the service." "But why?" he insisted more impatiently. "I could not pray during service," she said. "My thoughts wandered. I wanted to be alone for a few moments with God." "Did you not know then that you were not alone?" "No, not at first. But afterwards...." "Your voice, Nicolaes, struck on my ear. I did not want to hear. I wanted to pray." "Yet you listened?" "No, I did not wish to listen." "But you heard?" She gave no actual reply, but he could see her profile straight and white, the curved lips firmly pressed together, the brow slightly puckered, and from the expression of her face and of her whole attitude, he knew that she had heard. He drew in his breath, like one who has received a blow and has not yet realized how deeply it would hurt. His right hand, which was resting on his hip, tore at the cloth of his doublet, else mayhap it would already have wandered to the hilt of his sword. He had expected it, of course. Already when he saw Gilda gliding out of the shadows with that odd, tense expression on her face, he knew that she must have heard something at least, something that had horrified her to the soul. But now of course there was no longer any room for doubt. She had heard everything, and the question was what that knowledge, lodged in her brain, might mean to him and to his friends. Just for a moment the frozen misty atmosphere took on a reddish hue, his tongue clove to the roof of his mouth, a cold sweat broke out upon his forehead. He looked around him furtively, fearfully, wondering whence came that hideous insinuating whisper which was freezing the marrow in his bones. No doubt that had she spoken then, had she reproached or adjured, he would have found it impossible to regain mastery over himself. But she looked so unimpassioned, so still, so detached, that self-control came back to him, and for the moment she was safe. "Will you tell me what you did here?" he asked after a while, with seeming calm, though he felt as if his words must choke him, her answer strike him dead. "I heard," she said, speaking very slowly and very quietly, "that the Lord of Stoutenburg has returned, and is trying to drag you and others into iniquity to further his own ambitious schemes. You wrong him there, Gilda. The Lord of Stoutenburg has certain wrongs to avenge which cry aloud to heaven. "We will not argue about that, Nicholas," she said coldly. "Murder is hideous, call it what you will. The brand of Cain doth defame a man, and carries its curse with it. No man can justify so dastardly a crime. 'Tis sophistry to suggest it." "Then in sending Barneveld to the scaffold, did the Prince of Orange call that curse upon himself, a curse which, please the God of vengeance, will come home to him now at last? 'Tis not for you, Nicholas, to condemn him, who has heaped favours, kindness, bounties upon our father, and upon us. 'Tis not for you, the Stadtholder's debtor for everything you are, for everything that you possess. 'Tis not for you to avenge Barneveld's wrongs." "'Tis not for you, my sister," he retorted hotly, "to preach to me, your elder brother. I alone am responsible for mine actions, and have no account to give to any one." "You owe an account of your actions to your father and to me, Nicholas, since your dishonour will fall upon us too." "Take care, Gilda, take care!" he exclaimed hoarsely. "You speak of things which are beyond your ken, but in speaking them you presume on my forbearance, and on your sex." "There is no one in sight," she said calmly. "You may strike me without fear. One crime more or less on your conscience will soon cease to trouble you." "Gilda!" he cried with sudden passionate reproach. At this involuntary cry, in which the expression of latent affection for her struggled with that of his rage and of his burning anxiety, all her own tender feelings for him, her womanliness, her motherly instincts, were reawakened in an instant. They had only been dormant for a while, because of her horror of what she had heard. And that horror of a monstrous deed, that sense of shame that he, her brother, should be so ready to acquiesce in a crime, had momentarily silenced the call of sisterly love. But this love, once reawakened, was strong enough to do battle in her heart on his behalf. The tense rigidity of her attitude relaxed, her mouth softened, her eyes filled with tears. The next moment she had turned fully to him, and was looking pleadingly into his face. "Little brother," she murmured gently, "tell me that it is not true, that it was all a hideous dream." He looked down on her for a moment. It pleased him to think that her affection for him was still there, that at any rate his personal safety might prove a potent argument against the slightest thought of indiscretion on her part. She tried to read his thoughts, but everything was dark around them both. The outline of his brow and mouth alone stood clearly out from the gloom. The expression of his eyes she could not fathom. But womanlike, she was ready to believe that he would relent. It is so difficult for a woman to imagine that one whom she loves is really prone to evil. She loved this brother dearly, and did not grasp the fact that he had reached a point in his life when a woman's pleading had not the power to turn him from his purpose. She did not know how deeply he had plunged into the slough of conspiracy, and that the excitement of it had fired his blood to the exclusion of righteousness and of loyalty. She hoped, in the simplicity of her heart, that he was only misled, that evil counsels had only temporarily prevailed. Like a true woman, she still saw the child in this brother who had grown to manhood by her side. Therefore she appealed and she pleaded. She murmured tender words and made fond suggestions, all the while that his heart was hard to everything except to one purpose, which she was trying to thwart. Not unkindly, but quite firmly, he detached her clinging arms from round his neck. "Let us call it a dream, little sister," he said firmly, "and do you try and forget it." "That I cannot, Nicholas," she replied, "unless you will promise me—" "To betray my friends?" he sneered. "I would not ask you to do that, but you can draw back. It is not too late. For our father's sake, and for mine, Nicholas," she pleaded once more earnestly. "Oh, think, little brother, think! It cannot be that you could countenance such a hideous crime, you who were always so loyal and so brave. I remember when you were quite a tiny boy what contempt you had for little Jacob Stein because he told lies, and how you thrashed Franz van Overstein because he ill-treated a dog. Little brother, when our father was ruined, penniless, after that awful siege of Haarlem, which is still a hideous memory to him, The Prince of Orange helped him with friendship and money to re-establish his commerce. He stood by him loyally, constantly, until more prosperous days dawned upon our house. Little brother, you have oft heard our father tell the tale. Think, oh think of the blow you would be dealing him if you lent a hand to conspiracy against the Prince. Little brother, for our father's sake, for mine, do not let yourself be dragged into the toils of that treacherous Stoutenburg. You call him treacherous now, but you loved him once." "It is because I loved him once," she rejoined earnestly, "that I call him treacherous now." He made no comment on this, for he knew in his heart of hearts that what she said was true. He knew nothing, of course, of the events of that night in the early spring of the year, when Gilda had sheltered and comforted the man who had so basely betrayed her. But for her ministration to him then, when exhausted and half starved he sought shelter under her roof, in her very room, he would not have lived for this further plotting and this further infamy, nor yet to drag her brother down with him into the abyss of his own disgrace. Of this nocturnal visit Gilda had never spoken to anyone, not even to Nicholas, who she knew was Stoutenburg's friend, least of all to her father, whose wrath would have fallen heavily on her had he known that she had harboured a traitor in his house. "Stoutenburg lied to me, Nicholas," she now said, seeing that still her brother remained silent and morose. "He lied to me when he stole my love, only to cast it away for him as soon as ambition called him from my side. And as he lied then, so will he lie to you, little brother. He will steal your allegiance, use you for his own ends, and cast you ruthlessly from him if he finds you no longer useful." "Yes, I did love him once," she continued earnestly. "When he thought of staining his hands with murder, my love finally turned to contempt. This new infamy which he plots hath filled the measure of my hate. Turn from him, little brother, I do entreat you with my whole soul. He has been false to his God, false to his Prince, false to me. He will be false to you." "It is too late, Gilda," he retorted sombrely. "Even if I were so minded, which please God, I am not, it is never too late to draw back from such an abyss of shame." "Be silent, girl," he said more roughly, angered that he was making no headway against her obstinacy. "God verdomme! But I am a fool indeed to stand and parley here with you, when grave affairs wait upon my time. You talk at random, and of things you do not understand. I had no mind to argue this matter out with you." "I do not detain you, Nicholas," she said simply, with a sigh of bitter disappointment. "If you will but call Maria and the men who wait at the north door, I can easily relieve you of my presence." "Yes, and you can go home to your pots and pans, to your sewing and your linen chest, and remember to hold your tongue, as a woman should do. For if you breathe of what you have heard, if you betray Stoutenburg, who is my friend, it is me, your only brother, whom you will be sending to the scaffold." "I would not betray you, Nicholas," she said, "or any of my friends." "Or any of your friends. You swear it?" he urged. "There is no need for an oath." "Yes, there is a pressing need for an oath, Gilda," he retorted sternly. "My friends expect it of you, and you must pledge yourself to them to forget all that you heard to-night, and never to breathe of it to any living soul." "I cannot swear," she replied, "to forget that which my memory will retain in spite of my will. Nor would I wish to forget, because I mean to exert all the power I possess to dissuade you from this abominable crime, and because I mean to pray to God with all my might that he may prevent the crime from being committed." "You may pray as much as you like," he said roughly, "but I will not have you breathe a word of it to any living soul." "My father has the right to know of the disgrace that threatens him." "You would not tell him?" he exclaimed hoarsely. "Not unless—" "Unless what?" "I cannot say. 'Tis all in God's hands, and I do not know yet what my duty is. As you say, I am only a woman, and my place is with my pots and pans, my sewing and my spindle. I have no right to have thoughts of mine own. Perhaps you are right, and in that case my father must indeed be the one to act. But this I do swear to you, Nicholas, that before you stain your hand with the blood of one who, besides being your sovereign lord, is your father's benefactor and friend. I will implore God above that my father and I may both die ere we see you and ourselves so disgraced." Before he could detain her by word or gesture, she had slipped past him and turned to walk quickly toward the façade of the cathedral. An outstanding piece of masonry soon hid her from his view. For the moment he had thoughts of following her. Nicholas Beresteyn was not a man who liked being thwarted, least of all by a woman, and there was a sense of insecurity for him in what she had said at the last. His life and that of his friends lay in the hands of that young girl who had spoken some very hard words to him just now. He loved her as a brother should, and would not for his very life have seen her in any danger. But he had all a man's desire for mastery and hatred of dependence. She had angered and defied him, and yet remained in a sense his master. He and his friends were dependent on her whim. He would not call it loyalty or sense of duty to be done. It was her whim that would hold the threads of a conspiracy which he firmly believed had the welfare of Holland and of religion for its object, and it was her whim that would hold the thread of the scaffold over himself and Stoutenburg and the others. The situation was intolerable. He ground his heel upon the stone and muttered an oath under his breath. If only Gilda had been a man, how simple would his course of action have been! A man can be coerced by physical means, but a woman, and that woman his own sister! It was hard for Nicholas Beresteyn to have to think the situation out calmly, dispassionately, to procrastinate, to let the matter rest at any rate until the next day. But this he knew he must do. He felt that he had exhausted all the arguments, all the reasonings that were consistent with his own pride. How could he hope to coerce her into oaths or promises of submission here, in the open street, and with Maria and Jacob and Piet close by, eavesdropping mayhap? Gilda was obstinate and had always been allowed more latitude in the way of thinking things out for herself than was good for any woman. But Nicholas knew that she would not take any momentous step in a hurry. She would turn the whole of the circumstances over in her mind, and, as she said, do some praying too. What she would do afterwards he dared not even conjecture. For the moment he was forced to leave her alone, and primarily he decided to let his friends know at once how the matter stood. He found them waiting anxiously for his return. I doubt if they had spoken much during his absence. A chorus of laconic inquiry greeted him as his firm step rang out upon the flagstones. "Well?" "She has heard everything," he said quietly, "but she will not betray us. To this I pledge ye my word." End of chapter 5. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 6 of the Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 6. The Counsels of Prudence. Neither Stoutenburg nor any of the others had made reply to Beresteyn's firmly spoken oath. They were hard-headed Dutchmen, every one of them, men of action rather than men of words. For good or ill, the rest of the world can judge them forever after by their deeds alone. Therefore, when the spectre of betrayal and of subsequent death appeared so suddenly before them, they neither murmured nor protested. They could not in reason blame Beresteyn for his sister's presence in the cathedral this night, nor yet that her thoughts and feelings in the matter of the enmity between the Stadtholder and the Barneveld family did not coincide with their own. Silently they walked across the vast and lonely cathedral, and filed out one by one, out of the western door, where Perk still held faithful watch. Stoutenburg, their leader, had his lodgings in a small house situate at the top of the Kleinhoutstraat, close to the well-known hostelry at the sign of the Lame Cow. This latter was an hostelry of unimpeachable repute, and thither did the 6 friends decide to go ere finally going home for the night. It had been decided between them some time ago that those who were able to do so would show themselves in public as much as possible during the next few days, so as to ward off any suspicion of intrigue which their frequent consorting in secluded places might otherwise have aroused. Out in the open they thought it best to disperse, electing to walk away two and two rather than in a compact group, which might call forth the close attention of the night watchman. Stoutenburg linked his arm in that of Beresteyn. "Let the others go on ahead," he said confidentially. "You and I, friend, must understand one another ere we part for this night." Then as Beresteyn made no immediate reply, he continued calmly: "This will mean hanging for the lot of us this time, Nicholas." "I pray to God," exclaimed the other hoarsely. "God will have naught to say in the matter, my friend," retorted Stoutenburg dryly. "'Tis only the Stadtholder who will have his say, and do you think that he is like to pardon? Gilda will never—" "Oh, yes, she will," broke in Stoutenburg firmly. "Be not deluded into thoughts of security. Gilda will think the whole of this matter over for 24 hours at the longest, after which, feeling herself in an impasse between her affection for you and her horror of me, she will think it her duty to tell your father all that she heard in the cathedral to-night." "Even then," said Beresteyn hotly, "my father would not send his only son to the gallows." "Do you care to take that risk?" was the other man's calm retort. "What can I do?" "You must act decisively and at once, my friend," said Stoutenburg dryly. "An you do not desire to see your friends marched off to torture and the scaffold with yourself following in their wake." "But how?" exclaimed Beresteyn. His was by far the weaker nature of the two, easily led, easily swayed by a will stronger than his own. Stoutenburg wielded vast influence over him. He had drawn him into the net of his own ambitious schemes, and had by promises and cajolery won his entire allegiance. Now that destruction and death threatened Nicholas through his own sister, whom he sincerely loved, he turned instinctively to Stoutenburg for help and for advice. "It is quite simple," said the latter slowly. "Gilda must be temporarily made powerless to do us any harm." "How?" reiterated Beresteyn helplessly. "Surely you can think of some means yourself," retorted Stoutenburg somewhat impatiently. "Self-preservation is an efficient sharpener of wits as a rule, and your own life is in the hands of a woman now, my friend." "You seem to forget that that woman is my sister. How can I conspire to do her bodily harm?" "Who spake of bodily harm, you simpleton?" quoth Stoutenburg with a harsh laugh. "'Tis you who seem to forget that if Gilda is your sister, she is also the woman whom I love more than my life, more than my ambition, more even than my revenge." He paused a moment, for despite his usual self-control his passion at this moment threatened to master him. His voice rose harsh and quivering, and was like to attract the notice of passers-by. After a moment or two he conquered his emotion and said more calmly: "Friend, we must think of our country and of our faith. We must think of the success of our schemes, and though Gilda be dear to us both, infinitely dear to me, she must not be allowed to interfere with the great object which we hope to attain. Think out a way therefore of placing her in such a position that she cannot harm us. Have her conveyed to some place where she can be kept a prisoner for a few days until I have accomplished what I have set out to do." Then, as Beresteyn said nothing, seeming to be absorbed in some new train of thought, Stoutenburg continued more persuasively: "I would I could carry her away myself and hold her, a beloved prisoner, while others did my work for me. But that I cannot do, for 'twere playing the part of a coward, and I have sworn before the altar of God that I would kill the Stadtholder with mine own hand. Nor would I have the courage so to offend her. For let me tell you this, Nicholas, that soaring even above my most ambitious dreams is the hope that when these have been realized, I may ask Gilda to share my triumph with me." "Nor would I have the courage to so offend my sister, my father," said Beresteyn. "You speak of carrying her off and holding her prisoner for 8 days perhaps, or even a fortnight. How can I, her own brother, do that? 'Tis an outrage she would never forgive. My father would curse me, disinherit me, turn me out of house and home." "And will he not curse you now when he knows, when to morrow mayhap Gilda will have told him that you, his son, have joined hands with the Lord of Stoutenburg in a conspiracy to murder the Prince of Orange? Will he not disinherit you then, turn you out of house and home?" "Hold on, for mercy's sake!" exclaimed Beresteyn, who, bewildered by the terrible alternative thus put ruthlessly before him, felt he must collect his thoughts, and must, for the moment at any rate, put away from him the tempter who insinuated thoughts of cowardice into his brain. "I'll say no more then," said Stoutenburg quietly. "Think it over, Nicolaes. My life, your own, those of all our friends are entirely in your hands. The welfare of the state, the triumph of our faith, depend on the means which you will devise for silencing Gilda for a few brief days." After which there was silence between the two men. Beresteyn walked more rapidly along, his fur-lined cloak wrapped closely round him, his arms folded tightly across his chest and his hands clenched underneath his cloak. Stoutenburg, on the other hand, was also willing to let the matter drop, and to allow the subtle poison which he had instilled into his friend's mind to ferment and bring forth such thoughts as would suit his own plans. He knew how to gauge exactly the somewhat vacillating character of Nicolaes Beresteyn, and had carefully touched every string of that highly nervous organisation till he left it quivering with horror at the present and deathly fear for the future. Gilda was a terrible danger, of that there could be no doubt. Nicolaes had realised this to the full. The instinct of self-preservation was strong in him. He would think over Stoutenburg's bold suggestion, and would find a way how to act on it. And at the bottom of his tortuous heart Stoutenburg already cherished the hope that this new complication, which had dragged Gilda into the net of his own intrigues, would also ultimately throw her, a willing victim, into his loving arms. End of chapter 6. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 7 of the Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 7. 3 Philosophers and their Friends. Whereupon chance forged yet another link in the chain of a man's destiny. I pray you follow me now to the tapperij of the Lame Cow. I had not asked you to accompany me thither were it not for the fact that the Lame Cow, situate in the Kleinhoutstraat, not far from the cathedral, was a well-ordered and highly respectable tavern, where indeed the sober merrymakers of Haarlem, as well as the gay and gilded youth of the city, were wont to seek both pleasure and solace. You all know the house with its flat façade of red brick, its small windows, and tall, very tall gabled roof, that ends in a point high up above the front door. The tapperij is on your left as you enter. It is wainscoted with oak, which was already black with age in the year 1623. Above the wainscot of the walls are whitewashed, and Mynheer Beck, the host of the Lame Cow, who is a pious man, has hung the walls round with scriptural texts appropriate to his establishment, such as "Eat, drink, and be merry," and "Drink thy wine with a merry heart," from which I hope that I have convinced you that the Lame Cow was an eminently orderly place of conviviality, where worthy burghers of Haarlem could drink ale and hot posset in the company of mevrouws their wives, and it was to this highly praised and greatly respected establishment that 3 tired out and very thirsty philosophers repaired this New Year's night, instead of attending the watch-night service at one of the churches. Diogenes, feeling that 3 guilders still reposed safely in his wallet, declared his intention of continuing his career as a gentleman, and a gentleman of course could not resort to one of those low-class taverns which were usually good enough for foreign adventurers, and thus did fate have her will with him and brought him here this night. Moreover, the tap-room of the Lame Cow wore a very gay appearance always on New Year's night. It was noted for its clientele on that occasion, for the good Rhenish wine which it dispensed, and for the gay sight engendered by the Sunday gowns of the burghers and their ladies, who came here after service for a glass of wine and multifarious relish. As the night was fine, despite the hard frost, Mynheer Beek expected to be unusually busy. Already he had arranged on the polished tables the rows of pewter platters heaped up with delicacies which he knew would be in great request when the guests would begin to arrive: smoked sausage garnished with horseradish, roasted liver and slabs of cheese. The serving wenches, with the sleeves of their linen shifts tucked well up above their round red arms, their stolid faces streaming with perspiration, were busy polishing tables that already were over-polished, and making pewter mugs to shine that already shone with a dazzling radiance. For the nonce the place was still empty, and the philosophers when they entered were able to select the table at which they wished to sit, one near the hearth in which blazed gigantic logs, and at which they could stretch out their limbs with comfort. At Diogenes' suggestion they all made hasty repairs to their disordered toilet, and readjusted the set of their collars and cuffs, with the help of the small mirror that hung close by against the wall. Three strange forms of truth that were thus mirrored in turns: Socrates with a hole in his head, now freshly bandaged with a bit of clean linen, by the sympathetic hand of a serving maid; his hooked nose neatly washed till it shone like the pewter handle of a knife; his pointed cranium but sparsely furnished with lanky black hair peeping out above the bandage, like a yellow wurzel in wrappings of paper. His arms and legs were unusually long and unusually thin, and he had long lean hands and long narrow feet, but his body was short and slightly bent forward as if under the weight of his head, which was also narrow and long. His neck was like that of a stork that has been half plucked. It rose from out the centre of his ruffled collar with a curious undulating movement, which suggested that he could turn it right round and look at the middle of his own back. He wore a brown doublet of duffle and brown trunks and hose, and boots that appeared to be too big even for his huge feet. Beside him Pythagoras looked like the full stop in a semicolon, for he was but little over 5 feet in height and very fat. His doublet of thick green cloth had long ago burst its buttons across his protuberant chest. His face, which was round as a full moon, was highly coloured even to the tip of his small upturned nose, and his forehead, crowned by a thick mass of red-brown hair, which fell in heavy and lanky waves down to his eyebrows, was always wet and shiny. He had a habit of standing with his legs wide apart, his abdomen thrust forward, and his small podgy hands resting upon it. His eyes were very small and blinked incessantly. Below his double chin he wore a huge bow of starched white linen, which at this moment was sadly crumpled and stained, and his collar, which also had seen more prosperous days, was held together by a piece of string. Like his friend Socrates, his trunk and hose were of worsted, and he wore high leather boots, which reached well above the knee, and looked to have been intended for a much taller person. The hat, with the tall sugar-loaf crown, which he had picked up after the fray in the Dam Straat, was much too small for his big round head. He tried, before the mirror, to adjust it at a becoming angle. In strange contrast to these two worthies was their friend, whom they called Diogenes. He himself, had you questioned him ever so closely, could not have told you from what ancestry or what unknown parent had come to him that air of swagger and of assurance, which he avowed penury had never the power to subdue. Tall above the average, powerfully built and solidly planted on firm limbs, he looked what he easily might have been, a gentleman to the last inch of him. The brow was fine and broad, the nose sensitive and well shaped, the mouth a perfect expression of gentle irony. The soft brown hair, abundant and unruly, lent perhaps a certain air of untamed wildness to the face, whilst the upturned moustache and the tiny tuft below the upper lip accentuated the look of devil-may-care independence, which was the chief characteristic of the mouth. But the eyes were the most remarkable feature of all. They shone with an unconquerable merriment. They twinkled and sparkled and smiled and mocked. They winked and they beckoned. They were eyes to which you were obliged to smile in response, eyes that made you laugh if you felt ever so sad, eyes that jested even before the mouth had spoken, and the mouth itself was permanently curved into a smile. Unlike his two companions, Diogenes was dressed not only with scrupulous care, but with a show of elegance. His doublet, though well worn, was fashioned of fine black cloth. The slashed sleeves still showed the remnants of gold embroidery, whilst the lace of his pleated collar was of beautiful design. Having completed their toilet, the three friends sat at their table and sipped their ale and wine in comparative silence for a time. Socrates, weary with his wound, soon fell asleep with his arms stretched out before him and his head resting on the bend of his elbow. Pythagoras too nodded in his chair, but Diogenes remained wide awake, and no doubt Mynheer Beek's wine gave him pleasing thoughts, for the merry look never fled from his eyes. Half an hour later you would scarce have recognised the tapperij from its previous orderly silence, for at about 1 o'clock it began to fill very fast. Mynheer Beek's guests were arriving. It was still bitterly cold, and they all came into the warm room clapping their hands together and stamping the frozen snow off their feet, loudly demanding hot ale or mulled wine, to be supplemented later on by more substantial fare. The two serving wenches were more busy, hotter, and more profusely streaming with moisture than they had ever been before. It was "Cathy, here," and "Louise, why don't you hurry?" all over the tapperij now, and every moment the noise became louder and more cheery. Every corner of the low raftered room was filled to overflowing with chairs and tables. People sat everywhere where a perch was to be found, on the corners of the tables and on the window sill, and many sat on the floor who could not find room elsewhere. The women sat on the men's knees, and many of them had children in their arms as well. For indeed, on watch night, room had to be found for every one who wanted to come in. No one who wanted to drink and to make merry must be left to wander out in the cold. A veritable Babel of tongues made the whitewashed walls echo from end to end, for Haarlem was now a mightily prosperous city, and there were a great many foreign traders inside her walls. And some of these had thought to make merry this night in the famed tap-room of the Lame Cow. French merchants with their silks, English ones with fine cloths and paper. Then there were the Jew dealers from Frankfurt and Amsterdam, and the Walloon cattle drovers from Flanders. Here and there the splendid uniform of a member of one of the shooting guilds struck a note of splendour. Among the drabs and russets of worsted doublets and the brilliant crimson or purple sashes gleamed in the feeble light of the tallow candles, which spluttered and flickered in their sconces. Then among them all were the foreign mercenaries, from Italy or Brabant or Germany, or from God knows where, loud of speech, aggressive in appearance, carrying swords and wearing spurs, filling the place with their swagger and their ribaldry. They had come to the Netherlands at the expiration of the truce with Spain, offering to sell their sword and their skin to the highest bidder. They seemed all to be friends and boon companions together, called each other queer, fantastic names, and shouted their rough jests to one another across the width of the room. Homeless, shiftless, thriftless, they knew no other names save those which chance or the coarse buffoonery of their friends had endowed them with. There was a man here to-night who was called Wry-Face, and another who went by the name of Gutter Rat. Not one amongst them mayhap could have told you who his father was, or who his mother, nor where he himself had first seen the light of day. But they all knew of one another's career, of one another's prowess in the field at Prague, or Ghent, or Magdeburg. And they formed a band of brothers, offensive and defensive, which was the despair of the town guard whenever the law had to be enforced against any one of them. It was at that hour, when Mynheer Beek was beginning to hope that his guests would soon bethink themselves of returning home, and leaving him to his own supper and bed, that a party of these worthies made noisy interruption into the room. They brought with them an atmosphere of boisterous gaiety, with their clanking spurs and swords, their loud verbiage and burly personality. "Hech da!" yelled one of these in a stentorian voice. "Whom have we there, snug and cosy in the warmest corner of this hole, but our three well-beloved philosophers? Diogenes, old compeer," he shouted still louder than before, Is there room in your tub for your friends?" "Plenty round this table, old noble gutter rat," shouted Diogenes in joyful response, "but let me give you warning that space as well as common funds are running short, and that every newcomer who wants to sit must stand the others a draught of ale apiece. That is the price of a corner of this bench, on which ye may sit if you have a mind." "Done with you," agreed all the newcomers lustily, and with scant ceremony they pushed their way through the closely packed throng. They took no notice of the mutterings of more sober customers, angered at seeing their mantles crushed or feeling their toes trodden on. It suddenly seemed as if the whole place belonged to these men, and that the peaceful burghers of the city were only here on sufferance. The three philosophers had already called for some old Rhenish wine on draught. Cathy and Louise brought pewter jugs and more goblets along. Soon Gutter Rat and his friends were installed at the table, squeezed against one another on the narrow wooden benches. Pythagoras had already rolled off his corner seat and was sitting on the floor. Diogenes was perched on the corner of the table. Socrates, roused by the noise, opened a pair of heavy eyes and blinked round him in astonishment. Gutter Rat deposited his bulky form close beside him, and brought his large and grimy hand down on the shoulder of the sleepy philosopher. "Hello, wise Socrates," he cried in his rough husky voice. "I hope you have been having pleasant dreams." "No, I have not," growled Socrates laconically. "Take no heed of him," laughed Diogenes. "He has a hole in his head, through which his good temper has been oozing out bit by bit. And yet, if you'll all believe me, he has been reposing there so peacefully, and snoring so lustily, that I thought he must be dreaming of heaven and the last trumpet call." "I was dreaming of all the chances which Pythagoras and I have missed to-night, owing to your nonsense," said Socrates, who was more sulky now than he had been before he went to sleep. Pythagoras uttered a prolonged sigh, and gazed meditatively down into the depths of his mug of ale. Gutter Rat and the others looked inquiringly from one philosopher to the other. "Diogenes been at his tricks again?" asked Gutter Rat. Socrates and Pythagoras nodded in their gloomy response. "Gallantry, eh? Some beauteous damsel to succour, whom we throw our life, our best chances away?" continued the other with ironical sympathy, the while Diogenes' entire face was wreathed in one huge, all-embracing smile. Gutter Rat admonished him with solemn voice and uplifted finger. "Conduct unworthy a philosopher," he said. "If he had only injured himself," growled Socrates, "and let us enjoy the gifts which a beneficent goddess was ready to pour into our lap," added Pythagoras dulcetly from the floor. "Let's hear the story," concluded Gutter Rat. The others clapped their mugs against the table top and shouted, "The story! The story!" to the accompaniment of din that drowned all other noises in the room. Pythagoras from his lowly position began his narrative in a faint, injured tone of voice. He related the incidents of this night from the moment when the chance of possessing oneself with but little trouble of a tulip bulb worth 15,000 florins was so airily flouted, down to the awful moment when a young and beauteous lady made offers of influence and of money which were equally airily refused. Gutter Rat and the others listened attentively. They specially relished the exciting incidents connected with the affray in the Dam Straat, the breaking of Jan Tiele's nose, and the dispersal of the mob with the aid of a lighted torch. "Bravo! Splendid!" they shouted at intervals, and loudly expressed their regret at having missed such furious fun. Socrates threw in a word or two now and then, when Pythagoras did not fully explain his own valorous position in the fight, but Diogenes said nothing at all. He allowed his comrade to tell the tale his own way. The recollection of it seemed to afford him vast amusement, for he hummed a lively tune to himself all the while. Pythagoras now was mimicking his friend, throwing into this performance all the disgust which he felt. "Raise thy hand to my lips, mejuffrouw," he said, mincing his words. "Momentarily I have not the use of mine own." His round beady eyes appealed to his listeners for sympathy, and there is no doubt that he got that in plenty. Gutter Rat more especially highly disapproved of the dénouement of what might have proved a lucrative adventure. The rich jongejuffrouw might even have fallen in love with you," he said sternly to Diogenes, "and endowed you with her father's wealth and influence." "That's just my complaint," said Pythagoras. "But no! What else do you think he said earlier in the evening?" "Well, 'To night we'll behave like gentlemen,'" quoted the other with ever growing disgust, "and not like common thieves." "Why to night?" queried Gutter rat in amazement. "Why more especially to night?" Pythagoras and Socrates both shrugged their shoulders and suggested no explanation. After which there was more vigorous clapping of mugs against the table top, and Diogenes was loudly summoned to explain. "Why to night? Why to night?" was shouted at him from every side. Diogenes' face became for one brief moment quite grave be it said, but for his eyes, which, believe me, could not have looked grave had they tried. "Because," he said at last, when the shouts around him had somewhat subsided, "I had 3 guilders in my wallet; because my night's lodging is assured for the next 3 nights, and because my chief creditor has died like a hero. Therefore, O comrades all, I could afford the luxury." "What luxury?" sneered Gutter rat in disgust. "To refuse the patronage of an influential burgher of this city, backed by the enthusiasm of the beauteous damsel, his daughter?" "To refuse all patronage, good comrade," assented Diogenes with emphasis. "Bah! For 24 hours?" "Yes, for 24 hours, friend Gutter rat. While those 3 florins last, and I have a roof over my head for which I have already paid, I can for those 24 hours afford the luxury of doing exactly and only what it pleases me to do." He threw up his head and stretched out his massive limbs with a gesture of infinite satisfaction, his merry mocking glance sweeping over the company of watch night revellers, out at elbows ragamuffins, and sober burghers with their respectable vrouws, all of whom were gaping on him open mouthed. "For 24 hours, my dear Gutter rat," he continued after a long sigh of contentment, "that is during this day which has just dawned and the night which must inevitably follow it, I am going to give myself the luxury of speaking only when I choose, and of being dumb if the fancy so takes me. While my 3 florins last, and I know that I need not sleep under the stars, I shall owe my fealty only to my whim. I shall dream when and what I like, sing what I like, walk in company or alone. For 24 hours I need not be the ivy that clings, nor the hose that is ragged at the knee. I shall be at liberty to wear my sash awry, my shoes unbuckled, my hat tilted at an angle which pleases me best. Above all, O worthy rat of the gutter, I need not stoop for 24 hours 1 inch lower than I choose, or render aught to Caesar, for Caesar will have rendered naught to me. On this the first day of the new year there is no man or woman living who can dictate to me what I shall do, and to-night in the lodgings for which I have paid, when I am asleep I can dream that I am climbing up the heights toward a mountain top, which, mayhap, doth not quite stretch as far as the clouds, but which I can reach alone. To-day and to-night I am a man, and not a bit of ribbon that flutters at the breath of man or woman who has paid for the fluttering with patronage." Gradually as he spoke, and his fresh young voice, sonorous with enthusiasm, rang clearly from end to end of the raftered room, conversation, laughter, bibulous songs were stilled, and everyone turned to look at the speaker, wondering who he could be. The good burghers of Haarlem had no liking for the foreign mercenaries for whom they professed vast contempt because of their calling, and because of the excesses which they committed at the storming of these very walls, which event was within the memory of most. Therefore, though they were attracted by the speaker, they were disgusted to find that he belonged to that rabble. But the women thought that he was goodly to look upon, with those merry twinkling eyes of his, and that atmosphere of light-heartedness and a gaiety which he diffused around him. Some of the men who were there, and who professed knowledge in such matters, declared that this man's speech betrayed him for an Englishman. "I like not the race," said a pompous man who sat with wife and kindred around a table loaded with good things. "I remember the English Leicester and his crowd, men of loose morals and doubtful piety, braggarts and roisterers we all thought them. This man is very like some of them in appearance." "Thou speakest truly, O wise citizen of this worthy republic," said Diogenes, boldly answering the man's low-spoken words. "My father was one of the roisterers who came in English Leicester's train. An Englishman he, of loose morals and doubtful piety, no doubt, but your sound Dutch example and my mother's Dutch blood, heaven rest her soul, have both sobered me since then." He looked round at the crowd of faces, all of which were now turned toward him, kindly faces and angry ones, contemptuous eyes and good-natured ones, and some that expressed both compassion and reproof. "By the Lord," he said, and as he spoke he threw back his head and burst into a loud and prolonged fit of laughter, "but I have never in my life seen so many ugly faces before." There was a murmur and many angry words among the assembly. One or two of the men half rose from their seats, scowling viciously and clenching their fists. Master Beek, perspiring with anxiety, saw these signs of a possible fray. The thought drove him well nigh frantic. An affray in his establishment on New Year's morning! It was unthinkable. He rushed round to his customers with a veritable dictionary of soothing words upon his tongue. "Gentlemen, gentlemen," he entreated, "I beg of you to calm yourselves. I humbly beseech you to pay no heed to these men." "Plepshurk, insolent rabble," quoth a corpulent gentleman, who was crimson with wrath. "Yes, mynheer, yes, yes," stammered Beek meekly, "but they are foreigners, they do not understand our Dutch ways, but they mean no harm, they—" Some of the younger men were not easily pacified. "Throw them out, Beek," said one of them curtly. "They make the place insufferable with their bragging and their insolence," muttered another. Diogenes and his friends could not help but see these signs of latent storm, and Mynheer Beek's feeble efforts at pacifying his wrathful guests. Diogenes had laughed long and loudly, now he had to stop in order to wipe his eyes which were streaming. Then quite casually he drew Bucephalus from its scabbard and thoughtfully examined its blade. Almost simultaneously the fraternity of merrymakers at his table also showed a sudden desire to examine the blade of their swords, and immediately half a dozen glints of steel caught the reflection of tallow candles. I would not assert that order was restored because of these unconscious gestures on the part of the insolent rabble aforesaid, but certain it is that within the next few seconds decorum once more prevailed, as if magic had called it forth. Mynheer Beek heaved a sigh of relief. "All that you said just now was well spoken, sir," broke in a firm voice which proceeded him from a group of gentlemen who sat at a table next to the one occupied by the philosophers and their friends. "But 'twere interesting to hear what you propose doing on the second day of this new year." Diogenes was in no hurry to reply. The man who had just spoken sat directly behind him, and Bucephalus, so it seemed, still required his close attention. When he had once more replaced his faithful friend into its delicately wrought scabbard, he turned leisurely round, and from the elevated position which he still occupied on the corner of the table, he faced his interlocutor. "What I propose doing?" he quoth politely. "Why, yes. You said just now that for 24 hours you were free to dream and to act as you will. But how will it be to-morrow?" "To-morrow, sir," rejoined Diogenes lightly, "I shall be as poor in pocket as the burghers of Haarlem are in wits, and then—" "Yes, and then?" "Why then, sir, I shall once more become an integral portion of that rabble to which you and your friends think, no doubt, that I rightly belong. I shall not have one silver coin in my wallet, and in order to obtain a handful I shall be ready to sell my soul to the devil, my skin to the Stadtholder." "And your honour, sir?" queried the other with a sneer. "To whom will you sell that precious guerdon to-morrow?" "To you, sir," retorted Diogenes promptly, "and you are short of the commodity." An angry word rose to the other man's lips, but his eyes encountered those of his antagonist, and something in the latter's look, something in the mocking eyes, the merry face, seemed to disarm him and to quench his wrath. He even laughed good-humouredly, and said, "Well spoken, sir. You had me fairly there with the point of your tongue. No doubt you are equally skilful with the point of your rapier." "It shall be at your service after to-morrow, sir," rejoined Diogenes lightly. "You live by the profession of arms, sir? No offence, 'tis a noble calling, though none too lucrative, I understand." "My wits supply, sir, what my sword cannot always command." "You are ambitious?" "I told my friends just now wherein lay my ambition." money, and independent competence, so I understand. But surely at your age, and, if you will pardon mine outspokenness, with your looks, sir, women, or mayhap one woman, must play some part in your dreams of the future." "Women, sir," retorted Diogenes dryly, "should never play a leading rôle in the comedy of a philosopher's life. As a means to an end, perhaps, the final dénouement. Always that one aim I see, a desire for complete independence which the possession of wealth alone can give." "Always," replied the other curtly. "And beyond that desire, what is your chief ambition, sir?" "To be left alone when I have no mind to talk," said Diogenes with a smile, which was so pleasant, so merry, so full of self-deprecating irony, that it tempered the incivility of his reply. Again the other bit his lip, checking an angry word. For some unexplained reason he appeared determined not to quarrel with this insolent young knave. The others stared at their friend in utter astonishment. "What fly hath bitten Beresteyn's ear?" whispered one of them under his breath. "I have never known him so civil to a stranger, or so unwilling to take offence." Certainly the other man's good humour did not seem to have abated one jot. After an imperceptible moment's pause, he rejoined with perfect suavity: "You do not belie your name, sir. I heard your friends calling you Diogenes, and I feel proud that you should look on me as Alexander, and call on me to stand out of your sunshine." "I crave your pardon, sir," said Diogenes somewhat more seriously. "My incivility is unwarrantable in the face of your courtesy." No doubt it had its origins in the fact that like my namesake I happened to want nothing at the moment. "To morrow, sir, and you are minded to pay for my services, to ask for my sword, my soul or my wits, and in exchange will offer me the chance of winning a fortune, or of marrying a wife who is both rich and comely, why, sir, I shall be your man, and will even endeavour to satisfy you with the politeness of my speech, and the promptness and efficiency of my deeds. To morrow, sir, you and the devil will have an equal chance of purchasing my soul for a few thousand guilders, my wits for a paltry 100, my skin for a good supper and a downy bed. To morrow the desire will seize me once again to possess wealth at any cost, and my friends here will have no cause to complain of my playing a part which becomes a penniless wastrel like myself so ill, the part of a gentleman. Until then, sir, I bid you good night." The hour is late, and Mynheer Beek is desirous of closing this abode of pleasure. As for me, my lodgings being paid for, I do not care to leave them unoccupied. Whereupon he rose, and to Mynheer Beek, who came to him with that same ubiquitous smile which did duty for all the customers of the Lame Cow, he threw the 3 silver guilders, which the latter demanded in payment for the wine and ale supplied to the honourable gentleman. Then, as he met the mocking glance of his former interlocutor, he said with a recrudescence of gaiety: "I still have my lodgings, gentle sir, and need not sell my soul or my skin until after I have felt a gnawing desire for breakfast." With a graceful flourish of his plumed hat he bowed to the assembled company, and walked out of the tap room of the Lame Cow with swagger that would have befitted the audience chamber of a king. In his wake followed the band of his boon companions. They too strode out of the place with much jingle of steel and loud clatter of heavy boots and accoutrements. They laughed and talked loudly as they left, and gesticulated with an air of independence which once more drew upon them the wrathful looks and contemptuous shrugs of the sober townsfolk. Diogenes alone, as he finally turned once again in the doorway, encountered many a timid glance levelled at him that were soft and kindly. These glances came from the women, from the young and from the old, for women are strange creatures of whims and of fancies, and there was something in the swaggering insolence of that young malapert that made them think of breezy days upon the seashore, of the song of the soaring lark, of hyacinths in bloom, and the young larches on the edge of the wood. And I imagine that their sluggish Dutch blood yielded to these influences, and was greatly stirred by memories of youth. End of chapter 7. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 8 of the Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 8. The Lodgings Which Were Paid For. And once again chance set to with a will, and forged yet another link in that mighty chain which she had in hand. For was it not in the natural course of things that the three philosophers, weary and thirsty as they were, should go and seek solace and material comfort under the pleasing roof of the Lame Cow, which, as I remarked before, was reputed one of the best conducted hostelries in Haarlem, and possessing a cellar full of wines and ales which had not its equal even in Amsterdam? And was it not equally natural, since the Lord of Stoutenburg lodged not far from that selfsame hostelry, again I repeat one of the soberest in Haarlem, that his friends should choose to join him in the tap-room, where, ere parting from one another on this eventful night. Stoutenburg and his family were but little known in these parts, and the hue and cry after the escaped traitor had somewhat abated these few months past. Moreover, he was well disguised with beard and cloak, and he kept a broad-brimmed hat pulled well down over his brow. On watch night, too, the burghers and their vrouws, as well as the civic and military dignitaries of the town, had plenty to do to think on their own enjoyment and the entertainment of their friends. They certes were not on the lookout for conspiracies and dangerous enemies within their gates. Stoutenburg had sat well screened from general observation within a dark recess of the monumental fireplace. Nicolaes Beresteyn, the most intimate of all his friends, sat close to him, but neither of them spoke much. Beresteyn was exceptionally moody. He appeared absorbed in thought, and hardly gave answer to those who attempted to draw him into conversation. Stoutenburg, on the other hand, affected a kind of grim humour, and made repeated allusions to scaffold or gallows, as if he had already wholly resigned himself to an inevitable fate. The others sipped their mulled wine, and tried to cheat themselves out of the burning anxiety which Jongejuffrouw Beresteyn's presence in the cathedral had awakened in their hearts. They had made great efforts not to seem preoccupied, and to be outwardly, at least, as gay as any of the other watch-night revellers in the room. But with their thoughts fixed upon that vision of a while ago, a woman appearing before them within 20 paces of the spot where death to the Stadtholder had just been loudly proclaimed amongst them, with that vision fixed upon their minds, they found light conversation and ordinary manner very difficult to keep up. The peroration of the young adventurer had proved a welcome diversion. It had immediately aroused Stoutenburg's interest. He it was who first drew Beresteyn's attention to it, and he again who checked the angry words which more than once rose to his friend's lips at the insolent attitude affected by the knave. And now, when the latter finally swaggered out of the room, it was Stoutenburg who made a sign to Beresteyn, and then immediately rose to go. Beresteyn paid his account and went out too, in the wake of his friend. With the advent of the small morning hours, the snow once more began to fall in large sparse flakes that lay thick and glistening where they fell. At the end of the Kleinhoutstraat, where the two men presently found themselves, the feeble light of a street lamp glimmered through this white fluttering veil. With its help the group of foreign mercenaries could be dimly seen in the distance as they took leave of one another. The tall form of Diogenes, crowned with his plumed hat, was easily distinguishable amongst them. He with his two special friends, fat Pythagoras and lean Socrates, remained standing for a few moments at the corner of the street, after the others had departed. Then only did the three of them turn and walk off in the direction of the Oude Gracht. For some reason, as unexplainable as that which had guided their conduct at the Lame Cow, Beresteyn and Stoutenburg, quite unconscious of the cold, elected to follow. Was it not chance that willed it so? Chance, who was busy forging a chain, and who had need of these two men's extraordinary interest in a nameless adventurer, in order to make the links of that chain fit as neatly as she desired. At the bottom of the Kleinhoutstraat, where it abuts on the Oude Gracht, the three philosophers had again paused, obviously this time in order to take leave of one another. The houses here were of a peculiarly woe-begone appearance, with tiny windows which could not possibly have allowed either air or light to penetrate within, and doors that were left ajar and were creaking on their hinges, showing occasional glimpses of dark unventilated passages beyond, and of drifts of snow heaped up against the skirting of the worm-eaten, broken-down wooden floors. They were miserable lodging-houses of flimsy construction and low rentals, which the close proximity of the sluggish canal rendered undesirable. The ground floor was in most instances occupied by squalid-looking shops, from which fetid odours emanated through the chinks and cracks of the walls. The upper rooms were let out as night lodgings to those who were too poor to afford better quarters. Diogenes, with all his swagger and his airs of an at-elbows gentleman, evidently was one of those, for he was now seen standing on the threshold of one of these dilapidated houses, and his two friends were finally bidding him good night. By tacit consent Beresteyn and Stoutenburg drew back further into the shadow of the houses opposite. There appeared to be some understanding between these two men, an understanding anent a matter of supremely grave import, which caused them to stand here on the watch, with feet buried in the snow that lay thick in the doorways, silently taking note of every word spoken and of every act that occurred on the other side of this evil-smelling street. There seemed to be no need for speech between them. For the nonce, each knew that the other's thoughts were running in the same groove as his own, and momentarily these thoughts were centred into a desire to ascertain definitely if it was the tallest and youngest of those three knaves over there who lodged in that particular house. It was only when the fat man and the lean one had finally turned away and left their comrade on the doorstep that the watchers appeared satisfied, and nodding silently to one another made ready to go home. They had turned their steps once more toward the more salubrious and elegant quarter of the city, and had gone but a few steps in that direction, when something occurred behind them which arrested their attention and caused them to look back once more. The something was a woman's cry, pitiful in the extreme. Not an unusual sound in the streets of a prosperous city surely, and one which under ordinary circumstances would certainly not have aroused Stoutenburg's or Beresteyn's interest. But the circumstances were not ordinary. The cry came from the very spot where the two men had last seen the younger stranger standing in the doorway of his lodgings, and the appeal was obviously directed toward him. "Kind sir," the woman was saying in a quavering voice, "half a guilder, I entreat you for the love of Christ." "Half a guilder, my good woman," Diogenes said in response, "'tis a fortune to such as I. I have not a kreutzer left in my wallet, 'pon my honour." Whereupon the two men who watched this scene from the opposite side of the street saw that the woman fell on her knees, and that beside her there stood an old man who made ready to follow her example. "'Tis no use wearing out your stockings on this snow-covered ground, my good girl," said Diogenes good-humouredly. "All the kneeling in the world will not put half a guilder into my pocket, nor apparently into yours. And father and I must sleep under the canal bridge, and it is so bitterly cold," the woman moaned more feebly. "Distinctly an uncomfortable place whereat to spend a night," rejoined the philosopher. "I have slept there myself before now, so I know." Seemingly he made an attempt to turn incontinently on his heel, for the woman put out her hands and held on to his cloak. "Father is crippled with ague, kind sir, he will die if he sleeps out there to-night," she cried. "I am afraid he will," said Diogenes blandly. In the meanwhile Pythagoras and Socrates, who evidently had not gone very far, returned in order to see what was going on their friend's doorstep. It was Pythagoras who first recognised the wench. "Thunder and lightning!" he exclaimed, "'tis the Papist!" "Which Papist?" queried Diogenes. "Yes, gentle sirs," said the woman piteously, "you rescued me nobly this evening from that awful howling mob. My father and I were able to go to midnight mass in peace. May God reward you all. But," she added naively, "'twas no good preventing those horrid men from killing us if we are to die from cold and hunger under the bridge of the canal." All of which was not incomprehensible to the two men on the watch, who had heard a graphic account of the affray in Dam Straat, as it was told by Pythagoras in the taproom of the "Lame Cow," and they both drew a little nearer so as not to lose a word of the scene which they were watching with ever-growing interest. Neither of them attempted to interfere in it, however, though Beresteyn, at any rate, could have poured many a guilder in the hands of those two starving wretches without being any the poorer himself, and though he was in truth not a hard-hearted man. "The wench is right, now," said Diogenes firmly. "The life which we help to save we must not allow to be frittered away. I talked of stockings, girl," he added lightly, "but I see thy feet are bare. Brrr! I freeze when I look at thee. For a quarter guilder father and I could find a lodging. But Dondersteen!" he exclaimed, "did I not tell thee that I have not one kreutzer in my wallet? And unless my friends can help thee—" "Diogenes, thou speakest trash," interposed Pythagoras softly. "We must both starve of cold this night," moaned the woman in despair. "Nay, ye shall not," said Diogenes with sudden decision. "There is a room in this very house which has been paid for 3 nights in advance. Go to it, wench, 'tis at the very top of the stairs. Crawl thither as fast as thou canst, dragging thy ramshackle parent in thy wake. What, ho, there!" he shouted at the top of his ringing voice. "What ho, my worthy landlord, what ho!" And with his powerful fists he began pounding against the panels of the door, which swung loosely under the heavy blows. Stoutenburg and Beresteyn drew yet a little nearer. They were more deeply interested than ever in all that was going on outside this squalid lodging house. The 3 philosophers were making a sufficiency of noise to wake half the street, and within a very few minutes they succeeded in their purpose. Through one or two of the narrow frames overhead, heads appeared enveloped in shawls or cloaks, and anon the landlord of the house came shuffling down the passage, carrying a lighted guttering taper. The 2 silent watchers could not see this man, but they could hear him grumbling and scolding audibly in short jerky sentences, which he appeared to throw somewhat tentatively at his rowdy lodger. "Late hour of the night," they heard him muttering. "New Year's morning. Respectable house. Noise to attract the town guard. Hadst thou turned out of thy bed sooner, O well-beloved lord of this abode of peace," said Diogenes cheerily, "there would have been less noise outside its portals. Had I not loved thee as I do, I would not have awakened thee from thy sleep, but would have acted in accordance with my rights, and without bringing to thy ken a matter which would vastly have astonished thee in the morning." The man continued to mutter, more impatiently this time, "New Year's morning, respectable citizen, work to do in the morning, undesirable lodgers." "All lodgers are desirable who pay for their lodging, O wise landlord," continued Diogenes imperturbably. "I have paid thee for mine for 3 nights from this day, and I herewith desire thee to place my palatial residence at the disposal of this jongejuffrouw and of Mynheer her father." The man's mutterings came still more distinct. "Baggage? How do I know? Not bound to receive them." "Nay, but thou art a liar, master landlord," quoth Diogenes, still speaking quite pleasantly, "for the lodgings being mine, I have the right to receive in them anybody whom I choose. Therefore now do I give thee the option, either to show my guest straightway and with meticulous politeness into my room, or to taste the power and weight of my boot in the small of thy back and the hardness of my sword hilt across thy shoulders." This time the man's mutterings became inaudible. Nicolaes Beresteyn and Stoutenburg could only guess what was passing in the narrow corridor of the house opposite. The one moment there was a heart-rending howl, which suggested that the landlord's obduracy had lasted a few moments too long for the impatient temper of a philosopher. But the howl was not repeated, and soon Diogenes' clear voice rang out lustily again. "There! I knew that gentle persuasion would prevail. Dearly beloved landlord, now I pray thee guide the jongejuffrouw and Mynheer her father to my sleeping chamber. It is at thy disposal, wench, for 3 nights," he added airily. "Make the most of it, and if thou hast aught to complain of my friend the landlord, let me know. I am always to be found at certain hours of the day within the congenial 4 walls of the Lame Cow. Good night then, and pleasant dreams." What went on after that the watchers could of course not see. The wench and the old man had disappeared inside the house, where, if they had a spark of gratitude in them, they would undoubtedly be kneeling even now at the feet of their whimsical benefactor. The next moment the interested spectators of this stirring little scene beheld the three philosophers once more standing together at the corner of the street, under the feebly flickering lamp and the slowly falling snow. The door of the lodging house had been slammed to behind them, and the muffled heads had disappeared from out the framework of the windows above. "And now perhaps you will tell us what you are going to do," said Pythagoras in flute-like tones. "There is not a bed vacant in the dormitory where I sleep," said Socrates, "nor would I desire to sleep in one of those kennels fit only for dogs, which I cannot imagine how you both can stomach," quoth Diogenes lightly. "The close proximity of Pythagoras and yourself, and all of those who are most like you in the world, would chase pleasing sleep from mine eyelids. I prefer the canal." "You cannot sleep out of doors in this blank of a cold night," growled Socrates, "and I cannot go back to the Lame Cow, for I have not a kreutzer left in my wallet, wherewith to pay for a sip." "Then what the blank are you going to do?" reiterated Pythagoras plaintively. "I have a friend," said Diogenes after a slight pause. "Hm," was the somewhat dubious comment on this fairly simple statement. "He will give me breakfast early in the morning." "Hum, 'tis but a few hours to spend in lonely communion with nature." "Hum." "The cathedral clock has struck 3. At 7 my good Hals will ply me with hot ale and half his hunk of bread and cheese." "Hals?" queried Socrates. "Franz Hals," replied Diogenes. "He paints pictures, and contrives to live on the proceeds. If his wife does not happen to throw me out, he will console me for the discomforts of this night." "Bah!" ejaculated Pythagoras in disgust, "a painter of pictures! And a brave man when he is sober, with a scold for a wife! Ugh! What about your playing the part of a gentleman now?" "The play was short, O wise Pythagoras," retorted Diogenes with imperturbable good humour. "The curtain has already come down upon the last act. I am once more a knave, a merchant ready to flatter the customer who will buy his wares. Hack there, sir, my lord! What are your needs? My sword? My skin? They are yours to command. So many guilders, sir, and I will kill your enemy for you, fight your battles, abduct the wench that pleases you. So many guilders! And when they are safely in my pocket, I can throw my glove in your face, lest you think I have further need of your patronage." "'Tis well to brag," muttered Pythagoras, "but you'll starve with cold this night. But at dawn I'll eat a hearty breakfast offered me by my friend Franz Hals, for the privilege of painting my portrait." "Doth he really paint thy portrait, O handsome Diogenes?" said Pythagoras unctuously. "Aye, thou ugly old toad, he has begun a new one, for which I have promised to sit. I'll pay for the breakfast he gives me by donning a gorgeous gold embroidered doublet which he once stole from somewhere, by putting my hand on my hip, tilting my hat at a becoming angle, and winking at him by the hour whilst he paints away. Hum! After a night of wandering by the canal in the fog and snow, and sharing the meagre breakfast of a half-starved painter, methinks the portrait will be that of a knight of the rueful countenance." "Indeed not, old compeer," said Diogenes with a hearty laugh. "It shall be the portrait of a laughing cavalier." Chapter 9. Of the Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 9. The Painter of Pictures. After this episode, chance had little to do with the further events of this veracious chronicle. Men took their destiny in their own hands, and laughed at fate, and at the links of the chain which she had been forging so carefully and so patiently ever since she began the business on the steps of the Stadthouse a few short hours ago. Beresteyn and Stoutenburg, walking home together in the small hours of New Year's morning, spoke very little together at first. They strode along side by side, each buried in his own thoughts, and only a few curt remarks passed at intervals between them. But something lay on the minds of both, something of which each desired to speak to the other, yet neither of them seemed willing to be the first to broach the absorbing topic. It was Stoutenburg who at last broke the silence. "A curious personality, that knave," he said carelessly after a while. "An unscrupulous devil, as daring as he is reckless of consequences, I should say. Yet trustworthy withal. What think you?" "A curious personality, as you say," replied Beresteyn vaguely. "He might have been useful to us had we cared to pay for his services. But now 'tis too late to think of further accomplices. New men won or bought for our cause only mean more victims for the gallows." "You take a gloomy view of the situation," said Beresteyn sombrely. "No, only a fatalistic one. With our secret in a woman's keeping, and that woman free and even anxious to impart it to one of my most bitter enemies, I can see naught that can ward off the inevitable. Except—" "Yes, of course," rejoined Stoutenburg earnestly, "if you, Nicolaes, are ready to make the sacrifice which alone could save us all." "It is a sacrifice which will involve my honour, my sister's love for me, my father's trust." "If you act wisely and circumspectly, my friend," retorted Stoutenburg dryly, "neither your father nor Gilda herself need ever know that you had a share in what you proposed to do." Beresteyn made no reply, and he and his friend walked on in silence until they reached the small house close to the "Lame Cow," where Stoutenburg had his lodgings. Here they shook hands before parting, and Stoutenburg held his friend's hand in his tightly grasped for a moment or two, while he said earnestly: "It is only for a few days, Nicolaes, a few days during which I swear to you that, though absent and engaged in the greatest task that any man can undertake on this earth, I swear to you that I will keep watch over Gilda and defend her honour with my life. If you will make the sacrifice for me and for our cause, Heaven and your country will reward you beyond your dreams. With the death of the Stadtholder my power in the Netherlands will be supreme, and herewith, with my hand in yours, I solemnly plight my troth to Gilda. She was the first woman I ever loved, and I have never ceased to love her. Now she fills my heart and soul even, at times, to the exclusion of my most ambitious hopes. Nicolaes, my friend, it is in your power to save my life as well as your own. An you will do it, there will be no bounds to my gratitude." And Beresteyn replied calmly: "The sacrifice which you ask of me I will make. I will take the risk for the sake of my country and of my faith. To-morrow at noon I will come to your lodgings and tell you in detail all the arrangements which I shall have made by then. I have no fear for Gilda. I believe that Heaven has guided my thoughts and footsteps to-night for the furtherance of our cause." After which the two men took final leave of one another. Stoutenburg's tall lean form quickly disappeared under the doorway of the house, whilst Beresteyn walked rapidly away up the street. Now it was close on 10 o'clock of the New Year's morning. Nicolaes Beresteyn had spent several hours in tossing restlessly under the warm eiderdown and between the fine linen sheets embroidered by his sister's deft hands. During these hours of sleeplessness a plan had matured in his mind, which, though it had finally issued from his own consciousness, had really found its origin in the reckless brain of Willem van Stoutenburg. Beresteyn now saw himself as the saviour of his friends and of their patriotic cause. He felt that in order to carry out the plan, which he firmly believed that he himself had conceived, he was making a noble sacrifice for his country and for his faith, and he was proud to think that it lay in his power to offer the sacrifice. That this same sacrifice would have his own sister for victim, he cared seemingly very little. He was one of those men in whose hearts political aims outweigh every tender emotion, and he firmly believed that Gilda would be richly rewarded by the fulfilment of that solemn promise made by Stoutenburg. Exquisite visions of satisfied ambition, of triumph and of glory chased away sleep. He saw his friend as supreme ruler of the state, with powers greater than the princes of Orange had ever wielded. He saw Gilda, his sister, grateful to him for the part which he had played in reuniting her to the man whom she had always loved, she too supreme in power as the proud wife of the new Stadtholder. And he saw himself as the Lord High Advocate of the Netherlands, standing in the very shoes of that same John of Barneveld, whose death he would have helped to avenge. These and other thoughts had stirred Nicholas Beresteyn's fancy while he lay awake during those first hours of the new year, and it was during these selfsame hours that a nameless stranger, whom his compeers called Diogenes, had tramped up and down the snow-covered streets of Haarlem, trying to keep himself warm. I am very sorry to have put it on record that during that time he swore more than once at his own soft-heartedness, which had caused him to give up his hard but sheltered palace to a pair of papists, who were nothing to him, and whom probably he would never see again. "I begin to agree with that bloated puff-ball Pythagoras," he mused dejectedly once, when an icy wind blowing straight from the North Sea drove the falling snow into his boots, and under his collar, and up his sleeves, and nearly froze the marrow in his bones. "It is but sorry pleasure to play at being a gentleman, and I had not many hours of it either," he added ruefully. "Even the most leaden-footed hours do come to an end, however." At 6:30 Diogenes turned his steps toward the Peuselaarsteeg, where dwelt his friend Frans Hals, the painter of pictures. Fortunately Mevrouw Hals was in a fairly good temper. The last portrait group of the officers of St. Joris shooting guild had just been paid for, and there was practically a new commission to paint yet another group of these gentlemen. And Mynheer van Zeller, the deputy bailiff, had brought the fancy picture too, for which that knave Diogenes had sat last year, so Mevrouw Hals was willing to provide the young man with a savoury and hot breakfast if he were willing once again to allow Franz to make a picture of his pleasant face. Mevrouw Hals being in rare good humour, the breakfast was both substantial and savoury. Diogenes, who was starved with cold as well as with hunger, did great honour to all that was laid before him. He ate heartily, while recounting his adventures of the past night to his friend. "All that trouble for a Papist wench," said the painter, as contemptuously as Pythagoras himself would have done, "and maybe a Spaniard too." "Good-looking girl," quoth Diogenes dryly, "and would make you a good model, Franz. For a few kreutzers she'd be glad enough to do it." "I'll have none of these vixens inside my house," interposed Mevrouw Hals decisively. "And don't you teach Franz any of your loose ways, my man." Diogenes made no reply, he only winked at his friend. No doubt he thought that Hals no longer needed teaching. The two men repaired to the studio, a huge bare room littered with canvases, but void of furniture, save for an earthenware stove, in which fortunately a cheerful fire was blazing, a big easel roughly fashioned of deal, a platform for the model to stand on, and 2 or 3 rush-bottomed chairs. There was also a ramshackle dowry chest, black with age, which mayhap had once held the piles of homemade linen, brought as a dowry by the first Mevrouw Hals. Now it seemed certain to contain a heterogeneous collection of gaudy rags, together with a few fine articles of attire, richly embroidered relics of more prosperous days. The artist went straight to the chest, and from out the litter he selected a bundle of clothes, which he handed over to his friend. "Slip into them as quickly as you can, old compeer," he said. "My fingers are itching to get to work." And while he fixed the commenced picture on the easel, and set out his palette, Diogenes threw off his shabby clothes, and donned the gorgeous doublet and sash which the painter had given him. End of chapter 9. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 10 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 10. The Laughing Cavalier. We all know every fold of that doublet now, with its magnificent sleeves, crimson-lined and richly embroidered, its slashings which afford peeps of snowy linen, and its accessories of exquisite lace. The immortal picture then painted by Frans Hals, and which he called the Laughing Cavalier, has put its every line on record for all times. Diogenes wore it with delight. Its splendour suited his swaggering air to perfection. Its fine black cloth, delicate lace, and rich silk sash, set off to perfection his well-proportioned massive figure. A joy to the artist every bit of him, the tone, the pose, the line, the colour, and that face full of life, of the joy of living, that merry twinkle in the eyes, that laugh that for ever hovers on the lips. We all stand before it, marvelling at the artist's skill, for we know that the portrait is true to the life. We know that it is true, because we know the man. His whole character is there, indelibly writ upon the canvas by the master hand of a genius. Diogenes, the soldier of fortune, is there, the man who bows to no will save to his own, too independent to bow to kindred or to power, the man who takes life as he finds it, but leavens it with his own gaiety and the priceless richness of his own humour. We know him for his light-hearted gaiety, we condone his swagger, we forgive his reckless disregard of all that makes for sobriety and respectability. The eyes twinkle at us, the mouth all but speaks, and we know and recognise every detail as true. Only the fine, straight brow, the noble forehead, the delicate contour of the nose and jaw puzzle us at times, for those we cannot reconcile with the man's calling or with his namelessness, until we remember his boast in the tavern of the Lame Cow on New Year's morning. My father was one of those who came in English Leicester's train. So we see him now standing quite still, while the artist is absorbed in his work, his tall figure very erect, the head slightly thrown back, the well-shaped hand resting on the hip and veiled in folds of filmy lace. And so did Mynheer Nicholas Beresteyn see him as he entered the artist's studio at 10 o'clock of that same New Year's morning. "A happy New Year to you, my good Hals," he said with easy condescension. "Vervloekte weather, hey, for the incoming year? There must be half a foot of snow in the by-streets by now." With that same air of graciousness he acknowledged the artist's obsequious bow. His father, Mynheer Counsellor Beresteyn, was an avowed patron of Franz Hals, and the hour had not yet struck in civilized Europe when wealth would go hat in hand bowing to genius and soliciting its recognition. In this year of grace, 1624, genius had still to hold the hat and to acknowledge, if not to solicit, the kindly favours of wealth. Nicholas Beresteyn did not know exactly how to greet the man with whom he had a few hours ago bandied arguments in the tap-room of a tavern, and whom, to tell the truth, he had expressly come to find. The complacent nod which he had bestowed on Franz Hals did not somehow seem appropriate for that swaggering young knight of industry, who looked down on him from the high eminence of the model's platform, so that Nicholas was obliged to look well up, if he wished to meet his glance at all. It was the obscure soldier of fortune who relieved the pompous burgher of his embarrassment. "Faith hath evidently not meant that we should remain strangers, sir," he said lightly. "This meeting after last night's pleasing amenities is indeed unexpected." "And most welcome, sir, as far as I am concerned," rejoined Nicholas pleasantly. "My name is Nicholas Beresteyn, and right glad am I to renew our acquaintance of last night. I had no idea that my friend Hals could command so perfect a model. No wonder that his pictures have become the talk of the town." He turned back to Hals now, with a resumption of his patronising manner. "I came to confirm my father's suggestion, my good Hals, that you should paint his portrait, and at the price you named yourself. The officers of the St. Joris's Guild are also desirous, as I understand, of possessing yet another group from your brush." "I shall be honoured," said the artist simply. "'Tis many an ugly face you'll have to paint within the next few months, my friend," added Diogenes lightly. "My father is reckoned one of the handsomest men in Holland," retorted Beresteyn with becoming dignity. "And the owner of the finest tulip bulbs in the land," said the other imperturbably. "I heard him tell last night that he had just given more florins for one bit of dried onion than I have ever fingered in the whole course of my life. Fortune, sir, has not dealt with you hitherto in accordance with your deserts." "No, 'tis my sternest reproach against her." "There is always a tide, sir, in a man's fortunes." "Mine, I feel, sir, is rising at your call." There was a moment's pause now, while the two men looked on one another eye to eye, appraising one another, each counting on his opponent's worth. Then Nicholas suddenly turned back to Franz Hals. "My good Hals," he said, "might I crave a favour from your friendship?" "I am at your service, mynheer, now as always as you know," murmured the artist, who indeed was marvelling what favour so illustrious a gentleman could ask of a penniless painter of portraits. "'Tis but a small matter to you," rejoined Nicholas, "but it would be of great service to me. I desire to hold private conversation with this gentleman. Could I do so in your house without attracting anybody's attention?" "Easily, sir. This room, though none too comfortable, is at your disposal. I have plenty of work to do in another part of my house. No one will come in here. You will be quite undisturbed." "I am infinitely obliged to you. 'Tis but half an hour's privacy I desire, providing this gentleman will grant me the interview." "Like my friend Hals," rejoined Diogenes suavely. "I am, sir, at your service. The tides are rising around me. I feel them swelling even as I speak. I have an overwhelming desire to ride on the crest of the waves, rather than to duck under them against my will." "I hope this intrusion will not retard your work too much, my good Hals," said Beresteyn with somewhat perfunctory solicitude, when he saw that the artist finally put his brushes and palette on one side, and in an abstracted manner began to dust a couple of rickety chairs, and then place them close to the stove. "Oh," interposed Diogenes airily, "the joy of being of service to so bountiful a patron will more than compensate Franz Hals for this interruption to his work. Am I not right, old friend?" he added with just a soupçon of seriousness in the mocking tones of his voice. Hals murmured a few words under his breath, which certainly seemed to satisfy Beresteyn, for the latter made no further attempt at apology, and only watched with obvious impatience the artist's slow progress out of the room. As soon as the heavy oaken door had fallen to behind the master of this house, Beresteyn turned with marked eagerness to Diogenes. "Now, sir," he said, "will you accord me your close attention for a moment? On my honour it will be to your advantage to do so." "And to your own, I take it, sir," rejoined Diogenes, as he stepped down from the elevated platform and sat himself astride one of the rickety chairs, facing his interlocutor, who had remained standing. "To your own too, sir, else you had not spent half an hour in that vervloekte weather last night, pacing an insalubrious street in order to find out where I lodged." Nicholas bit his lip with vexation. "You saw me?" he asked. "I have eyes at the back of my head," replied the young man. "I knew that you followed me in company with a friend all the way from the door of the Lame Cow, and that you were not far off when I announced my intention of sleeping under the stars and asking my friend Franz Hals for some breakfast later on." Beresteyn had quickly recovered his equanimity. "I have no cause to deny it," he said. "None," asserted Diogenes. "Something, sir, in your manner and your speech last night aroused my interest. Surely you would not take offence at that?" "Certainly not. And hearing you speak, a certain instinct prompted me to try and not lose sight of you, if I could by some means ascertain where you lodged. My friend and I did follow you, I own it, and we witnessed a little scene which I confess did you infinite credit." Diogenes merely bowed his head, this time in acknowledgment. "It showed, sir," resumed Nicholas after a slight pause, "that you are chivalrous to a fault, brave and kindly, and these are just the three qualities which I, even like your illustrious namesake, have oft sought for in vain." "Shall we add, also for the sake of truth, sir," said Diogenes pleasantly, "that I am obviously penniless, presumably unscrupulous, and certainly daring, and that these are just the three qualities which you and your friend most require at the present moment, in the man whom you wish to pay for certain services." "You read my thoughts, sir. Have I not said that I have eyes in the back of my head?" And Nicholas Beresteyn wondered if that second pair of eyes were as merry and mocking, and withal as scrutable as those that met his now. "Well," he said, as if with suddenly conceived determination, "again I see no cause why I should deny it. Yes, sir, you have made a shrewd guess. I have need of your services, of your chivalry and of your valour, and, well, yes," he added after an instant's hesitation, "of your daring, and your paucity of scruples too. As for your penury, why, sir, if you like, its pangs need worry you no longer." "It all sounds very tempting, sir," said Diogenes with his most winning smile. Suppose now that we put preliminaries aside and proceed more directly with our business." "As you will." Nicholas Beresteyn now took the other chair and brought it close to his interlocutor. Then he sat down, and sinking his voice to a whisper, he began: "I will be as brief and to the point as I can, sir. There are secrets, as you know, the knowledge of which is ofttimes dangerous. Such an one was spoken of in the cathedral last night after the watch night service, by 6 men who hold their lives in their hands, and are ready to sacrifice it for the good of their country and of their faith." "In other words," interposed Diogenes with dry humour, 6 men in the cathedral last night decided to murder some one for the good of this country and of their faith, and for the complete satisfaction of the devil." "'Tis false!" cried Beresteyn involuntarily. "Be not angered, sir, I was merely guessing, and not guessing methinks very wide of the mark. I pray you proceed. You vastly interest me." "We left then 6 men in the cathedral after watch night service, plotting for the welfare of Holland and the established faith." "Their lives, sir," resumed Beresteyn more calmly, "depend on the inviolability of their secret. You are good at guessing. Will you guess what would happen to those 6 men if their conversation last night had been overheard and their secret betrayed?" "The scaffold," said Diogenes laconically, "and torture. Of course. Holland always has taken the lead in civilization of late." "Torture and death, sir," reiterated Beresteyn vehemently. "There are 6 men in this city to-day whose lives are at the mercy of one woman." "Oho! 'Twas a woman then who surprised those 6 men in their endeavour to do good to Holland and to uphold the faith." "Rightly spoken, sir. To do good to Holland and to uphold the faith. Those are the 2 motives which guide 6 ardent patriots in their present actions, and cause them to risk their lives and more, that they may bring about the sublime end. A woman has surprised their secret, a woman pure and good as the stars, but a woman for all that, weak in matters of sentiment and like to be swayed by a mistaken sense of what she would call her duty. A woman now, sir, holds the future happiness of Holland, the triumph of faith, and the lives of 6 stalwart patriots in the hollow of her hand." "And 'tis with the lives of 6 stalwart patriots that we are most concerned at the moment, are we not?" asked Diogenes blandly. "Put it as you will, sir. I cannot expect you, a stranger, to take the welfare of Holland and of her faith so earnestly as we Dutchmen do. Our present concern is with the woman." "Is she young?" "Yes." "Pretty?" "What matter?" "I don't know. The fact might influence mine actions." "For of course you wish to put the woman out of the way." "Only for a time, and from my soul I wish her no harm. I only want to place her out of the reach of doing us all a grievous wrong. Already she has half threatened to speak of it all to my father. The idea of it is unthinkable. I want her out of the way for a few days, not more than 10 days at most. I want her taken out of Haarlem to a place of safety, which I will point out to you anon, and under the care of faithful dependents, who would see that not a hair on her head be injured. You see, sir, that what I would ask of you would call forth your chivalry, and need not shame it. It would call forth your daring and your recklessness of consequences, and if you undertake to do me the service in this my gratitude and that of my friends, as well as the sum of 2,000 guilders, will be yours to command. About a 10th part of the money, in fact, which your father, sir, doth oft give for a bulb." "Call it 3,000, sir," said Nicholas Beresteyn. "We would still be your debtors." "You are liberal, sir." "It means my life and that of my friends, and most of us are rich. But the lady, I must know more about her. Ah, sir, this is a hard matter for me. A lady, young, presumably fair. Of a truth, I care naught for women, but please God I have never hurt a woman yet." "Who spoke of hurting her, man?" queried Nicholas haughtily. "This abduction, the state secret, the matter of life and death, the faithful dependent, how do I know, sir, that all this is true?" "On the word of honour of a gentleman," retorted Beresteyn hotly. "A gentleman's honour is easily attenuated where a woman is concerned." "The lady is my own sister, sir." Diogenes gave a long, low whistle. "Your sister!" he exclaimed. "My only sister, and one who is dearly loved. You see, sir, that her safety and her honour are dearer to me than mine own." "Yet you propose entrusting both to me?" said Diogenes with a mocking laugh. "To me, a nameless adventurer, a penniless wastrel whose trade lies in his sword and his wits? Which must prove to you, sir, firstly, how true are my instincts, and secondly, how hardly I am pressed. My instinct last night told me that in this transaction I could trust you. To-day I have realized more fully than I did last night that my sister is a deadly danger to many, to our country and to our faith. She surprised a secret, the knowledge of which, had she been a man, would have meant death then and there in the chapel of the cathedral. Had it been a brother of mine instead of a sister who surprised our secret, my friends would have killed him without compunction, and I would not have raised a finger to save him. Being a woman, she cannot pay for her knowledge with her life, but her honour and her freedom are forfeit to me because I am a man and she is a woman. I am strong and she is weak. She has threatened to betray me and my friends, and I must protect them and our cause. I have decided to place her there where she cannot harm us, but some one must convey her thither, since I must not appear before her in this matter. Therefore hath my choice fallen on you, sir, for that mission." "Chiefly because of that instinct which last night told me that I could trust you. If my instinct should prove me wrong, I would kill you for having cheated me, but I would even then not regret what I had done." He paused, and for a moment looked straight into the laughter-loving face of the man in whose keeping he was ready to entrust with absolute callousness the safety and honour of one whom he should have protected with his life. The whole face even now seemed still to laugh. The eyes twinkled, the mouth has curled in a smile. The next moment the young adventurer had risen to his full height. He picked up his hat, which lay on the platform close beside him, and with it in his hand he made an elaborate and deep bow to Nicolaes Beresteyn. "Sir?" queried the latter in astonishment. "At your service, sir," said Diogenes gaily. "I am saluting a greater blackguard than I can ever hope to be myself." "Insolent!" exclaimed Nicolaes hotly. "Easy, easy, my good sir," interposed the other calmly. "It would not suit your purpose or mine that we should cut one another's throat. Let me tell you at once, and for the appeasing of your anxiety and that of your friends, that I will, for the sum of 4,000 guilders, take Jongejuffrouw Beresteyn from this city to any place you may choose to name. This should also ease your pride, for it will prove to you that I also am a consummate blackguard, and that you therefore need not stand shamed before me. I have named a higher sum than the one which you have offered me, not with any desire to squeeze you, sir, but because obviously I cannot do this work single-handed. The high roads are not safe. I could not all alone protect the lady against the army of footpads that infest them. I shall have to engage and pay an escort for her all the way. But she shall reach the place to which you desire me to take her. To this I pledge you my word. Beyond that, well, you have said it yourself. By her knowledge of your secret she has forfeited her own safety. You, her own brother, choose to entrust her to me. The rest lies between you and your honour." An angry retort once more rose to Nicolaes Beresteyn's lips, but common sense forced him to check it. The man was right in what he said. On the face of it, his action in entrusting his own sister into the keeping of a knight of industry, a nameless wastrel whose very calling proclaimed him an unscrupulous adventurer, was the action of a coward and of a rogue. Any man with a spark of honour in him would condemn Nicolaes Beresteyn as a blackguard for this deed. Nevertheless, there was undoubtedly something in the whole personality of this same adventurer that in a sense exonerated Nicolaes from the utter dishonour of his act. On the surface the action was hideous, monstrous, and cowardly, but beneath that surface there was the undercurrent of trust in this one man, the firm belief, born of nothing more substantial than an intuition, that this man would in this matter play the part of a gentleman. But it is not my business to excuse Nicolaes Beresteyn in this. What guided him solely in his present action was that primary instinct of self-preservation, that sense which animals have without the slightest knowledge or experience on their part, and which has made men play at times the part of a hero and at others that of a knave. Stoutenburg, who was always daring and always unscrupulous where his own ambitious schemes were at stake, had by a careful hint shown him a way of effectually silencing Gilda during the next few days. Beresteyn's mind, filled to overflowing with a glowing desire for success and for life, had already worked upon the hint. And he did honestly believe, as hundreds of misguided patriots have believed before and since, that Heaven was on his side of the political business, and had expressly led along his path this one man of all others, who would do what was asked of him and whom he could trust. End of chapter 10. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 11 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 11. The Bargain. There had been silence in the great bare workroom for some time, silence only broken by Beresteyn's restless pacing up and down the wooden floor. Diogenes had resumed his seat, his shrewd glance following every movement of the other man, every varied expression of his face. At last Nicholas came to a halt opposite to him. "Am I to understand then, sir," he asked, looking Diogenes straight between the eyes, and affecting not to note the mocking twinkle within them, "that you accept my proposition, and that you are prepared to do me service?" "Absolutely, sir," replied the other. "Then shall we proceed with the details?" "An it please you." "You will agree to do me service for the sum of 4,000 guilders?" "In gold." "Of course. For this sum you will convey Jongejuffrouw Beresteyn out of Haarlem, conduct her with a suitable escort and in perfect safety to Rotterdam, and there deliver her into the hands of Mynheer Ben Isaje, the banker, who does a vast amount of business for me, and is entirely and most discreetly devoted to my interests. His place of business is situated on the Schiedamsche Straat, and is a house well known to everyone in Rotterdam, seeing that Mynheer Ben Isaje is the richest money-lending Jew in the city." "That is all fairly simple, sir," assented Diogenes. "You will of course tender me your oath of secrecy." "My word of honour, sir. If I break that, I would be as likely to break an oath." "Very well," said Beresteyn after a moment's hesitation, during which he tried vainly to scrutinise a face which he had already learned was quite inscrutable. "Shall we arrange the mode of payment then?" "If you please. How to obtain possession of the person of the jongejuffrouw is not my business to tell you. Let me but inform you that to day, being New Year's Day, she will surely go to Evensong at the cathedral, and that her way from our home thither will lead her along the bank of the Oude Gracht, between the Gilstraat, where our house is situate, and the Houtstraat, which debouches on the Grootmarkt. You know the bank of the Oude Gracht better than I do, sir, so I need not tell you that it is lonely, especially at the hour when Evensong at the cathedral is over. The jongejuffrouw is always escorted in her walks by an elderly duenna, whom you will of course take to Rotterdam, so that she may attend on my sister on the way, and by 2 serving men, whose combined courage is not of course equal to your own. This point, therefore, I must leave you to arrange in accordance with your desire." "I thank you, sir. In the same way it rests with you what arrangements you make for the journey itself. The providing of a suitable carriage and of an adequate escort I leave entirely in your hands." "Again I thank you." "I am only concerned with the matter itself, and with the payment which I make to you for your services. As for your route, you will leave Haarlem by the Holy Cross Gate, and proceed straight to Bennebrock, a matter of a league or so. There I will meet you at the half-way house, which stands at the crossroads, where a signpost points the way to Leyden. The innkeeper there is a friend of mine, whose natural discretion has been well nurtured by frequent gifts from me. He hath named Prof, and will see to the comfort of my sister and of her duenna, while you and I settle the first instalment of our business, quite unbeknown to her. There, sir, having assured myself that my sister is safe and in your hands, I will give over to you the sum of 1,000 guilders, together with a letter writ by me to the banker Ben Isaje of Rotterdam. He knows Jongejuffrouw Beresteyn well by sight, and in my letter I will ask him, firstly, to ascertain from herself if she is well and safe, and secondly to see that she is at once conveyed, still under your escort, to his private residence, which is situate some little distance out of the city, between Schiedam and Overschie, on the way to Delft, and lastly to hand over to you the balance of 3,000 guilders, still due then by me to you." He paused a moment to draw breath after the lengthy peroration, then, as Diogenes made no comment, he said somewhat impatiently: "I hope, sir, that all these arrangements meet with your approval." "They fill me with profound respect for you, sir, and admiration for your administrative capacities," replied Diogenes with studied politeness. "Indeed, I do flatter myself," quoth the other. "Not without reason, sir. The marvellous way in which you have provided for the safety of 3/4 of your money, and hardly at all for that of your sister, fills me with envy which I cannot control." "Insolent! No, no, my good sir," interposed Diogenes blandly. "We have already agreed that we are not going to quarrel, you and I. We have too great a need for one another, for that 3,000 guilders, which after deductions will be my profit in this matter, means a fortune to a penniless adventurer, and you are shrewd enough to have gauged that in fact, else you had not come to me with such a proposal. I will do your service, sir, for the 3,000 guilders, which will enable me to live a life of independence in the future, and also for another reason, which I would not care to put into words, and which you, sir, would fail to understand. So let us say no more about all these matters. I agree to your proposals, and you accept my services. To-night at 10 o'clock I will meet you at the half-way house, which stands in the hamlet of Bennebrock, at the cross-roads, where a sign-post points the way to Leyden." "To-night? That's brave!" exclaimed Beresteyn. "You read my thoughts, sir, even before I could tell you that delay in this affair would render it useless." "To-night then, sir," said Diogenes in conclusion, "I pray you have no fear of failure. The jongejuffrouw will sleep at Leyden, or somewhere near there, this night. The city is distant but half a dozen leagues, and we can reach it easily by midnight. From thence in the morning we can continue our journey, and should be in sight of Rotterdam 24 hours later. For the rest, as you say, the manner of our journey doth not concern you. If the frost continues and we can travel by sledge all the way, we could reach Rotterdam in 2 days. In any event, even if a thaw were to set in, we should not be more than 3 days on the way." He rose from his chair and stood now facing Beresteyn. His tall figure, stretched to its full height, seemed to tower above the other man, though the latter was certainly not short. But Diogenes looked massive, a young lion sniffing the scent of the desert. The mocking glance, the curve of gentle irony were still there in eyes and mouth, but the nostrils quivered with excitement, with a spirit of adventure which never slept so soundly but that it awakened at a word. "And now, sir," he said, "there are 2 matters both of equal importance, which we must settle ere I can get to work." "What may these be, sir?" "Firstly, the question of money. I have not the wherewithal to make preparations. I shall have to engage a slave for to-night, horses, an escort as far as Leyden. I shall have to make payments for promises of secrecy." "That is just, sir. Would 2,000 guilders meet this difficulty?" 500 would be safer," said Diogenes airily, "and you may deduct that sum from your first payment at Bennebrock." Beresteyn did not choose to notice the impertinent tone which rang through the other man's speech. Without wasting further words he took a purse from his wallet, and sitting down on one corner of the model's platform, he emptied the contents of the purse upon it. He counted out 500 guilders, partly in silver and partly in gold. These he replaced in the purse, and then handed it over to Diogenes. The latter had not moved from his position during this time, standing as he did at some little distance, so that Beresteyn had to get up in order to hand him the money. Diogenes acknowledged its receipt with a courteous bow. "And what is the other matter, sir?" asked Nicholas, after he had placed the rest of his money back in his wallet. "What is the other matter which we have failed to settle?" "The jongejuffrouw, sir. I am a comparative stranger in Haarlem. I do not know the illustrious lady by sight." "True, I had not thought of that. But this omission can very easily be remedied. If you, sir, will kindly call our friend Hals, he has, an I mistake not, more than one sketch of my sister in his studio, and a half finished portrait of her as well." "Then I pray you, sir," rejoined Diogenes airily, "do you go and acquaint our mutual friend of your desire to show me the half finished portrait of the jongejuffrouw, for I must now exchange this gorgeous doublet of a prosperous cavalier for one more suited to this day's purpose." And he immediately proceeded to undress, without paying the slightest heed to Beresteyn's look of offended dignity. It was no use being angry with this independent knave. Nicolaes Beresteyn had found that out by now, therefore he thought it best to appear indifferent to this new display of impudence, and himself to go and seek out Franz Hals, as if this had been his own intention all along. Inwardly fuming, but without uttering another word, he turned on his heel and went out of the room, slamming the door to behind him. Chapter 11. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 12 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 12. The Portrait. When Beresteyn returned to the studio in the company of Franz Hals, they found Diogenes once more clad in his own well-fitting and serviceable doublet. The artist looked bitterly disappointed at the sight, but naturally forbore to give vent to his feelings in the presence of his exalted patron. Apparently he had been told what was required, for he went straight up to a large canvas, which stood at the further end of the room, with its face to the wall, and this he brought out now and placed upon the easel. "It is an excellent likeness of my sister," said Nicolaes, with his usual gracious condescension to the artist, "and does your powers of faithful portraiture vast credit, my good Hals. I pray you, sir," he added, calling to Diogenes, "come and look at it." The latter came and stood in front of the easel and looked on the picture, which was there exhibited for his gaze. Among the hard lessons which varying fortune teaches to those whom she most neglects, there is none so useful as self-control. Diogenes had learned that lesson early in his life, and his own good humor often had to act as a mask for deeper emotions. Now, when in the picture he recognized the woman who had spoken to him last night after the affray in Darmstadt, his face in no sense expressed surprise. It still smiled and mocked and twinkled, and neither of the two men who stood by guessed that he had seen the original of this dainty picture under peculiar circumstances not many hours before. The portrait of Jungfrau Bernstein is one of the finest ever painted by Franz Hals. The intense naturalness of the pose is perfect. The sweet yet imperious expression of the face is most faithfully portrayed. Diogenes saw her now very much as he had seen her last night, for the artist had painted the young head against a dark background, and it stood out delicate as a flower right out of the canvas and in full light. The mouth smiled as it had done last night, when first she caught sight of the ludicrous apparition of one philosopher astride on the shoulders of the other. The eyes looked grave as they had done when she humbly yet gracefully begged pardon for her levity. The chin was uplifted as it had been last night, when she made the haughty condescension her offers of patronage to the penniless adventurer, and there was the little hand, soft and smooth as the petal of a rose, which had rested for one moment against his lips. And looking on the picture of this young girl, Diogenes remembered the words which her own brother had spoken to him only a few moments ago. "Her honor and her safety are forfeit to me. I would kill you if you cheated me. but I would not even then regret what I had done. The daughter of the rich city burgher was, of course, less than nothing to the nameless carver of his own fortunes. She was as far removed from his sphere of life as were the stars from the Zuyder Zee. Nor did women as a sex play any serious part in his schemes for the future. But at the recollection of those callous and selfish words, Diogenes felt a wave of fury rushing through his blood. The same rage seized his temper now, as when he saw a lout once plucking out the feathers of a songbird, and he fell on him with fists and stick, and left him lying bruised and half dead in a ditch. But the hard lesson learned early in life stood him in good stead. He crossed his arms over his broad chest, and anon his well-shaped hand went up to his moustache, and it almost seemed as if the slender fingers smoothed away the traces of that wave of wrath which had swept over him so unaccountably just now, and only left upon his face those lines of mockery and of good humor which a nature redolent of sunshine had rendered indelible. "What think ye of it, sir?" asked Barristan impatiently, seeing that Diogenes seemed inclined to linger over long in his contemplation of the picture. "I think, sir," replied the other, "that the picture once seen would forever be imprinted on the memory." "Ah, it pleases me to hear you say that. I think, too, that it does our friend Hals here infinite credit. You must finish that picture soon, my good Franz. My father, I know, is prepared to pay you well for it." Then he turned once more to Diogenes. "I'll take my leave now, sir," he said, "and must thank you for so kindly listening to my proposals. Hals, I thank you for the hospitality of your house. We meet again soon, I hope." He took up his hat, and almost in spite of himself, he acknowledged Diogenes' parting bow with one equally courteous. Patron and employee stood henceforth on equal terms. "And you desire to see me again today, sir," he said, before finally taking his leave. "I shall be in the tapperij of the Lame Cow between the hours of 4 and 5, and entirely at your service." After that he walked out of the room, escorted by Franz Hals and Diogenes, who had remained alone in the big, bare studio, stood in front of the Jongejuffrouw Barristan's portrait and had another long look at it. A whimsical smile set round his lips, even as they apostrophized the image that looked so gravely on him out of the canvas. "You poor young delicate creature," he murmured, "what of your imperious little ways now, your offers of condescension, your gracious wiping of your dainty shoes on the commoner herd of humanity? Your own brother has thrown you at the mercy of a rogue, eh? A rogue whose valor must needs be rewarded by money and patronage. Will you recognize him tonight, I wonder, as the rogue he really is, the rogue paid to do work that is too dirty for exalted gentlemen's hands to touch? How will you loathe him after tonight?" He drew in his breath with a quaint little sigh that had a thought of sadness in it, and turned away from the picture just as Franz Hals re-entered the room. "When this picture is finished," he said at once to his friend, "your name, my dear Hals, will ring throughout Europe." "'Tis your picture I want to finish," said the other reproachfully. "I have such a fine chance of selling it the day after tomorrow." "Why the day after tomorrow?" "The burgomaster, Mynheer van der Meer, comes to visit my studio. He liked the beginnings of the picture very much when he saw it, and told me then that he would come to look at it again and would probably buy it. I can be back here in less than a week. You can finish the picture then. The burgomaster will wait." The artist sighed a plaintive, uncomplaining little sigh, and shrugged his shoulders with an air of hopelessness. "You don't know what these people are," he said. "They will buy a picture when the fancy seizes them. A week later, they will mayhap not even look at it. Besides which, the burgomaster goes to Amsterdam next week. He will visit Rembrandt's studio and probably buy a picture there." His speech meandered on, dully and tonelessly, losing itself finally in incoherent mutterings. Diogenes looked on him with good-natured contempt. "And you would lick the boots of such rabble," he said. "I have a wife and a growing family," rejoined the artist. "We must all live." "I don't see the necessity," quoth Diogenes lightly. "Not at that price in any case." "You must live, of course, my dear Hals," he continued, "because you are a genius, and help to fill this ugly grey world with your magnificent works. But why should your wife and family live at the expense of your manhood?" Then, seeing the look of horror which his tirade had called forth in the face of his friend, he said with more seriousness, "Would the price of that picture be of such vital importance then?" "It is not the money so much," rejoined Franz Hals, "though God knows that that too would be acceptable, but 'tis the glory of it to which I had aspired. This picture to hang in the Stadthouse, mayhap in the reception hall, has been my dream these weeks past. Not only would all the wealthy burghers of Haarlem see it there, but all the civic dignitaries of other cities when they came here on a visit. Aye, and the foreign ambassadors too, who often come to Haarlem. My fame then would indeed ring throughout Europe. It is very hard that you should disappoint me so." While he went on mumbling in this feeble, querulous voice, Diogenes had been pacing up and down the floor, apparently struggling with insistent thoughts. There was quite a suspicion of a frown upon his smooth brow, but he said nothing until his friend had finished speaking. Then he ceased his restless pacing and placed a hand upon Hals' shoulder. "Look here, old friend," he said, "this will never do. It seems as if I, by leaving you in the lurch today, stood in the way of your advancement and of your fortune. That, of course, will never do," he reiterated earnestly. "You, the friend, who, like last night, are always ready to give me food and shelter when I have been without a groat in my pocket. You who picked me up 10 years ago, a shoeless ragamuffin, wandering homeless in the streets, and gave me a hot supper and a bed, knowing nothing about me save that I was starving. For that was the beginning of our friendship, was it not, old Franz?" "Of course it was," assented the other, "but that was long ago. You have more than repaid me since then, when you had the means, and now there is the picture. To repay a debt is not always to be rid of an obligation. How can I then leave you in the lurch now? Why cannot you stay and sit for me today? The light is fairly good." "I cannot stay now, dear old friend," said the other earnestly. "On my honor I would do my duty by you now, if I only could. I have business of the utmost importance to transact today, and must see to it forthwith." "Then why not tomorrow? I could work on the doublet and the lace collar today, by putting them on a dummy mould. All I want is a good long sitting from you for the head. I could almost finish the picture tomorrow," he pleaded in his peevish, melancholy voice, "and the burgomaster comes on the next day." Diogenes was silent for a while. Again that puzzled frown appeared between his brows. Tomorrow he should be leaving Leyden on his way to Rotterdam. 1,000 guilders would be in his pocket, and 3,000 more would be waiting for him at the end of his journey. Tomorrow. Franz Hals' keen, restless eyes followed every varying expression in the face he knew so well. "Why should you not give up your day to me tomorrow?" he murmured peevishly. "You have nothing to do." "Why, indeed not," said the other, with a sudden recrudescence of his usual gaiety. "I can do it, old compere Dondersteen, but I should be a smearlap if I did not. Wait one moment, let me just think. Yes, I have the way clear in my mind now. I will be here as early as I was today." "By 7:30 o'clock the light is tolerable," said the artist. "By 7:30 then I shall have donned the doublet, and will not move off that platform unless you bid me, until the shadows have gathered in the wake of the setting sun. After that," he added, with his accustomed merry laugh, "let mine Herr the Burgomaster come. Your picture shall not hang fire because of me." "That's brave," said Franz Hals more cheerily. "If you will come, I can do it. You will see how advanced that sleeve and collar will be by 7:30 tomorrow." His voice had quite a ring in it now. He fussed about in his studio, rearranged the picture on the easel, and put aside the portrait of Jungfrau Bernstein. Diogenes watched him with amusement, but the frown had not quite disappeared from his brow. He had made 2 promises today, both of which he would have to fulfill at all costs. Just now it was in a flash that the thought came to him how he could help his friend and keep his word to Bernstein. A quick plan had formed itself in his mind for accomplishing this. He saw in a mental vision the forced run on the ice back to Haarlem and back again in the wake of the sleigh. It could be done with much pluck and endurance and a small modicum of good luck, and already his mind was made up to it, whatever the cost in the fatigue or privations might be. But time was pressing now. After a renewed and most solemn promise, he took leave of Franz Hals, who already was too deeply absorbed in the work to take much notice of his friend. The glorious, self-centered selfishness of genius was in him. He cared absolutely nothing for any worry or trouble he might cause to the other man by his demand for that sitting on the morrow. The picture mattered, nothing else, and the artist never even asked his friend if he would suffer inconvenience or worse by sacrificing his day to it tomorrow. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of the Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 13. The Spanish Wench. An hour later, in the tap-room of the Lame Cow, Diogenes had finished explaining to his brother philosophers the work which he had in hand and for which he required their help. The explanation had begun with the words filled with portentous charm: "There will be 500 guilders for each of you at the end of our journey." And they knew from many and varied experiences of adventures undertaken in amicable trilogy that Diogenes would be as good as these words. For the rest, they did not greatly trouble themselves. There was a lady to be conveyed with respect and with safety out of Haarlem and as far as Rotterdam, and it was in Rotterdam that the 500 guilders would reward each man for his obedience to orders, his circumspection at all times, and his valour if necessity arose. From this hour onwards, and throughout the journey, friend Diogenes would provide for everything, and see that his faithful compeers lacked in nothing. Temperance and sober conduct would be the order paramount, but with that exception the adventure promised to be as exciting as it was lucrative. It was good to hear the guilders jingling in Diogenes' wallet, and though he was sparing of them in the matter of heady ale or strong wines, he scattered them liberally enough on smoked sausage, fried livers, and the many other delicacies for which his brother philosophers had a fancy, and for which the kitchen of the Lame Cow was famous. When they had all eaten enough and made merry on a little good ale and the prospects of the adventure, they parted on the doorstep of the tavern, Diogenes to attend to business, the other two to see to the horses and the sleigh for this night. These were to be in readiness at the point where the street of the Holy Cross abuts on the left bank of the Oude Gracht. 3 good saddle horses were wanted, thick-set Flanders mares, rough-shod against the slippery roads, also a covered sledge, with 2 equally reliable horses harnessed there, too, and a coachman of sober appearance on the box. Socrates and Pythagoras were required to scour the city for these, and to bespeak them for 7 o'clock this evening, Diogenes undertaking to make payment for them in advance. There were also some warm rugs and wraps to be bought, for the night would be bitterly cold, and the lady not prepared mayhap with a cloak sufficiently heavy for a lengthy journey. All these matters having been agreed upon, Socrates and Pythagoras started to walk toward the eastern portion of the city, where several posting inns were situated, and where they hoped to find the conveyance which they required, as well as the necessary horses. Diogenes, on the other hand, turned his steps deliberately southwards. After a few minutes' brisk walking, he found himself at the further end of the Kleinhofstraat, there where stood the rickety, half-mildewed, and wholly insalubrious house which had previously sheltered him. The door, as usual, was loose upon its hinges, and swinging backwards and forwards in the draught, with a squeaking, melancholy sound. Diogenes pushed it further open, and went in. The same fetid smells, peculiar to all the houses in this quarter of the city, greeted his nostrils, and from the depths of the dark and dank passage a dog gave a perfunctory bark. Without hesitation, Diogenes now began the ascent of the creaking stairs, his heavy footfall echoing through the silent house. On 1 or 2 of the landings as he mounted, he was greeted by pale, inquiring faces and round inquisitive eyes, whilst ghost-like forms emerged out of hidden burrows for a moment to look on the noisy visitor, and then equally furtively vanished again. On the topmost landing he halted. Here a small skylight in the roof afforded a modicum of light. 2 doors confronted him. He went up to one of them and knocked on it loudly with his fist. Then he waited, not with great patience, but with his ear glued to the door, listening to the sounds within. It almost seemed as if the room beyond was the abode of the dead, for not a sound reached the listener's ear. He knocked again, more loudly this time, and more insistently. Still no response. At the other door on the opposite side of the landing a female figure appeared, wrapped in a worsted rag, and a head half hidden by a linen coif was thrust forward out of the darkness behind it. "They's won't answer you," said the apparition curtly. "They are strangers. Only came last night, but all this morning when the landlord or his wife knocked at the door, they simply would not open it." "But I am a friend," said Diogenes, "the best, I fancy, that these poor folk have." "You used to lodge here until last night." "Why, yes. The lodgings are mine. I gave them up to these poor people, who had nowhere else to go." "They won't answer you," reiterated the female apparition dolefully, and once more retired into its burrow. The situation was becoming irritating. Diogenes put his mouth against the keyhole and shouted, "What ho, there! Open!" as lustily as his powerful lungs would allow. "Dondersteen!" he exclaimed, when even then he received no response. But strange to relate, no sooner was this expletive out of his mouth than there came a cry like that of a frightened small animal, followed by a patter of naked feet upon a naked floor. The next moment the door was thrown invitingly open, and Diogenes was able to step across its threshold. "Dondersteen!" he ejaculated again. "Hast thou not opened, wench? I would within the next few seconds have battered in the door." The woman stood looking at him with great dark eyes in which joy, surprise, and fear struggled for mastery. Her hair, though still unruly, was coiled around her head. Her shift and kirtle were neatly fastened, but her legs and feet were bare, and above the shift her neck and shoulders appeared colourless and attenuated. Eyes and hair were dark, and her skin had the olive tint of the south, but her lips at this moment looked bloodless, and there was the look of starvation in her wan face. Diogenes walked past her into the inner room. The old man was lying on the bed, and on the coverlet close to him a much-fingered prayer-book lay open. The woman slipped noiselessly past the visitor and quietly put the prayer-book away. "You have come to tell us that we must go," she said in an undertone as she suddenly faced the newcomer. "Indeed, that was not my purpose," he replied gaily. "I have come on the contrary to bring you good news, and it was foolish of you to keep me dangling on your doorstep for so long." "The landlord hates us," she murmured, "because you forced him last night to take us in. He came thundering at the door early this morning, and threatened to eject us as vagabonds, or to denounce us as Spanish spies. I would not open the door to him, and he shouted his threats at us through the keyhole. When you knocked just now I was frightened. I thought that he had come back." Her voice was low, and though she spoke Dutch fluently, her throat had in it the guttural notes of her native land. A touch of the gypsy there must be in her, thought Diogenes, as he looked with suddenly aroused interest on the woman before him, her dark skin, the long supple limbs, the velvety eyes with their submissive terrified look. With embarrassed movements she offered the only chair in the room to her visitor, then cast shy, timorous glances on him as he refused to sit, preferring to lean his tall figure against the whitewashed wall. She thought that never in her life had she seen any man so splendid, and her look of bold admiration told him so without disguise. "Well," he said with his quaint smile, "I am not the landlord, nor yet an enemy. Art thou convinced of that?" "Yes, I am," she said with a little sigh, as she turned away from him in order to attend to the old man, who was moaning peevishly in bed. "He has lost the use of speech," she said to Diogenes as soon as she had seen to the old man's wants, "and to-day he is so crippled that he can scarcely move. We ought never to have come to this horrid cold part of the country," she added with a sudden tone of fierce resentment. "I think that we shall both die of misery before we leave it again." "Why did you come here then at all?" asked Diogenes. "We wandered hither because we heard that the people in this city were so rich. I was born not far from here, and so was my mother, but my father is a native of Spain. In France, the Brabant, where we wandered before, we always earned a good living by begging at the church doors, but here the people are so hard." "You will have to wander back to Spain." "Yes," she said sullenly, "as soon as I have earned a little money, and father is able to move, neither of which seems very likely just now." "Ah," he said cheerily, "that is, wench, where I proclaim thee wrong. I do not know when thy father will be able to move, but I can tell thee at this very moment where and how thou canst earn 50 guilders, which would take thee quite a long way towards Spain." She looked up at him, and once more that glance of joy and of surprise crept into her eyes, which had seemed so full of vindictive anger just now. With the surprise and the joy there also mingled the admiration, the sense of well-being in his presence. Already he had filled the bare squalid room with his breezy personality, with his swagger and with his laughter. His ringing voice had roused the echoes that slept in the mouldy rafters, and frightened the mice that dwelt in the wainscoting, and now scampered hurriedly away. "I," she said with obvious incredulity, "I to earn 50 guilders? I have not earned so much in any 6 months of my life." "Perhaps not," he rejoined gaily, "but I can promise thee this, that the 50 guilders will be thine this evening if thou wilt render me a simple service." "Render thee a service," she said, and her low voice sounded quite cooing and gentle. "I would thank God on my knees if I could render thee a service. Didst thou not save my life? By thy leave we'll not talk of that matter. 'Tis over and done with now. The service I would ask of thee, though 'tis simple enough to perform, and I could not ask of any one else but thee. An thou'lt do it, I shall be more than repaid." "Name it, sir," she said simply. "Dost thou know the bank of the Oude Gracht?" he asked. "Well," she replied. "Dost thou know the Oude van Renswitz, situated there?" "Yes." "Next to its outer walls there is a narrow passage which leads to the Remonstrant Chapel of St. Peter." "There is, sir, I know it." This evening at 7 o'clock, then, thou'lt take thy stand at the corner of this passage, facing the Oude Gracht, and there thou wilt remain to ask alms from the passers-by. Thou'rt not afraid?" "Afraid of what, sir?" "The spot is lonely. The passage leads nowhere except to the chapel, which has been deserted these past 5 years." "I am not afraid." "That's brave. After evensong is over at the cathedral, 1 or 2 people will no doubt come thy way. Thou'lt beg them for alms in the usual way. But anon a lady will come, accompanied by a duenna, and preceded by 2 serving men carrying lanthorns. From her thou must ask insistently, and tell her as sad a tale of woe as thou canst think on, keeping well within the narrow passage, and inducing her to follow thee." "How shall I know the lady? There may be others who go past that way, and who might also be escorted by a woman and 2 serving men." "The men wear green and purple livery, and peaked green caps trimmed with fur. Thou canst not mistake them even in the dark, for the light of the lanthorns which they carry will be upon them. But I will be in the passage close behind thee. When I see her coming, I will warn thee." "I understand," she said, nodding her head slowly once or twice, as if she were brooding over what she thought. "But surely that is not all that I can do for thee?" "Indeed it is, and therefore none too difficult. Having drawn the lady into the shadow by thy talk, contrive to speak to her, telling her of thy troubles. If anything occurs after that to surprise or mayhap frighten thee, pay no heed to it, but take at once to thy heels and run straight home here, without looking to right or left. No one will molest thee, I give thee my word." "I understand," she reiterated once more. "And wilt thou do as I ask?" "Of course. My life is thine. Thou didst save it twice. Thou hast but to command, and I will obey." "We'll call it that," he said lightly, "since it seems to please thee. To-night then at 7 o'clock I too will be on the spot to place the 50 guilders in thy hand." 50 guilders!" she exclaimed almost with ecstasy, and pressed her hands to her breast. "My father and I need not starve or be homeless the whole of this winter." "Thou'lt make tracks for Spain very soon," he rejoined carelessly, for he had accomplished his business and was making ready to go. She threw him a strange look, half defiant, yet almost reproachful. "Perhaps," she said curtly. He took leave of her in his usual pleasant airy manner, smiling at her earnestness, and at her looks that reminded him of a starving dog which he had once picked up in the streets of Prague, and kept and fed for a time, until he found it a permanent home. When he gave the dog away to some kindly people who promised to be kind to it, it threw him, at parting, just such a look as dwelt in the dark depths of this girl's eyes now. The old cripple on the bed had fallen into a torpor-like sleep. Diogenes cast a compassionate glance on him. "Thou canst take him to better quarters in a day or 2, he said, "and mayhap give him some good food." "Dondersteen!" he exclaimed suddenly. "What art doing, girl?" She had stooped and kissed his hand. He drew it away almost roughly, but at the timid look of humble apology which she raised to him, he said gently: "By Saint Bavon, thou'rt a funny child." "Well, what is it now?" he asked, for she stood hesitating before him, with a question obviously hovering on her lips. "I dare not," she murmured. "Art afraid of me, then?" "A little. Yet there is something thou desirest to ask." "Yes." "What is it? Quickly now, for I must be going." She waited for a moment or 2, trying to gain courage, whilst he watched her, greatly amused. "What is it?" he reiterated more impatiently. Then a whispered murmur escaped her lips. "The lady?" "Yes, what of her?" "Thou dost love her?" she stammered. "And wilt abduct her to-night because of thy love for her?" For a second or 2 he looked on her in blank amazement, marvelling if he had entrusted this vital business to a semi-imbecile. Then, seeing that indeed she appeared in deadly earnest, and that her great inquiring but perfectly lucid eyes were fixed upon him with mute insistence, he threw back his head and laughed till the very rafters of the low room shook with the echo of his merriment. "Dondersteen!" he said, as soon as he felt that he could speak again, "but thou truly art a strange wench. Whatever did put that idea into thy head?" "Thou dost propose to abduct her, I know that," she said more firmly. "I am no fool, and I understand I am to be the decoy. The dark passage, the lonely spot, thy presence there, and then the occurrence, as thou saidst, that might surprise or frighten me. I am no fool," she repeated sullenly. "I understand." "Apparently," he retorted dryly. "Thou dost love her?" she insisted. "What is it to thee?" "No matter, only tell me this, dost thou love her?" "If I said yes," he asked with his whimsical smile, "wouldst refuse to help me?" "Oh, no." "And if I said no?" "I should be glad," she said simply. "Then we'll say no," he concluded lightly, "for I like to see thee glad." And he had his wish, for quite a joyous smile lit up her small pinched face. She tripped quite briskly to the door and held it open for him. "If thou desirest to speak with me again," she said, as he finally took his leave, "give 4 raps on the door at marked intervals. I would fly to open it then." He thanked her and went downstairs, humming a lively tune, and never once turned to look on her again. And yet she was leaning over the rickety banisters, watching his slowly descending figure until it disappeared in the gloom. End of chapter 13. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 14 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 14. After Evensong. Jongejuffrouw Beresteyn had spent many hours in church this New Year's Day, 1624. In spite of the inclemency of the weather, she had attended morning prayer and Holy Communion, and now she was back again for Evensong. The cathedral was not very full for it. Most people were making merry at home to celebrate the festival. So Gilda had a corner of the sacred building all to herself, where she could think matters over silently and with the help of prayer. The secret of which she had gained knowledge was weighing heavily on her soul, and heart-rending doubts had assailed her all night and throughout the day. How could she know what was the right thing to do? To allow a crime of which she had foreknowledge to be committed without raising a finger to prevent it? Or to betray her own brother and his friends, a betrayal which would inevitably lead them to the scaffold? Her father was of course her great refuge, and tonight through Evensong she prayed to God to guide her, as to whether she should tell everything to her father or not. She had warned Nicholas that she might do so, and yet her very soul shrank from the act, which to many would seem so like betrayal. Cornelius Beresteyn was a man of rigid principles and unyielding integrity. What he might do with the knowledge of the conspiracy in which his own son was taking a leading part, no one, not even his daughter, could foresee. In no case would she act hurriedly. She hoped against all hope that mayhap Nicholas would see his own treachery in its true light, and turn from it before it was too late, or that God would give her some unmistakable sign of what he willed her to do. Perplexed and wretched, she stayed long on her knees, and left the church after everyone else. The night was dark, and though the snow had left off falling momentarily, the usual frosty mist hung over the city. Jongejuffrouw Beresteyn wrapped her fur-lined cloak closely around her shoulders and started on her homeward walk, with Maria by her side and Jacob and Piet on in front carrying their lanthorns. Her way took her firstly across the Grootmarkt, then down the Houtstraat, till she reached the Uitgracht. Here her 2 serving men kept quite close in front of her, for the embankment was lonely, and a well-known resort for evil-doers, who found refuge in the several dark passages that ran at right angles from the canal and have no outlet at their further end. Jongejuffrouw Beresteyn followed rapidly in the wake of her lanthorn-bearers, and keeping Maria, who was always timorous on dark nights and in lonely places, quite close to her elbow. Every footstep of the way was familiar to her. Now the ground was frozen hard, and the covering of snow crisp beneath her feet as she walked, but in the autumn and the spring the mud here was ankle deep, save on 1 or 2 rare spots in front of the better houses or public buildings, where a few stones formed a piece of dry pavement. Such a spot was the front of the Odenvrouwen house, with its wide oaken gateway and high brick walls. The unmade road here was always swept neatly and tidily. During the rainy seasons the mud was washed carefully away, and in the winter it was kept free from snow. Beyond it was a narrow passage which led to the chapel of St. Peter, now disused since the remonstrance had fallen into such bad odour after the death of Oldenbarneveld and the treachery of his sons. The corner of this passage was a favourite haunt for beggars, but only for the humbler ones, since there is a hierarchy even amongst beggars, and the more prosperous ones, those known to the town guard and the night watchmen, flocked round the church porches. In this spot, where there were but a few passers-by, only those poor wretches came who mayhap had something to hide from the watchful eyes of the guardians of this city, those who had been in prison or had deserted from the army, or were known to be rogues and thieves. Gilda Beresteyn, who had a soft heart, always kept a few kreutzers in the palm of her hand, ready to give to any of these poor outcasts who happened to beg for alms along the embankment. But she never liked to stop here in order to give those other alms, which she knew were oft more acceptable than money, the alms of kindly words. Tonight, however, she herself felt miserable and lonely, and the voice that came to her out of the darkness of the narrow passage which leads to the chapel of St. Peter was peculiarly plaintive and sweet. "For the love of Christ, gentle lady," murmured the voice softly. Gilda stopped, ready with the kreutzers in her hand. But it was very dark just here, and the snow appeared too deep to traverse. She could not see the melancholy speaker, though she knew of course that it was a woman. "Bring the lanthorn a little nearer, Jacob," she said. "Do not stop, mejuffrouw, to parley with any of these scamps," said Maria, as she clung fearsomely to her mistress's cloak. "For the love of Christ, gentle lady," sighed the pitiable voice out of the darkness again. Jacob brought the lanthorn nearer. Some half a dozen steps up the passage, a pathetic little figure appeared to view, the figure of a woman, a mere girl, with ragged shift and bare legs half buried in the depths of the snow. Gilda without hesitation went up to her, money in hand, her own feet sinking in ankle deep into the cold white carpet below. The girl retreated as the kind lady advanced, apparently scared by the two men who had paused, one at each corner of the passage, holding their lanthorns well above their heads. "Don't be frightened, girl," said Gilda Beresteyn gently. "Here's a little money. You look so cold, poor child." The next moment a double cry behind her caused her to turn in a trice. She had only just time to take in the terrifying fact that Piet and Jacob had dropped their lanthorns to the ground, even as thick dark cloths were thrown over their heads, before she found herself firmly seized round the waist by a powerful arm, whilst some kind of scarf was wound quickly round her face. She had not the time to scream. The enveloping scarf smothered her eyes, even as it formed in her throat. The last thing of which she was clearly conscious was of a voice, which strangely enough sounded familiar, saying hurriedly, "Here, take thy money, girl, and run home now as fast as thy feet will take thee." After that, though she was never totally unconscious, she was only dimly aware of what happened to her. She certainly felt herself lifted off the ground and carried for some considerable distance. What seemed to her a long, long time afterwards, she became aware that she was lying on her back, and that there was a smell of sweet hay and fresh straw around her. Close to her ear there was the sound of a woman moaning. The scarf still covered her face, but it had been loosened so that she could breathe, and presently when she opened her eyes she found that the scarf only covered her mouth. As she lay on her back she could see nothing above her. She was not cold, for the straw round her formed a warm bed, and her cloak had been carefully arranged so as to cover her completely, whilst her feet were wrapped up snugly in a rug. It was only when complete consciousness returned to her that she realized that she was laying in an object that moved. She became conscious of the jingling of harness, and of occasional unpleasant jolting, whilst the darkness overhead was obviously caused by the roof of a vehicle. She tried to raise herself on her elbow, but she discovered that loose, though quite efficient bonds, held her pinion down. Her arms, however, were free, and she put out her hand in the direction whence came the muffled sound of a woman moaning. "Lord, God Almighty! Lord in heaven!" And many more appeals of a like character escaped the lips of Gilda's companion in misfortune. "Maria, is it thou?" said Gilda in a whisper. Her hand went groping in the dark, until it encountered firstly a cloak, then an arm, and finally a head, apparently also enveloped in a cloth. "Lord God Almighty!" sighed the other woman feebly through the drapery. "Is it mejuffrouw?" "Yes, Maria, it is I," whispered Gilda. "Whither are they taking us, thinkest thou?" "To some lonely spot where they can conveniently murder us," murmured Maria with a moan of anguish. "But what became of Piet and Jacob?" "Murdered, probably. The cowards could not defend us." Gilda strained her ears to listen. She hoped by certain sounds to make out at least in which direction she was being carried away. Above the rattle and jingle of the harness she could hear at times the measured tramp of horses trotting in the rear, and she thought at one time that the sleigh went over the wooden bridge on the Sparn, and then under the echoing portals of one of the city gates. Her head after a while began to ache terribly, and her eyes felt as if they were seared with coal. Of course she lost all count of time. It seemed an eternity since she had spoken to the girl in the dark passage which leads to the chapel of St. Peter. Maria, who lay beside her, moaned incessantly for a while, like a fretful child, but presently she became silent. Perhaps she had gone to sleep. The night air which found its way through the chinks of the hood came more keen and biting against Gilda's face. It cooled her eyes and eased the throbbing of her head. She felt very tired, and as if her body had been bruised all over. The noises round her became more monotonous. The tramping of the horses in the rear of the sleigh sounded muffled and subdued. Drowsiness overcame Gilda Beresteyn, and she fell into a troubled, half-waking sleep. Chapter 15
of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 15. The Halt at Bennebrock. For a long time she had been half awake, ever since the vehicle had stopped, which must have been ages and ages ago. She had lain in a kind of torpor, various sounds coming to her ear as through the veil of dreams. There was Maria snoring contentedly close by, and the horses champing their bits and pawing the hard frozen ground. Also there was the murmur of voices, subdued and muffled, but she could not distinguish the words. Not for a long time at any rate, an interminably long time. Her body and limbs felt quite numb, pleasantly warm under the rugs and cloaks. Only her face rejoiced in the cold blast that played around it and kept her forehead and eyes cool. Once it seemed to her as if out of the darkness more than one pair of eyes were looking down on her, and she had the sense of a warm, rapid breath that mingled with the pure frosty air, after which someone murmured, "She is still unconscious." "I think not," was the whispered reply. She lay quite still in case those eyes came to look on her again. The murmuring voices sounded quite close to the sleigh now, and soon she found that by holding her breath and straining her every listening faculty, she could detach the words that struck her ear from all the other sounds around her. Two men, she thought, were speaking, but their voices were never once raised above a whisper. "You are satisfied?" she heard one of these saying quite distinctly. "Entirely," was the response. "The letter to Ben Isaiah? I'm not like to lose it." "Hush! I heard a sound from under the hood. 'Tis only the old woman snoring. I wish you could have found a more comfortable sled. There was none to be had in Haarlem today, but we'll easily get one in Leyden." In Leyden! Gilda's numb body quivered with horror. She was being taken to Leyden, and further on still by sleigh. Her thoughts at present were still chaotic, but gradually she was sorting them out, one or two becoming more clear, more insistent than the rest. "I would like the jongejuffrouw to have something to eat and drink," came once more in whispers from out of the darkness. "I fear that she will be faint." "No, no," came the prompt, peremptory reply. "It would be madness to let her realize so soon where she is. She knows this place well." A halt on the way to Leyden, and thence a further journey by sled. Gilda's thoughts were distinctly less chaotic already. She was beginning to marshal them up in her mind, together with her recollections of the events of the past 24 hours. The darkness around her, which was intense, and the numbness of her body, all helped her to concentrate her faculties on these recollections first, and on the obvious conclusions based upon her position at the present moment. She was being silenced effectually because of the knowledge which she had gained in the cathedral last night. The Lord of Stoutenburg, frightened for his plans, was causing her to be put out of his way. Never for a moment did she suspect her own brother in this. It was that conscienceless, ambitious, treacherous Stoutenburg. At most, her brother was blindly acquiescent in this infamy. Gilda was not afraid, not even when this conviction became fully matured in her mind. She was not afraid for herself, although for one brief moment the thought did cross her mind that mayhap she had only been taken out of Haarlem in order that her death might be more secretly encompassed. But she was cast in a firmer mould than most women of her rank and wealth would be. She came of a race that had faced misery, death and torture for over a century, for the sake of its own independence of life and of faith, and was ready to continue the struggle for another 100 years if need be for the same ideals, and making the same sacrifices in order to attain them. Gilda Beresteyn gave but little thought to her own safety. Life to her, if Stoutenburg's dastardly conspiracy against the Stadtholder was successful and involved her own brother, would be of little value to her. Nicholas's act of treachery would break her father's heart. What matter if she herself lived to witness all that misery or not? No, it was her helplessness at this moment that caused her the most excruciating soul agony. She had been trapped and was being cast aside like a noxious beast that is in the way of the man, like a child that is unruly and has listened at the keyhole of the door. She was being punished and rendered harmless. Indeed, she had no fear for her safety. The few words which she had heard, the presence of Maria, all tended to point out that there would be no direct attempt against her life. It was only of that awful crime that she thought, that crime which she had so fondly hoped that she might yet frustrate. It was of the Stadtholder's safety that she thought, and of her brother's sin. She also thought of her poor father, who, ignorant of the events which had brought about this infamous abduction, would be near killing himself with sorrow at the mysterious disappearance of his only daughter. Piet and Jacob would tell how they had been set on in the dark. Footpads would be suspected. The countryside where they usually had their haunts would be scoured for them, but the high road leading to Leyden would never mayhap be watched, and certainly a sleigh under escort would never draw the attention of the guardians of the peace. While these thoughts whirled wildly in her brain, it seemed that preparations had been made and were being made for departure. She heard some whispered words again. "Where will you put up at Leyden?" "At the White Goat. I know the landlord well." "Will he be awake at so late an hour?" "I will ride ahead and rouse the household. they shall be prepared for a coming. But you seem to forget, sir," came in somewhat louder tones, "that all the arrangements for this journey were to be left entirely to my discretion." For the moment Gilda could catch no further words distinctly. Whether a quarrel had ensued or not, she could not conjecture, but obviously the two speakers had gone some distance away from the sled. All that she could hear was, after a brief while of silence, a quaint muffled laugh, which, though it scarce was distinguishable for the murmur of the wind, so soft was it, nevertheless betrayed to her keenly sensitive ear an undercurrent of good-humoured irony. Again there seemed something familiar to her in the sound. After this there was renewed tramping of heavy feet on the snow-covered ground, the clang of bits and chains, the creaking of trace, the subdued call of encouragement to horses. Forward came a cheery voice from the rear. Once more they were on the move, on the way to Leyden, distance 6 leagues from her home. Gilda could have cried out now in her misery. She pictured her father, broken-hearted all through the night, sending messengers hither and thither to the various gates of the city, unable no doubt to get satisfactory information at this late hour. She pictured Nicholas feigning ignorance of the whole thing, making pretense of anxiety and grief. Torturing thoughts kept her awake, though her body was racked with fatigue. The night was bitterly cold, and the wind, now that they had reached open country, cut at times across her face like a knife. The sled glided along with great swiftness now, over the smooth, thick carpet of snow that covered the long, straight road. Gilda knew that the sea was not far off, but she also knew that every moment now she was being dragged further and further away from the chance of averting from her father and from her house the black catastrophe of disgrace which threatened them. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 16, Leyden. It seemed that from some church tower far away, a clock struck the hour of midnight when the sled at last came to a halt. Worn out with nerve-wracking thoughts, as well as with the cruel monotony of the past 4 hours, Gilda felt her soul and body numb and lifeless as a stone. There was much running and shouting around the vehicle, of horses' hoofs resounding against rough cobblestones, of calls for ostler, the landlord. Then for a while comparative quietude. Maria still snored unperturbed, and Gilda, wide-eyed and with beating heart, awaited further events. Firstly, the hood of the sled in which she lay was lifted off. She could hear the ropes and straps being undone, the tramp of feet all round her, and an occasional volley of impatient oaths. Then out of the darkness a pleasant voice called her somewhat peremptorily by name. "Mejuffrouw Barriston." She did not reply, but lay quite still, with wide-open eyes like a bird that has been tracked down and knows that it is watched. Maria uttered a loud groan and tried to roll over on her side. "Where have those murderers taken us now?" she muttered through the veil that still enveloped her mouth. The pleasant voice close to Gilda's ear now called out more loudly. "Here, Pythagoras! Socrates, lift the Mejuffrouw out of the sleigh and carry her up to the room which the landlord hath prepared for the ladies." Maria immediately gave vent to violent shrieks of protest. "How dare ye touch me?" she screamed at the top of her voice. "Ye murdering devils dare but lay a finger on a respectable woman, and God will punish you with pestilence and dislocation and—" It must be presumed that neither Pythagoras nor Socrates were greatly upset by Mejuffrouw's curses, for Gilda, who was on the alert for every movement and for every sound, was well aware that Maria's highly respectable person was presently seized by firm hands, and that the shawl round her face was pressed more tightly against her mouth, for her screams sounded more muffled, and that despite her struggles, her cries and her kicking, she was lifted boldly out of the sled. When these disquieting sounds had died down, the same pleasant voice broke in once again on Gilda's obstinate silence. "Mejuffrouw Beresteyn," it reiterated once again, "dondersten, but 'tis no use lying mum there, and pretending to be asleep," it continued after a while, since Gilda certainly had taken no notice of the call. "That old woman made enough noise to wake the dead." Still not a sound from Gilda, who, more like cowering bird than ever, was trying with widely dilated eyes to pierce the darkness around her in order to see something of the enemy. She saw the outline of a plumed hat like a patch of ink against the sky above, and also a pair of very broad shoulders that were stooping toward the floor of the sled. "Hey!" shouted the enemy with imperturbable cheerfulness. "Leave that door wide open. I'll carry the Jungfrau in myself. She seems to be unconscious." The words roused Gilda out of her attitude of rigid silence, the words which she looked on as an awful threat, and also the sensation that the loose bonds which had pinioned her down to the vehicle were being undone. "I'm not unconscious," she said aloud, and quite calmly. "I was quite aware just now that you laid rough hands on a helpless woman. Since I am equally helpless and in your power, I pray you to command what I must do." "Come, that's brave. I knew that you could not be asleep," rejoined the enemy with inveterate good humour. "But for the moment, Mejuffrouw, I must ask you to descend from this sleigh. It has been a vastly uncomfortable vehicle for you to travel in, I fear me, but it was the best that we could get in Haarlem on New Year's Day. And you will deign to enter this humble hostelry. You will find the Mejuffrouw there, a moderately good supper, and something resembling a bed, all of which I'm thinking will be highly acceptable to you." While the enemy spoke, Gilda had a few seconds in which to reflect. Above all things she was a woman of sense, and one who valued her own dignity. She knew quite well that the making of a scene outside an inn in a strange town and at this hour of the night could but result in a loss of that dignity which she so highly prized, seeing that she was entirely at the mercy of men who were not likely to yield either to her protests or to her appeals. Therefore, when she felt that she was free to move, she made every effort to raise herself. Uncomfortably, these long hours of weary motionless lying on her back had made her limbs so numb that they refused her service. She made one or two brave attempts to hide her helplessness, but when she wanted to draw up her knees, she nearly cried with pain of trying to move them out of their cramped position. "It were wiser, methinks," quoth the enemy, with a slight tone of mockery in his cheerful voice, "it were wiser to accept the help of my arms. They are strong, firm, and not cramped. Try them, Mejuffrouw, you will have no cause to regret it." Quite involuntarily, for of a truth she shrank from the mere touch of this rascal who obviously was in the pay of Stoutenburg, and doing the latter's infamous work for him, quite involuntarily then, she placed her hand upon the arm which he had put out as a prop for her. It was as firm as a rock. Leaning on it somewhat heavily, she was able to struggle to her knees. This made her venture some. She tried to stand up, but fatigue, the want of food, the excitement and anxiety which she had endured, combined with the fact that she had been in a recumbent position for many hours, caused her to turn desperately giddy. She swayed like a young sapling under the wind, and would have fallen but that the same strong arm, firm as a rock, was there to receive her ere she fell. I suppose that dizziness deprived her of her full senses, else she would never have allowed that knave to lift her out of the sled and then to carry her into the building and up some narrow and very steep stairs. But this Diogenes did do with but scant ceremony. He thought her protests foolish, and her attempts at lofty disdain pitiable. She was, after all, but a poor, helpless scrap of humanity, so slight and frail that as he carried her into the house, there was grave danger of his crushing her into nothingness as she lay in his arms. Despite her pride and her aloofness, he found it in his heart to pity her just now. Had she been fully conscious, she would have hated to see herself pillowed thus against the doublet of so contemptible a knave. And here she was, absolutely handed over body and soul to a nameless stranger who in her sight was probably no better than a menial, and this by the cynical act of one who next to her father was her most natural protector. Yes, indeed, he did pity her, for she seemed to him more than ever like a poor little songbird, whom a lout had tortured for his own pleasure by plucking out its feathers one by one. It seemed monstrous that so delicate a creature should be the victim of men's intrigues and passions. Why, even her breath had the subtle scent of tulips as it fanned his cheeks and nostrils when he stooped in order to look on her. In the meanwhile he had been as good as his word. He had pushed on to Leyden in advance of the cortege, had roused the landlord of this hostelry and the serving wenches, and scattered money so freely that despite the lateness of the hour, a large square room, the best in the house, and scrupulously clean as to the red-tiled floor and walnut furniture, was at once put at the disposal of the ladies of so noble a travelling company. The maids were sent flying hither and thither, one into the kitchen to make ready some hot supper, the other to the linen press to find the finest set of bed linen, all sweetly laid by in rosemary. Diogenes, still carrying Gilda, pushed the heavy panelled door open with his foot, and without looking either to the right or left of him, made straight for the huge open hearth, wherein already logs of pine wood had been set ablaze, and beside which stood an armchair covered with Utrecht velvet. Into its inviting and capacious depths he deposited his inanimate burden, and only then did he become aware of two pairs of eyes which were fixed upon him with very different expression. A buxom wench in ample wide kirtle of striped duffle had been busy when he entered in spreading clean linen sheets upon the narrow little bed built in the panelling of the room. From under her quaint winged cap of starched lace, a pair of very round eyes, blue as the Rhine, peeped in naive, undisguised admiration on the intruder, whilst from beneath her disordered coif Maria threw glances of deadly fury upon him. Could looks but kill, Maria certes would have annihilated the low rascal who had dared to lay hands upon the noble Jungfrau. But our friend Diogenes was not a man to be perturbed either by admiring or condemning looks. He picked up a footstool from under the table and put it under the Jungfrau's feet. Then he looked about him for a pillow, and with scant ceremony took one straight out of the hands of the serving wench, who was just shaking it up ready for the bed. His obvious intention was to place it behind the Jungfrau's head. But at this act of unforgettable presumption, Maria's wrath cast aside all restraint. Like a veritable fury, she strode up to the insolent rascal and snatched the pillow from him, throwing on him such a look of angry contempt as should have sent him grovelling on his knees. "Keep thy blood cool, Mayfrau," he said, with the best of humour. "Thy looks have already made a weak-kneed coward of me." With the dignity of an offended turkey hen, Maria arranged the pillow herself under her mistress's head, having previously shaken it and carefully dusted off the blemish caused upon its surface by contact with an unclean hand. As for the footstool, she would not even allow it to remain there where that unclean hand had placed it. She kicked it aside with her foot and drew up her small round stature in a comprehensive gesture of outraged pride. Diogenes made her a low bow, sweeping the floor with his plumed hat. The serving wench had much ado to keep serious countenance, so comical did the Mevrouw look in her wrath, and so mirth-provoking the gentleman with his graceful airs and unruffled temper. Anon, laughter tickled her so that she had to run quickly out of the room in order to indulge in a fit of uncontrolled mirth, away from the reproving glances of Mevrouw. It was the pleasant sound of that merry laughter outside the door that caused the jongejuffrouw to come to herself and to open wide, wondering eyes. She looked around her, vaguely puzzled, taking in the details of the cosy room, the crackling fire, the polished table, the inviting bed that exhaled an odor of dried rosemary. Then her glance fell on Diogenes, who was standing hat in hand in the center of the room, with the light from the blazing logs playing upon his smiling face and the immaculate whiteness of his collar. She frowned, and he who stood there, carelessly expectant, could not help wondering whether with that swift contemptuous glance which she threw on him she had already recognized him. "Mevrouw," he said, thus checking with a loud word the angry exclamation which hovered on her lips, "if everything here is not entirely in accordance with your desires, I pray you but command, and it shall be remedied, if human agency can but contrive to do so. As for me, I am entirely at your service, your major domo, your servant, your outrider, anything you like to name me. Send but for your servant if you have need of aught. Supper will be brought up to you immediately, and in the meanwhile I beg leave to free you from my unwelcome company." Already there was a goodly clatter of platters and of crockery outside, and as the wench re-entered anon, bearing a huge tray on which were set out several toothsome things, Diogenes contrived to make his exit without encountering further fusillades of angry glances. He joined his friends in the tap room downstairs, and as he was young, vigorous, and hungry, he set to with them and ate a hearty supper. But he spoke very little, and the rough jests of his brother philosophers met with but little response from him. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 17, An Understanding. At 1 hour after midnight the summons came. Maria, majestic and unbending, sailed into the tap-room where Pythagoras and Socrates were already stretched out full length upon a couple of benches fast asleep, and Diogenes still struggling to keep awake. "The noble Jongejuffrouw Beresteyn desires your presence," she said, addressing the latter with lofty dignity. At once he rose to his feet and followed Maria up the stairs and into the ladies' room. From this room an inner door gave on another smaller alcove-like chamber, wherein a bed had been prepared for Maria. Gilda somewhat curtly ordered her to retire. "I will call you, Maria," she said, "when I have need of you." Diogenes, with elaborate courtesy, threw the inner door open, and stood beside it, plumed hat in hand, while the Mevrouw sailed past him, with arms folded across her ample bosom, and one of those dignified glances in her round eyes that should have annihilated this impious malapert, whose face, despite its airs of deference, was wreathed in an obviously ironical smile. It was only when the heavy oaken door had fallen to behind her duenna that Gilda, with an imperious little gesture, called Diogenes before her. He advanced hat in hand, as was his wont, his magnificent figure very erect, his head with its wealth of untamed curls slightly bent. But he looked on her boldly with those laughter-filled, twinkling eyes of his, and since he was young, and neither ascetic nor yet a misanthrope, we may take it that he had some considerable pleasure in the contemplation of the dainty picture which she presented against the background of dull gold velvet, her small head propped against the cushions, and feathery curls escaping from under her coif, and casting pearly transparent shadows upon the ivory whiteness of her brow. Her two hands were resting one on each arm of the chair, and looked more delicate than ever now in the soft light of the tallow candles that burned feebly in the pewter candelabra upon the table. Diogenes for the moment envied his friend Franz Hals for the power which the painter of pictures has of placing so dainty an image on record for all time. His look of bold admiration, however, caused Gilda's glance to harden, and she drew herself up in her chair with an attitude more indicative of her rank and station and of her consciousness of his inferiority. But not with a single look or smile did she betray whether she had recognized him or not. "Your name?" she asked curtly. His smile broadened, self-deprecatingly this time. "They call me Diogenes," he replied. "A strange name," she commented, "but 'tis of no consequence." "Of none whatever," he rejoined. "I had not ventured to pronounce it, only that you deigned to ask." Again she frowned. The tone of gentle mockery had struck unpleasantly on her ear, and she did not like that look of self-satisfied independence which sat on him as if to the manner born, when he was only an abject menial, paid to do dirty work for his betters. "I have sent for you, sir," she resumed after a slight pause, "because I wish to demand of you an explanation of your infamous conduct. Roguery and vagabondage are severely punished by our laws, and you have brought your neck uncommonly near the gallows by your act of highway robbery. Do you hear me?" she asked more peremptorily, seeing that he made no attempt at a reply. "I hear you, mejuffrouw." "And what is your explanation?" "That is my trouble, mejuffrouw. I have none to offer." "Do you refuse then to tell me what your purpose is in thus defying the laws of the land and risking the gallows, by laying hands upon me and upon my waiting woman in the open streets, and by taking me away by brute force from my home?" "My purpose, mejuffrouw, is to convey you safely as far as Rotterdam, where I will hand you over into the worthy keeping of a gentleman who will relieve me of further responsibility with regard to your precious person." "In Rotterdam!" she exclaimed. "What should I do in Rotterdam?" "Nothing, I imagine," replied Diogenes dryly, "for you would not remain there longer than is necessary. I am the bearer of written orders to that same gentleman in Rotterdam that he shall himself conduct you under suitable escort, of which I no doubt will still form an integral part, to his private residence, which I am told is situate outside the city and on the road to Delft." "A likely story indeed," she rejoined vehemently. "I'll not believe it. Common theft and robbery are your purpose, nothing less, else you had not stolen my purse from me nor the jewels which I wore." "I had to take your purse and your jewels from you, mejuffrouw," he said with perfect equanimity, "else you might have used them for the purpose of slipping through my fingers. Wenches at wayside inns are easily amenable to bribes, so are the male servants at city hostelries. But your purse and the trinkets which you wore are safely stowed away in my wallet. I shall have the honour of returning them to you when we arrive in Rotterdam." "Of returning them to me!" she said with a contemptuous laugh. "Do knaves like you ever return stolen property?" "Seldom, I admit," he replied still with unruffled good humour. "Nevertheless an exception hath often proved a rule. Your purse and trinkets are here," he added, and from his wallet he took out a small leather purse and some loose jewellery which he showed to her. "And," he added, ere he once more replaced them in his wallet, "I will guard them most carefully until I can return them to you in Rotterdam, after which time 'twill be someone else's business to see that you do not slip through his fingers." "And you expect me to believe such a senseless tale?" she rejoined contemptuously. "There are many things in this world and the next, mejuffrouw," he said lightly, "that are true, though some of us believe them not." "Nay, but this I do believe on the evidence of mine own eyes, that you stole my money and my jewels and have no intention of returning them to me." "Your opinion of me, mejuffrouw, is already so low that it matters little, surely, if you think me a common thief as well. My opinion of you, sir, is based upon your actions, and these, I own, stand in formidable array against me." She bit her lip in vexation, and her slender fingers began to beat a tattoo on the arm of her chair. This man's placidity and inveterate good humour were getting on her nerves. It is hard when one means to wound, to find the surest arrows falling wide of the mark. But now she waited for a moment or two, lest her irritation betrayed itself in the quiver of her voice, and it was only when she felt quite sure that it would sound as trenchant and hard as she intended that it should, that she said abruptly: "Who is paying you, sir, for this infamy?" "One, apparently, who can afford the luxury," he replied airily. "You will not tell me?" "Do you think, mejuffrouw, that I could?" "I may guess." "It should not be difficult," he assented. "And you, sir," she continued more vehemently, "are one of the many tools which the Lord of Stoutenburg doth use to gain his own political ends." The Lord of Stoutenburg? It was impossible for Gilda Beresteyn to gauge exactly whether the astonishment expressed in that young villain's exclamation was real or feigned. Certainly his mobile face was a picture of puzzlement, but this may have been caused only by his wondering how she could so easily have guessed the name of his employer. For as to this she was never for a moment in doubt. It was easy enough for her to piece together the series of events which had followed her parting from her brother at the cathedral door. Stoutenburg, burning with anxiety and glowing with his ardent desire for revenge against the Stadtholder, had feared that she, Gilda, would betray the secret which she held, and he had paid this knave to take her out of the way. Stoutenburg and his gang! It could be no one else. She dared not think that her own brother would have a share in so dastardly an outrage. It was Stoutenburg, of course, and this smiling knave knew it well. Aye, even though he murmured again, and this time to the accompaniment of smothered oaths: "Stoutenburg? Be dondered! Aye," she said loftily, "you see that I am not deceived. 'Tis the Lord of Stoutenburg who gave you the money to play this trick on me. He paid you, I say, and you, a man who should be fighting for your country, were over ready to make war upon a woman. Shame on you! Shame, I say! 'Tis a deed that should cause you to blush, if indeed you have a spark of honesty in you, which of a truth I do gravely doubt." She had worked herself up into an outburst of indignation, and flung insult upon insult on him in the vague hope, indeed, of waking some slumbering remnant of shame in his heart, and mayhap ruffling that imperturbable air of contentment of his, and that impudent look of swagger most unbecoming in a menial. But by naming Stoutenburg she had certainly brought to light many things which Diogenes had only vaguely suspected. His mind, keen and shrewd despite his follies, recalled his interview with Nicolaes Beresteyn in the studio of Franz Hals. All the details of that interview seemed suddenly to have gained significance as well as lucidity. The lofty talk anent the future of Holland and the welfare of the faith was easily understandable in this new light which the name of Stoutenburg had cast upon it. Stoutenburg and the welfare of Holland! A secret the possession of which meant death to 6 selfless patriots, or the forfeiture, mayhap, of her good name and her honour to this defenceless girl. Stoutenburg at the bottom of it all! Diogenes could have laughed aloud with triumph, so clear now was the whole scheme to him. There was no one living who did not think that at some time or other Stoutenburg meant to come back and make yet one more attempt to wipe a bloodstain from the annals of his country by one equally foul. One of Barneveld's sons had already paid for such an attempt with his life. The other had escaped only in order to intrigue again, to plot again, and again to fail. And this poor girl had by a fortuitous mishap overheard the discussion of the guilty secret. Stoutenburg had come back and meant to kill the Stadtholder. Nicolaes Beresteyn was his accomplice, and had callously sacrificed his innocent sister to the success of his friend's schemes. If out of this network of intrigues a sensible philosopher did not succeed in consolidating his independence with the aid of a substantial fortune, then he was neither so keen nor so daring as his friends and he himself supposed. And Gilda wondered what went on in his mind, for those twinkling eyes of his never betrayed any deeper thought. But she noticed with great mortification that the insults which she had heaped upon him so freely had not shamed him at all, for the good-humoured smile was not effaced from his lips. Rather did the shapely hand wander up to the moustache in order to give it, she thought, a more provoking curl. "I will await your answer," she said haughtily, seeing that his prolonged silence savoured of impertinence. "I humbly crave your pardon, mejuffrouw," he said pleasantly. "I was absorbed in wonderment." "You marvelled, sir, how easily I saw behind your schemes, and saw the hand which drove you in harness." "Your pardon, mejuffrouw. I was pondering on your own words. You deigned to say just now that I, a man, should be fighting for my country." "And you are worthy, sir, to be called a man." "Quite so," he said whimsically. "But even if I did lay claim to the title, mejuffrouw, how could I fight for my country, when my country doth not happen to be at war just now?" "Your country? What pray might your country be? Not that this concerns me in the least," she said hastily. "Of course not," he rejoined blandly. "What is your country, sir?" "England." "I do not like the English." "Nor do I, mejuffrouw. But I was unfortunately not consulted as to my choice of a fatherland. Nor doth it change the fact that King James of England is at peace just now with all the world. So you preferred to earn a dishonest living by abducting innocent women, to further the intrigues of your paymaster." "It is a harsh exposition," he said blandly, "of an otherwise obvious fact." "And you are not ashamed?" "Not more than is necessary for my comfort." "And cannot I move you, sir?" she said with sudden warmth. "Cannot an appeal to you from my lips rouse a feeling of manhood within you? My father is a rich man," she continued eagerly. "He hath it in his power to reward those who do him service. He can do so far more effectually than the Lord of Stoutenburg." "Sir, I would not think of making an appeal to your heart. No doubt long ago you have taught it to remain cold to the prayers of a woman in distress. But surely you will listen to the call of your own self-interest. My father must be nigh heartbroken by now. The hours have sped away, and he knows not where to find me. No, I have taken very good care of that, mejuffrouw. We are at Leyden now, but we left Haarlem through the Groningen Gate. We have travelled north first, then east, then only south. Mynheer Beresteyn would require a divining rod wherewith to find you now." It seemed unnecessarily cruel to tell her that, when already despair had seized on her heart, but she would not let this abominable rogue see how deeply she was hurt. She feigned not to have noticed the purport of his words, and continued with the same insistent eagerness: "Torn with anxieties, sir, he will be ready with a rich reward for one who would bring his only daughter safely home to him. I know not what the Lord of Stoutenburg hath promised you for doing his abominable work for him, but this I do assure you, that my father will double and treble whatever sum you choose to name. Take me back to him, sir, now, this night, and tomorrow morning you could count yourself one of the rich men of Haarlem." But Diogenes, with half-closed eyes and gentle smile, slowly shook his head. "Were I to present myself before Mynheer Beresteyn to-night, he would summon the town guard, and I should count myself as good as hanged to-morrow." "Do you measure other men's treachery then by your own?" "I measure other men's wrath by mine, mejuffrouw, and if a rogue had stolen my daughter I should not rest until I had seen him hanged." "I pledge you my word," she began hotly. "And I mine, mejuffrouw," he broke in a little more firmly than he had spoken hitherto, "that I will place you safely, and I pray God in good health, into the care of a certain gentleman in Rotterdam. To this is my word of honour pledged, and even such a mean vagabond as I is bound by a given word." To this she made no reply. Perhaps she felt that in his last words there lurked a determination which it were useless to combat. Her pride too was up in arms. How could she plead further to this rascal who met the most earnest appeal with a pert jest, who mocked at her distress, and was impervious alike to prayers and to insults? "I see," she said coldly, "that I do but waste my time in calling on your honour to forego this infamous trickery. Where there is no chivalry, there can be neither honour nor pity. I am in your hands, helpless because I am a woman. If it is the will of God that I should so remain, I cannot combat brute force with my feeble strength. No doubt he knows best, and also I believe doth oft give the devil power to triumph in the sight of men. After this night, sir, I will no longer defame my lips by speaking to you. If you have a spark of compassion left in your heart for one who hath never wronged you, I but ask you to relieve me of your presence as much as you can during the weary hours of this miserable journey." "Have I your leave to go at once?" he said with an unalterable cheerfulness, and made haste to reach the door. "Only one moment more must I detain you," she rejoined haughtily. "I wish you to understand that from this hour forth until such time as it pleaseth God to free me from this humiliating position, I will follow your commands to the best of my ability. Not because I recognize your right to dictate them, but because I am helpless to oppose you. If I and my waiting woman obey your orders meekly, if we rise when so ordered, are ready to start on the way whenever so compelled, get in or get out of the vehicle at the first word from you, can we at least rest assured that we shall be spared further outrage? Do you mean, mejuffrouw, that I must no longer attempt to lift you out of coach, or to carry you up to your chamber, even if as tonight you are faint and but half conscious?" he asked with whimsical earnestness. "I desire, sir, that you and those who help you in this shameful work do in future spare me and my woman the insult of laying hands upon our persons." He gave a long low whistle. "Dondersteen!" he exclaimed flippantly. "I had no thought that so much hatred and malice could lurk in the frail body of a woman. 'Tis true," he added with a shrug of the shoulders, "that a rogue such as I must of necessity know very little of the workings of a noble lady's mind." "Had you known aught of mine, sir," she retorted coldly, "you would have understood that it is neither hatred nor malice which I feel for you, and for those who are paying you to do this infamy. What I feel is only contempt." "Is that all?" he queried blandly. "Ah, well, mejuffrouw, then am I all the more indebted to you for the great honour which you have done me this past hour." "Honour? I do not understand. It was not in my mind to do you honour." "I am sure not. You did it quite unconsciously, and the honour was enhanced thereby. You honoured me, mejuffrouw," he said while a tone of earnestness crept into his merry voice, "by trusting me, the common thief, the cut-throat, the hired brigand, alone in your presence for a whole hour, while the entire household here was abed and your duenna snoring contentedly in a room with locked door close by. During that hour your tongue did not spare my temper for one moment. For this recognition of manly forbearance and chivalry, even though you choose to deny their existence, do I humbly thank you. Despite, or perhaps because of your harsh estimate of me, you made me feel tonight almost a gentleman." With his habitual elegance of gesture, he swept her a deep bow. Then, without another word or look, and with firm, ringing steps, he walked quickly out of the room. End of chapter 17. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 18 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 18. The Start. Once the door safely closed behind him, he heaved a deep sigh, as if of intense relief, and he passed his hand quickly across his brow. "By Saint Bavon," he murmured, "my friend Diogenes, thou hast had to face unpleasantness before now. Those arquebusiers at Magdeburg were difficult to withstand. Those murderous blackguards in the forests of Prague nearly had thy skin. But verdommt be thou, if thou hast had to hold thy temper in bounds like this before. Dondersteen! How I could have crushed that sharp-tongued young vixen till she cried for mercy, or silenced those venomous lips with a kiss. I was sore tempted indeed to give her real cause for calling me a knave." In the tap-room downstairs he found Pythagoras and Socrates curled up on the floor in front of the hearth. They were fast asleep, and Diogenes did not attempt to wake them. He had given them their orders for the day earlier in the evening, and with the promise of 500 golden guilders to be won by implicit obedience, the two worthies were not likely to disobey. He himself had his promise to his friend Hals to redeem: the flight along the frozen waterways back to Haarlem, a few hours spent in the studio in the Pucellaarsteeg, then the return flight to rejoin his compeers and the jongejuffrouw at the little hamlet of Houdekerk, off the main road. Thither he had offered them to proceed in the early morning, there to lie perdu until his return. Houdekerk lay to the east of Leyden, and so well off the beaten track that the little party would be safely hidden there during the day. He intended to be with them again well before midnight of the next day. For the nonce he collected a few necessary provisions which he had ordered to be ready for him: a half bottle of wine, some meat and bread. Then he made his way out of the little hostelry and across the courtyard to the stables, where the horses had been put up. The night was singularly clear. The waning moon, after she had emerged from a bank of low-lying clouds, lit up the surrounding landscape with a radiance that was intensely blue. Groping his way about in the stables, Diogenes found his saddle, which he himself had lifted off his horse, and from out the holster he drew a pair of skates. With these hanging by their straps upon his arm, he left the building behind him and turned to walk in the direction of the river. The little city lay quite peaceful and still under the weird brilliancy of the moon, which threw many-hued reflections on the snow-covered surfaces of roofs and tall gables. It was piercingly cold. The silver ribbon of the Rhine wound its graceful course westward to the North Sea, and from beyond its opposite bank a biting wind swept across the dikes and over the flat country around, chasing myriads of crisp snowflakes from their rest, and driving them in wanton frolic round and round into little whirlpools of mist that glistened like the facets of diamonds. Diogenes had walked briskly along. The skates upon his arm clinked at every one of his movements with a pleasing metallic sound. He chose a convenient spot on the river bank whereon to squat on the ground, and fastened on his skates, after which he rose and for a moment stood looking straight out northwards before him. But a few leagues, half a dozen at most, lay between him and Haarlem. The Rhine, as well as the innumerable small polders and lakes, had left, after the autumn floods, their usual trail of narrow waterways behind them, which, frozen over now, joining, intersecting, and rejoining again, formed a perfect, uninterrupted road from hence to the northern cities. It had been along these frozen ways that the daring and patriotic citizens of Leyden had half a century ago kept up communication with the outer world during the memorable siege, which had lasted throughout the winter, and it was by their help that they were able to defy the mighty investing Spanish army by getting provisions into the beleaguered city. A young adventurer stood here now calmly measuring in his mind the distance which he would have to traverse in the teeth of a piercing gale, and at dead of night, in order to satisfy the ambition of a friend. It was not the first time in his hazardous career that he had undertaken such a journey. He was accustomed to take all risks in life with indifference and good humour. The only thing that mattered was the ultimate end: an exciting experience to go through, a goodly competence to earn, a promise to fulfil. Up above, the waning moon seemed to smile upon his enterprise. She lay radiant and serene on her star-studded canopy of mysterious ethereal indigo. Diogenes looked back on the little hostelry, which lay some little distance up the street at right angles to the river bank. Was it his fancy, or one of those many mysterious reflections thrown by the moon? But it certainly seemed to him as if a light still burned in one of the upper windows. The unpleasant interview with the jongejuffrouw had evidently not weighed his spirits down, for to that distant light he now sent a loud and merry farewell. Then, deliberately facing the bitter blast, he struck out boldly along the ice and started on his way. End of chapter 18. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 19 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 19, In the Kingdom of the Night. Hi-ho for that run along the ice, a matter of half a dozen leagues or so, at dead of night with a keen northeasterly wind whipping up the blood, and motion, smooth gliding motion, to cause it to glow in every vein. Hi-ho for the joy of living, for the joy in the white ice-covered world, the joy in the night and in the moon, and in those distant lights of Leyden, which gradually recede and diminish, tiny atoms now in the infinite and mysterious distance. What ho! A dark and heavy bank of clouds. Whence come ye, ye disturbers of the moon's serenity? Nay, but we are in a hurry. The wind drives us at breathless speed. We cannot stay to explain whence we have come. Moon, kind moon, come out again. Ah, there she is, pallid through the frosty mist, blinking at this white world, scarce less brilliant than she. On, silently and swiftly, in the stillness of the night. The cruel skates make deep gashes on the smooth skin of the ice. Long, even strokes now, for the mirror is smooth and straight, and the moon, kind moon, marks an even silvery track, there where the capricious wind has swept it free of snow. Hat in hand, for the wind is cool and good, and tames the hot young blood which a woman's biting tongue has whipped into passion. The young vixen, shouts a laughing voice through the night. Was she aware of her danger? How he could have tamed her and cowed her and terrified her? Did she play a cat and mouse game with me, I wonder? Dondersteen, if I thought that. But why think of a vixen now, of blue eyes and biting tongues, when the night with unerring hand clothes the landscape with glory? One word to the northeast wind and he sweeps the track quite clear, and causes myriads of diamonds to fly aimlessly about ere they settle like tiny butterflies on tortuous twigs and rough blades of coarse grass. One call to the moon and she partially hides her face, painting the haze around her to a blood-red hue. Now a touch of blue upon the ice, further a streak of emerald, and then the tender mauves of the regal mantle of frost. Then the thousand sounds that rise all around, the thousand sounds which all united make one vast comprehensive silence. The soughing of the wind in the bare poplar trees, the rattling of the tiny dead twigs, and moaning of the branches, from far away the dull and ceaseless rumble, which speaks of a restless sea, and now and again the loud and melancholy boom of the ice, yielding to the restless movement of the water beneath. The sounds which make up silence, silence and loneliness, nature's perfect repose under its downy blanket of snow, the vast embrace of the night stretching into infinity in the monotonous flatness far away, to the mysterious mists which lie beyond the horizon. Oh, for the joy of it all! The beauty of the night, the wind and the frost, and the many landmarks which loom out of the darkness, one by one, to guide that flying figure on its way. The square tower of old Katwijk Church, the group of pollard windows at the corner of Venenberg Polder, the derelict boats on the bank of the Haarlemmer Meer, and always from the left that pungent smell of the sea, the brine and the peculiar odour which emanates from the dikes close by, and from the wet clay and rotting branches of willows that protect man against the encroachment of the ocean. On, thou sole inhabitant of this kingdom of the night, fly on thy wings of metal hour after hour. Midnight, 1, 2, 3, where are the hours now? There are no hours in the kingdom of the night. On, for the moon's course is swift, and this will be a neck-to-neck race. Ah, the wicked one! Down she goes, lower and lower in her career, and there is a thick veil of mist on the horizon in the west. Moon, art thou afraid? The mists will smother thee. Tarry yet a while, tarry ere thou liest down on the cold soft bed. Thy light, give it yet a while, 2 hours, 1 hour, until thou hast outlined with silver the open-work tower of Haarlem's Groot Kerk. On, for a brief hour longer. How can one pause even to eat or drink? There is no hunger in the kingdom of night, no thirst, no fatigue, and this is a neck-to-neck race with the moon. Ah, Dondersteen, but thou art beaten, fair moon. Let the mists embrace thee now. Sink, fall, die as thou list. There is the tower of St. Bavon, and we defy the darkness now. Here it comes, creeping out like a furtive and stealthy creature, wiping out with thick black cloth. Here a star, and there the tip of a tall poplar tree. There a shrub, there a clump of grass. Take care, traveller, take care. That was not just the shadow from the bank. It was a bunch of reeds that entangle the feet and bring the skater down onto his face, and will drag him, if he be not swift and alert, right under, into the water under the ice. Take care, there is danger everywhere now in this inky blackness. Danger on the ice and upon the bank, danger in the shadows that are less dark than the night. Darker and darker still, until it seemed as if the night's brush could not hold a more dense hue. The night, angered that she had been so long defied, has overtaken the flying skater at last. She grips him, she holds him. He dare not advance, he will not retreat. Haarlem, is there not one whole league away? And he cannot move from where he is, in the midst of the mare on her icy bosom, with shadows as tangible as human bodies hemming him in on every side. Haarlem is there, the last kiss of the moon, before she fell into that bed of mist, was for St. Bavon's tower, which then seemed so near. Since then the night had wiped out the tower and the pointed gables which cluster around, and the solitary skater is a prisoner in the vastness of the night. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy, Chapter 20, Back Again in Haarlem. They were terribly weary hours, these last two, which the soldier of fortune, the hardened campaigner, had to kill before the first streak of pallid silvery dawn would break over the horizon beyond the Zuider Zee. Until then it meant the keeping on the move, ceaselessly, aimlessly, in order to prevent the frost from biting the face and limbs. It meant wearily waiting and incessant, nerve-wracking movement for every quarter of an hour told by the unseen cathedral clock. It meant counting these and the intervening minutes which crawled along on the leaden stilts of time until the head began to buzz and the brain to ache with the intensity of monotony and of fatigue. It meant the steeling of iron nerves, the bracing of hardy sinews, the keeping the mind clear and the body warm. 2 hours to kill under the perpetual lash of tearing north wind, gliding up and down a half league of frozen way so as not to lose the track in the darkness, and with a shroud of inky blackness to envelop everything around. The hardened campaigner stood the test as only a man of abnormal physique and body trained to privations could have stood it. As soon as the thin grey light began to spread over the sky and picked out a few stunted snow-covered trees one by one, he once more started on his way. He had less than a league to cover now, and when at last the cathedral tower boomed out the hour of 7, he was squatting on the back of the Yoga Grot in Haarlem, and with numb fingers and many an oath was struggling with the straps of his skate. A quarter of an hour later he was installed in his friend's studio in front of a comfortable fire, with a mug of hot ale in front of him. "I didn't think that you really meant to come," Franz Hals had said when he admitted him into his house in response to his peremptory ring. "I mean to have some breakfast now at any rate, my friend," was the tired wayfarer's only comment. The artist was too excited and too eager to get to work to question his sitter further. I doubt if in Diogenes' face or in his whole person there were many visible traces of the fatigues of the night. "What news in Haarlem?" he asked after the first draught of hot ale had put fresh life into his veins. "Why, where have you been that you have not heard?" queried Hals indifferently. "Away on urgent business affairs," replied the other lightly. "And what is the news?" "That the daughter of Cornelius Beresteyn, the rich grain merchant and deputy burgomaster of the city, was abducted last night by brigands, and hath not to my knowledge been found yet." Diogenes gave a long low whistle of well-feigned astonishment. "The fact doth not speak much for the guardians of the city," he remarked dryly. "The outrage was very cleverly carried out, so I've heard said, and it was not until close upon midnight that the scouts, sent out by Mynheer Beresteyn in every direction, came back with a report that the brigands left the city by the Groningen Gate, and were no doubt well on their way north by then." "And what was done after that?" "I have not heard yet," replied Hals. "It is still early. When the serving woman comes she will tell us the latest news. I am afraid I can't get to work until the light improves. Are you hungry? Shall I get you something more solid to eat?" "Well, old friend," rejoined the other gaily, "since you are so hospitable." But by 8 o'clock he was once more ensconced on the sitter's platform, dressed in a gorgeous doublet and sash, hat on head and hand on hip, smiling at his friend's delight and eagerness in his work. Hals in the meanwhile had heard further news of the great event, which apparently was already the talk of Haarlem even at this early hour of the day. "There seems no doubt," he said, "that the outrage is the work of those Vervloekte sea-wolves. They have carried Gilda Beresteyn away in the hope of extorting a large ransom out of her father." "I hope," said Diogenes unctuously, "that he can afford to pay it." "He is passing rich," replied the artist with a sigh, "a great patron of the arts, and it was his son you saw here yesterday, and the portrait which I then showed you was that of the unfortunate young lady who has been so cruelly abducted." "Indeed," remarked Diogenes, ostentatiously smothering a yawn, as if the matter was not quite so interesting to him, a stranger in Haarlem, as it was to his friend. "The whole city is in a tumult," continued Hals, who was busily working on his picture all the while that he talked, "and Mynheer Beresteyn and his son Nicholas are raising a private company of Waardgelders to pursue the brigands. 1 guilder a day do they offer to these volunteers, and Nicholas Beresteyn himself will command the expedition." "Against the sea-wolves?" queried the other blandly. "In person. Think of it, man. The girl is his own sister." "It is unthinkable," agreed Diogenes solemnly. All of which was, of course, vastly interesting to him, since what he heard to-day would be splendid guidance for him as to his future progress southwards to Rotterdam. Nicholas Beresteyn, leading an expedition of raw recruits in the pursuit of his sister, was a subject humorously enough to delight the young adventurer's sense of fun. Moreover, it was passing lucky that suspicion had once fallen on the sea-wolves, a notorious band of ocean pirates whose acts of pillage and abduction had long since roused the ire of all northern cities that suffered from their impudent depredations. Diogenes congratulated himself on the happy inspiration which had caused him to go out of Haarlem by its north gate, and to have progressed toward Groningen for a quarter of an hour or so, leaving traces behind him which Nicholas Beresteyn would no doubt know how to interpret in favour of the sea-wolf's theory. He could also afford to think with equanimity how Pythagoras and Socrates, in charge of the Jungfrau lying comfortably perdu at wayside inn, situated fully 13 leagues to the south of the nearest inland lair, which was known to be the halting place of the notorious sea robbers. Indeed, his act of friendship in devoting his day to the interest of Franz Hals had already obtained its reward, for he had gathered valuable information, and on his journey to Rotterdam would in consequence be vastly more easy to plan. No wonder that Franz Hals, as he worked on the picture, felt he had never had such a sitter before. The thoughts within, redolent of fun, of amusement at the situation, of eagerness for the continuation of the adventure, seemed to bubble and to sparkle out of the eyes. The lines of quiet humour, of gentle irony, appeared ever mobile, ever quivering around the mouth. For many hours that day hardly a word passed between the two men while the masterpiece was in progress, which was destined to astonish and delight the whole world for centuries to come. They hardly paused a quarter of an hour during the day to snatch a morsel of food. Hals, imbued with the spirit of genius, begrudged every minute not spent in work, and Diogenes, having given his time to his friend, was prepared that the gift should be a full measure. Only at 4 o'clock, when the daylight faded and the twilight began to merge the gorgeous figure of the sitter into one dull grey harmony, did the artist at last throw down brushes and palette with a sigh of infinite satisfaction. "It is good," he said, as with eyes half closed he took a final survey of his sitter and compared the living model with his own immortal work. "Have you had enough of me?" asked Diogenes. "No, not half enough. I would like to make a fresh start on a new portrait of you at once. I would try one of those effects of light of which Rembrandt thinks that he hath the monopoly, but which I would show him how to treat without so much artificiality." He continued talking of technicalities, rambling on in his usual fretful, impatient way, while Diogenes stretched out his cramped limbs and rubbed his tired eyes. "Can I undress now?" "Yes, the light is quite gone," said the artist with a sigh. Diogenes stood for a long time in contemplation of the masterpiece, even as the shadows of evening crept slowly into every corner of the studio, and cast their gloom over the gorgeous canvas in its magnificent scheme of colour. "Am I really as good as looking as that?" he asked, with one of his most winning laughs. "Good looking? I don't know," replied Hals. "You are the best sitter I have ever had. Today has been one of perfect, unalloyed enjoyment to me." All his vulgar, mean little ways had vanished. His obsequiousness, that shifty look of indecision in the eyes which proclaimed a growing vice, his entire face flowed with the enthusiasm of a creator who has had to strain every nerve to accomplish his work, but having accomplished it, is entirely satisfied with it. He could not tear himself away from the picture, but stood looking at it long after the gloom had obliterated all but its most striking lights. Then only did he realize that he was both hungry and weary. "Will you come with me to the Lame Cow?" he said to his friend. "We can eat and drink there and hear all the latest news. I want to see Cornelius Beresteyn if I can. He must be deeply stricken with grief, and will have need of sympathy of all his well-wishers. What say you? Shall we get supper at the Lame Cow?" To which proposition Diogenes readily agreed. It pleased his spirit of adventure to risk a chance encounter in the popular tavern with Nicholas Beresteyn or the Lord of Stoutenburg, both of whom must think him at this moment several leagues away in the direction of Rotterdam. Neither of these gentlemen would venture to question him in a public place. Moreover, it had been agreed from the first that he was to be given an absolutely free hand with regard to his plans for conducting the Jungfrau to her ultimate destination. Altogether the afternoon and evening promised to be more amusing than Diogenes had anticipated. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 21. A Grief-Stricken Father. Franz Hals had not been guilty of exaggeration when he said that the whole city was in a turmoil about the abduction of Gilda Beresteyn by that impudent gang of ocean robbers who called themselves the Sea Wolves. On this subject there were no two opinions. The Sea Wolves had done this deed as they had done others of a like nature before. The abduction of children of rich parents was one of their most frequent crimes, and many a wealthy burgher had had to pay half his fortune away in ransom for his child. The fact that a covered sledge escorted by 3 riders who were swathed in heavy mantles had been seen to go out of the city by the northern gate at 7 o'clock last evening was held to be sufficient proof that the unfortunate jongejuffrouw was being conveyed straightway to the coast, where the pirates had their own lairs, and defied every effort which had hitherto been made for their capture. On this, the 2nd day of January, 1624, rather less than 24 hours after the abduction of Gilda Beresteyn, the tapperij of the Lame Cow presented an appearance which was almost as animated as that which had graced it on New Year's night. Every one who took an interest in the terrible event went to the Lame Cow in the hope of finding another better informed than himself. Men and women sat round the tables or leaned against the bars, discussing the situation. Every one, of course, had a theory to put forward or a suggestion to offer. "'Tis time the old law for the raising of a corps of woordgelders by the city were put into force once more," said Mynheer van der Meer, the burgomaster, whose words carried weight. "What can a city do for the preservation of law and order if it has not the power to levy its own military guard?" "My opinion is," said Mynheer van Zeller, who was treasurer of the Oudemannenhuis, and a personage of vast importance, "that we in this city ought to close our gates against all this foreign rabble who infest us with their noise and their loose ways. Had there not been such a crowd of them here for the New Year, you may depend on it that Jongejuffrouw Beresteyn would not have had to suffer this dastardly abomination." Others, on the other hand, thought that the foreign mercenaries now within the city could be utilized for the purpose of an expedition against the sea wolves. "They are very daring and capable fighters," suggested Mynheer van Berenbrock, a meek, timid, but vastly corpulent gentleman, of great consideration on the town council, "and more able to grapple with desperate brigands than were a levy of raw recruits from among our young townsfolk." "Set a rogue to fight a rogue, say I," assented another pompous burgher. Cornelius Beresteyn sat at a table with his son, and surrounded by his most influential friends. Those who knew him well declared that he had aged 10 years in the past few hours. His devotion to his daughter was well known, and it was pitiable to see the furrows in his cheeks, wet with continuously falling tears. He sat huddled up within himself, his elbows resting on the table, his head often buried in his hands when emotion mastered him, and he felt unable to restrain his tears. He looked like a man absolutely dazed with the immensity of his grief, as if some one had dealt him a violent blow on the head, which had half addled his brain. Throughout the day his house had been positively invaded by the frequent callers, who, under a desire to express their sympathy, merely hid their eagerness to learn fresh details of the outrage. Cornelius Beresteyn, harassed by this well-meaning and very noisy crowd, and feeling numb in mind and weary in body, had been too feeble to withstand the urgent entreaties of his friends, who had insisted on dragging him to the Lame Cow, where the whole situation, which had become of almost national importance, could be fully and comprehensively discussed. "You want to get your daughter back, do you not, old friend?" urged Mynheer van der Meer, the burgomaster. "Of course," assented Beresteyn feebly. "And you want to get her back as quickly as possible," added the pompous treasurer of the Oudemannenhuis. "As quickly as possible," reiterated Beresteyn vaguely. "Very well then," concluded the burgomaster in tones of triumph which suggested that he had gained a great victory over the obstinate will of his friend. "What you must do, my good Beresteyn, is to attend an informal council which I have convened for this afternoon at the Lame Cow, and whereat we will listen to all the propositions put forward by our fellow townsmen for the speedy capture of those vervloekte brigands and the liberation of your beloved daughter." In the meanwhile an untoward accident had momentarily arrested the progress of the original band of volunteers who, under the leadership of Nicolaes Beresteyn, had started quite early in the morning on the Groningen route in pursuit of the sea wolves. Nicolaes, namely, on remounting his horse after a brief halt at Bloemendaal, had slipped on the snow-covered ground. His horse jumped aside and reared, and in so doing seriously wrenched Nicolaes's right arm, almost displacing his shoulder, and causing him thereby such excruciating pain that he nearly fainted on the spot. Further progress on horseback became an impossibility for him, and two of the volunteers had much difficulty in conveying him back to Haarlem, where, however, he displayed the utmost fortitude by refusing to waste his time in being examined and tended by the bone setter, and declaring that since he could not take an active part in the campaign against the vervloekte malefactors, he would give every moment of his time and every faculty he possessed for the organisation of an effective corps of soldiery capable of undertaking a successful punitive expedition. He joined his father in the tap room of the Lame Cow, and though he was obviously in great pain with his arm and shoulder, which he had hastily and perfunctorily tied up with his sash, he was untiring in his suggestions, his advice, his offers of money and of well-considered plans. Unbeknown to anyone save to him, the Lord of Stoutenburg sat in a dark recess of the tapperij, deeply interested in all that was going on. He knew of course every detail of the plot which Nicolaes Beresteyn had hatched at his instigation, and, hidden as he was in his obscure corner, it pleased his masterful mind to think that the tangled skein of this affair which these solemn and pompous burghers were trying to unravel had been originally embroiled by himself. He listened contemptuously and in silence to the wild and oft senseless talk which went on around him. But when he caught sight of Diogenes swaggering into the room in the wake of the painter Franz Hals, he very nearly betrayed himself. Nicolaes Beresteyn too was dumbfounded. For the moment he literally gasped with astonishment, and was quite thankful that his supposedly dislocated shoulder furnished a good pretext for the string of oaths which he uttered. But Diogenes, sublimely indifferent to the astonishment of his patron, took a seat beside his friend at one of the vacant tables, and ordered a substantial supper with a bottle of very choice wine wherewith to wash it down, all of which he evidently meant to pay for with Nicolaes's money. The latter could do nothing but sit by in grim silence, while the man whom he had paid to do him service ate and drank heartily, cracked jokes, and behaved for all the world as if he were a burgher of leisure plentifully supplied with money. Time was going on. The subject of the expedition against the sea wolves had been fully discussed, and certain resolutions arrived at, which only lacked the assent of the burgomaster sitting in council and of Cornelius Beresteyn, the party chiefly interested in the affair, in order to take effect on the morrow. Gradually the tap room became less and less full. One by one the eager and inquisitive townsfolk departed in order to impart what news they had gleaned to their expectant families at home. Nicolaes Beresteyn, inwardly fuming and fretting with rage, had been quite unable to stay on quietly while Diogenes sat not 20 paces away from him, wasting his patron's time and money, and apparently in the best of humours, for his infectious laugh rang from end to end of the raftered room. He had soon assembled a small crowd of boon companions round his table, whom he treated to merry jests as well as to Mynheer Beek's most excellent wine. But when he leaned forward, bumper in hand, and actually had the audacity, loudly, to pledge the noble Beresteyn family, and to wish the heroic Nicholas speedy mending of his broken bones, the latter rose with a muttered curse, and, having taken a curt farewell from his friends, he strode glowering out of the room. The Lord of Stoutenburg, as unobtrusive and silent as was his wont, rose quietly a few minutes later and followed in the wake of his friend. End of chapter 21. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 22 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 22. A Double Pledge. Cornelius Beresteyn had now only a few of his most intimate friends beside him, and when Franz Hals had finished his supper, he ventured to approach the rich patron of arts, and to present his own most respectful expressions of sympathy. Softened by grief, the old man was more than usually gracious to the artist. "'Tis a bitter blow, my good Hals," he said dully. "Please God, those devils have only an eye on your money, mynheer," said the artist consolingly. "They will look on the jongejuffrouw as a valuable hostage, and treat her with the utmost deference, in the hopes of getting a heavy ransom from you." "May you be speaking truly," sighed Cornelius with a disconsolate shake of the head. "But think what she must be suffering now, while she is uncertain of her own fate, poor child. Alas!" "This delay is killing me, Hals," continued the old man, who in the midst of his more pompous friends seemed instinctively drawn to the simple nature of this humble painter of pictures. "The burgomaster means well, but his methods are slow and ponderous. All my servants and dependents have joined the first expedition toward Groningen, but God knows how they will get on, now that Nicholas no longer leads them. They have had no training in such matters, and will hardly know how to proceed." "You really want someone who is daring and capable, mynheer? Someone who will be as wary as those vervloekte sea wolves, and beat them at their own game. 'Tis not so much the numbers that you want, as the one brain to direct and to act." "True, true, my good Hals, but our best men are all at the war fighting for our religious and political liberties, while we, the older citizens of our beloved country, with our wives and our daughters, are left a prey to the tyranny of malefactors and of pirates. The burgomaster hopes to raise an efficient corps of volunteers by tomorrow, but I doubt me if he will succeed. I have sent for help, I have spared no money to obtain assistance, but I am an old man myself, and my son, alas, has been rendered helpless at the outset through no fault of his own." "But surely there are young men left in Haarlem whose wanton mischief such as this would cause to boil with indignation." "There are few young men left in Haarlem, my friend," rejoined Beresteyn sadly. "The Stadtholder hath claimed the best of them. Those who are left behind are too much engrossed in their own affairs to care greatly about the grief of an old man, or a wrong done to an innocent girl." "I'll not believe it," said Hals hotly. "Alas! 'tis only too true. Men nowadays, those at any rate who are left in our cities, no longer possess that spirit of chivalry or of adventure which caused our forebears to give their life's blood for justice and for liberty." "You wrong them, mynheer," protested the artist. "I think not. Think on it, Hals. You know Haarlem well. You know most people who live in the city. Can you name me one man who would stand up before me today and say boldly, 'Mynheer, you have lost your daughter. Evildoers have taken her from her home. Here am I, ready to do you service, and by God do I swear that I will bring your daughter back to you.' So would our fathers have spoken, my good Hals, before commerce and prosperity had dulled the edge of reckless gallantry. By God! they were fine men in those days. We are mere pompous, obese, self-satisfied shopkeepers now." There was a great deal of bitter truth in what Cornelius Beresteyn had said. Hals, the artist, who had listened to the complacent talk that had filled this room a while ago, who knew of the commercial transactions that nowadays went by the name of art patronage. He knew that the old man was not far wrong in his estimate of his fellow countrymen in these recent prosperous times. It was the impulsive artistic nature in him which caused him to see what he merely imagined: chivalry, romance, primeval notions of bravery and of honour. He looked round the room, now almost deserted, somewhat at a loss for words that would soothe Beresteyn's bitter spirit of resentment, and casually his glance fell on the broad figure of his friend Diogenes, who, leaning back in his chair, his plumed hat tilted rakishly across his brow, had listened to the conversation between the two men with an expression of infinite amusement literally dancing in his eyes. And it was that same artistic, impulsive nature which caused Franz Hals then to exclaim suddenly: "Well, mynheer, since you call upon me and on my knowledge of this city, I can give you answer forthwith. Yes, I do know a man now in Haarlem who hath no thought of commerce or affairs, who possesses that spirit of chivalry which you say is dead among the men of Holland. He would stand up boldly before you, hat in hand, and say to you: 'Mynheer, I am ready to do you service, and by God do I swear that I will bring your daughter back to you, safe and in good health.' I know such a man, mynheer." "Bah! you talk at random, my good Hals," said Beresteyn with a shrug of the shoulders. "May I not present him to you, mynheer?" "Present him? Whom? What nonsense is this?" asked the old man, more dazed and bewildered than before by the artist's voluble talk. "Whom do you wish to present to me?" "The man who I firmly believe would, out of pure chivalry and the sheer love of adventure, do more toward bringing the jongejuffrouw speedily back to you than all the burgomaster's levies of guards and punitive expeditions." "You don't mean that, Hals? 'Twere a cruel jest to raise without due cause the hopes of a grief-stricken old man." "'Tis no jest, mynheer," said the artist. "There sits the man." And with a theatrical gesture, for Mynheer Hals had drunk some very good wine after having worked at high pressure all day, and his excitement had gained the better of him, he pointed to Diogenes, who had heard every word spoken by his friend, and at this dénouement burst into a long, delighted, ringing laugh. "Ye gods!" he exclaimed, "your Olympian sense of humour is even greater than your might." At an urgent appeal from Hals, he rose and, hat in hand, did indeed approach Mynheer Beresteyn, looking every inch of him a perfect embodiment of that spirit of adventure which was threatening to be wafted away from these two prosperous shores. His tall figure looked of heroic proportions in this low room, and by contrast with the small, somewhat obese burghers, who still sat close to Cornelius, having listened in silence to the latter's colloquy with the artist. His bright eyes twinkled, his moustache bristled, his lips quivered with the enjoyment of the situation. The grace and elegance of his movements, born of conscious strength, added dignity to his whole personality. "My friend hath name Diogenes," said Franz Hals, whose romantic disposition revelled in this presentation, "but there's little of the philosopher about him. He is a man of action, an invincible swordsman, a—" "Dondersteen, my good Hals!" ejaculated Diogenes gaily, "you'll shame me before these gentlemen." "There's naught to be ashamed of, sir, in the eulogy of a friend," said Cornelius Beresteyn with quiet dignity, "and 'tis a pleasure to an old man like me to look on one so well favoured as yourself. Ah, sir, 'tis but sorrow that I shall know in future. My daughter, you have heard." "I know the trouble that weighs on your soul, mynheer," replied Diogenes simply. "You have heard then what your friend says of you?" continued the old man, whose tear dimmed eyes gleamed with the new born flicker of hope. "Our good Hals is enthusiastic, romantic. Mayhap he hath exaggerated, hath in fact been mistaken." It was sadly pathetic to see the unfortunate father so obviously hovering twixt hope and fear. His hands trembled, there was an appeal in his broken voice, an appeal that he should not be deceived, that he should not be thrown back from the giddy heights of hope to the former deep abyss of despair. "My daughter, sir," he murmured feebly, "she is all the world to me. Her mother died when she was a baby. She is all the world to me. They have taken her from me. She is so young, sir, so beautiful, she is all the world to me. I would give half my fortune to have her back safely in my arms." There was silence in the quaint old world place after that, silence only broken by the suppressed sobs of the unfortunate man who had lost his only daughter. The others sat round the table, saying no word, for the pathos evoked by Beresteyn's grief was too great for words. Hals' eyes were fixed on his friend, and he tried in vain to read and understand the enigmatic smile which hovered in every line of that mobile face. The stillness only lasted a few seconds. The next moment Diogenes' ringing voice had once more set every lurking echo dancing from rafter to rafter. "Mynheer," he said loudly, "you have lost your daughter. Here am I to do you service, and by God I swear that I will bring your daughter safely back to you." Franz Hals heaved a deep sigh of satisfaction. Cornelius Beresteyn, overcome by emotion, could not at first utter a word. He put out his hand, groping for that of the man who had fanned the flames of hope into living activity. Diogenes, solemnly trying to look grave and earnest, took the hand thus loyally offered to him. He could have laughed aloud at the absurdity of the present situation. He, pledged by solemn word of honour to convey Jongejuffrouw Beresteyn to Rotterdam, and there to place her into the custody of Ben Isaje, merchant of that city, he, carrying inside his doublet an order to Ben Isaje to pay him 3,000 guilders, he, known to the jongejuffrouw as the author of the outrage against her person, he was here solemnly pledging himself to restore her safely into her father's arms. How this was to be fulfilled, how he would contrive to earn that comfortable half of a rich Haarlem merchant's fortune, he had, we may take it, at the present moment not the remotest idea. For indeed the conveying of the jongejuffrouw back to Haarlem would be no difficult matter, once his promise to Nicolaes Beresteyn had been redeemed. The question merely was how to do this without being denounced by the lady herself as an impudent and double-dealing knave, which forsooth she already held him to be. Cornelius and his friends, however, gave him no time now for further reflection. All the thinking out would have to be done presently, no doubt on the way between Haarlem and Houdekerk, and probably in a mist of driving snow, for the notice he had to stand under the fire of unstinted eulogy hurled at him from every side. "Well spoken, young man! 'Tis gallant bearing forsooth! Chivalry indeed is not yet dead in Holland. Are you a Dutchman, sir?" To this direct query he gave reply: "My father was one of those who came in English Leicester's train, whose home was among the fogs of England and under the shadow of her white mysterious cliffs. My mother was Dutch, and he broke her heart. Not an unusual story, alas, these times," quoth a sober mynheer with a sigh. "I know of more than one case like your own, sir. Those English adventurers were well favoured and smooth tongued, and when they gaily returned to their sea girt island they left a long trail behind them of broken hearts, of sorrowing women and forsaken children." "My mother, sir, was a saint," rejoined Diogenes earnestly. "My father married her in Amsterdam when she was only 18. She was his wife, yet he left her homeless and his son fatherless." "But if he saw you, sir, as you are," said Cornelius Beresteyn kindly, "he would surely make amends." "But he shall not see me, sir," retorted Diogenes lightly, "for I hate him so, because of the wrong he did to my mother and to me. He shall never even hear of me unless I succeed in carving mine own independent fortune, or contrive to die like a gentleman." "Both of which, sir, you will surely do," now interposed Beresteyn with solemn conviction. "Your acts and words do proclaim you a gentleman, and therefore you will die one day just as you have lived. In the meanwhile I am as good as my word. My daughter's safety, her life and her honour are worth a fortune to me. I am reputed a wealthy man, my business is vast, and I have 1,000,000 guilders lying at interest in the hands of Mynheer Bergansius, the world famed jeweller of Amsterdam. One half that money, sir, shall be yours together with my boundless gratitude, if you deliver my daughter out of the hands of the malefactors who have seized her person and bring her back safe and sound to me." "If life is granted me, sir," rejoined Diogenes imperturbably, without a blush or a tremor. "I will find your daughter and bring her safely to you as speedily as God will allow me." "But you cannot do this alone, sir," urged Cornelius, on whom doubt and fear had not yet lost their hold. "How will you set to work?" "That, mynheer, is my secret," rejoined Diogenes placidly, "and the discussion of my plans might jeopardize their success." "True, sir, but remember that the anxiety which I suffer now will be increased day by day until it brings me on the threshold of the grave." "I will remember that, mynheer, and will act as promptly as may be. But the malefactors have 24 hours start of me. I may have to journey far ere I come upon their track." "But you will have companions with you, sir, friends who will help and stand by you. Those sea wolves are notorious for their daring and their cruelty. They may be more numerous, too, than you think." "The harder the task, mynheer," said Diogenes with his enigmatical smile, "the greater will be my satisfaction if I succeed in fulfilling it." "But though you will own to no kindred, surely you have friends?" insisted Beresteyn. "Two faithful allies and my sword, the most faithful of them all," replied the other. "You will let me furnish you with money in advance, I hope." "Not till I have earned it, mynheer." "You are proud, sir, as well as chivalrous," retorted Cornelius. "I pray you praise me not, mynheer. Greed after money is my sole motive in undertaking this affair." "This I'll not believe," concluded Beresteyn as he now rose to go. "Let me tell you, sir, that by your words, your very presence, you have put new life, new hope into me. Something tells me that I can trust you. Something tells me that you will succeed. Without kith or kindred, sir, a man may rise to fortune by his valour. 'Tis writ in your face that you are such an one. With 500,000 guilders so earned, a man can aspire to the fairest in the land," he added, not without significance, "and there is no father who would not be proud to own such a son." He then shook Diogenes warmly by the hand. He was a different man to the poor grief-stricken rag of humanity who had entered this tavern a few hours ago. His friends also shook the young man by the hand, and said a great many more gracious and complimentary words to him, which he accepted in grave silence, his merry eyes twinkling with the humour of it all. The worthy burghers filed out of the tap room one by one, in the wake of Cornelius. It was bitterly cold, and the snow was again falling. They wrapped their fur-lined mantles closely round them ere going out of the warm room, but their hats they kept in their hands till the last, and were loath to turn their backs on Diogenes as they went. They felt as if they were leaving the presence of some great personage. It was only when the heavy oaken door had fallen to for the last time behind the pompous, soberly clad figures of the mynheers, and Diogenes found himself alone in the tapperij with his friend Franz Hals, that he at last gave vent to that overpowering sense of merriment which had all along threatened to break its bonds. He sank into the nearest chair. "Dondersteen! Dondersteen!" he exclaimed between the several outbursts of irrepressible laughter which shook his powerful frame and brought the tears to his eyes. "Gods in Olympia, have you ever seen the like? Verrek jezelf, my good Hals, you should go straight to paradise when you die for having brought about this heaven-born situation. Dondersteen! Dondersteen! I had promised myself 2 or 3 hours' sleep, but we must have a bottle of Beek's famous wine on this first." And Franz Hals could not for the life of him understand what there was in this fine situation that should so arouse Diogenes' mirth. But then Diogenes had always been an irresponsible creature, who was wont to laugh even at the most serious crisis of his life. End of chapter 22. Recording by Deon, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 23 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. Chapter 23, A Spy from the Camp. "Come to my lodgings, Nicholas. I have good news for you, and you do no good by cooling your temper here in the open. Stoutenburg, coming out of his lodgings half an hour later to look for his friend, had found Beresteyn in the Houtstraat, walking up and down like a caged beast in a fury. "The vervloekte Kerl, the plepshurk, the smeerlap," he ejaculated between his clenched teeth. "I'll not rest till I have struck him in the face first and killed him after." But he allowed Stoutenburg to lead him down the street to the narrow gabled house where he lodged. Neither of them spoke, however. Fury apparently beset them both equally, the kind of fury which is dumb and all the more fierce because it finds no outlet in words. Stoutenburg led the way up the wooden stairs to a small room at the back of the house. There was no light visible anywhere inside the building, and Nicholas, not knowing his way about, stumbled upwards in the dark, keeping close to the heels of his friend. The latter had pushed open the door of his room. Here a tallow candle placed in a pewter sconce upon the table shed a feeble flickering light around. The room by this scanty glimmer looked to be poorly but cleanly furnished. There was a curtained bed in the panelling of the wall, and a table in the middle of the room with a few chairs placed in a circle round it. On one of these sat a man who appeared to be in the last stages of weariness. His elbows rested on the table and his head was buried in his folded arms. His clothes looked damp and travel-stained. An empty mug of ale and a couple of empty plates stood in front of him, beside a cap made of fur and a pair of skates. At the sound made by the opening of the door and the entrance of the two men, he raised his head, and seeing the Lord of Stoutenburg, he quickly jumped to his feet. "Sit down, Jan," said Stoutenburg curtly. "You must be dog-tired. Have you had enough to eat and drink?" "I thank you, my lord, I have eaten my fill," replied Jan, "and I am not so tired now that I have had some rest." "Sit down," reiterated Stoutenburg peremptorily, "and you too, my good Nicholas," he added, as he offered a chair to his friend. "Let me tell you the news which Jan has brought, and which should make you forget even your present just wrath. So glorious, so important is it." He went up to a cabinet which stood in one corner of the room, and from it took a bottle and 3 pewter mugs. These he placed on the table and filled the mugs with wine. Then he drew another chair close to the table and sat down. "Jan," he resumed, turning to Beresteyn, "left the Stadtholder's camp at Sprong 4 days ago. He has travelled the whole way along the frozen rivers and waterways, only halting for the nights. The news which he brings carries for the bearer of such splendid tidings its own glorious reward. Jan, I must tell you, is with us heart and soul, and hates the Stadtholder as much as I do. Is that not so, Jan?" "My father was hanged 2 years ago," replied Jan simply, "because he spoke disparaging words of the Stadtholder. Those words were called treason, and my father was condemned to the gallows merely for speaking them." Stoutenburg laughed, his usual harsh, mirthless laugh. "Yes, that is the way justice is now administered in the free and independent United Provinces," he said roughly. "Down on your knees, you lumbering Dutchman. Lick the dust off the boots of his Magnificence Maurice of Nassau, Prince of Orange. Kiss his hand, do his bidding, give forth fulsome praise of his deeds. How long, O God, how long?" he concluded with a bitter sigh. "Only for a few more days, my lord," said Jan firmly. "The Stadtholder left his camp the same day as I did, but he travels slowly in his sledge, surrounded by a bodyguard of 100 picked men. He is sick and must travel slowly. Yesterday he had only reached Dordrecht. Today, if my information is correct, he should sleep in Ijsselmunde, but tomorrow he will be in Delft, where he will spend 2 days at the Prinsenhof." "At Delft?" exclaimed Stoutenburg, as he brought his clenched fist down upon the table. "Thank God, I have got him at last." He leaned across nearer still to Nicholas, and in his excitement clutched his friend's wrist with nervy trembling fingers, digging his nails into the other man's flesh till Beresteyn could have screamed with pain. "From Delft," he murmured hoarsely, "the only way northwards is along the left bank of the Schie. The river itself is choked with ice floes which renders it impassable. Just before Ryswyk the road crosses to the right bank of the river over a wooden bridge which we all know well. Half a league to the south of the bridge is the molens, which has been my headquarters ever since I landed in Scheveningen 3 weeks ago. There I have my stores and my ammunition. Do you see it all, my friend?" he queried, whilst a feverish light glowed in his eyes. "Is it not God who hath delivered the tyrant into my hands at last? I start for Ryswyk tonight with you to help me, Nicholas, with Van Does and all my friends who will rally round me, with the 30 or 40 men whom they have recruited for placing at my disposal. The molens to the south of the wooden bridge which spans the Schie is our rallying point. In the night, before the Stadtholder starts on his way from Delft, we make our final preparations. I have enough gunpowder stored away at the mill to blow up the bridge. We'll dispose it in its place during that night. Then you, Nicholas, shall fire the powder at the moment when the Stadtholder's escort is halfway across the bridge. In the confusion and panic caused by the explosion and the collapse of the bridge, our men can easily overpower the prince's bodyguard, whilst I, dagger in hand, do fulfil the oath which I swore before the altar of God, to kill the Stadtholder with mine own hand." Gradually, as he spoke, his voice became more hoarse and more choked with passion. His excitement gained upon his hearers until both Nicholas Beresteyn, his friend, and Jan the paid spy and messenger felt their blood tingling within their veins, their throats parched, their eyes burning as if they had been seared with living fire. The tallow candle flickered in its socket. A thin draught from the flimsy constructed window blew its flame hither and thither, so that it lit up fitfully the faces of those 3 men drawn closely together now in a bond of ambition and of hate. "'Tis splendidly thought out," said Beresteyn at last with a sigh of satisfaction. "I do not see how the plan can fail." "Fail!" exclaimed Stoutenburg with a triumphant laugh. "Of course it cannot fail. There are practically no risks even. The place is lonely, the molens a splendid rallying point. We can all reach it by different routes and assemble there tomorrow eve, or early the next day. That would give us another day and night at least to complete our preparations. I have 40 barrels of gunpowder stowed away at the mill. I have new patterned muskets, culvers, swords and pistols, gifts to me from the Archduchess Isabella, enough for our coup. Fail? How can we fail when everything has been planned, everything thought out, and when God has so clearly shown that he is on our side?" Jan said nothing for the moment. He lowered his eyes, not caring just then to encounter those of his leader, for the remembrance had suddenly flashed through his mind of that other day, not so far distant yet, when everything too had been planned, everything thought out, and failure had brought about untold misery and a rich harvest for the scaffold. Beresteyn too was silent now. Something of his friend's enthusiasm was also coursing through his veins, but with him it was only the enthusiasm of ambition, of discontent, of a passion for intrigue, for plots and conspiracies, for tearing down one form of government in order to make room for another. But his enthusiasm was not kept at fever heat by that all-powerful fire of hate which had made Stoutenburg forget everything save his desire for revenge. The latter had pushed his chair impatiently aside and now was pacing up and down the narrow room, like some caged feline creature waiting for its meal. Beresteyn's silence seemed to irritate him, for he threw from time to time quick, furtive glances on his friend. "Nicholas, why don't you speak?" he said with sudden impatience. "I was thinking of Gilda," replied the other dully. "Gilda? Why of her? That knave has betrayed me, I am sure. He has hidden her away somewhere, not meaning to stick to his bargain with me, and then he has come back to Haarlem in order to see if he can extort a large ransom for her from my father." "Bah, he wouldn't dare." "Then why is he here?" exclaimed Beresteyn hotly. "Gilda should be in his charge. If he is here, where is Gilda?" "Good God, man!" ejaculated Stoutenburg, pausing in his restless walk and looking somewhat dazed on his friend, as if he were just waking from some feverish sleep. "Good God, you do not think that her life is in danger from that knave?" rejoined Beresteyn quietly. "Well, no, I do not think that. I do not know what to think. But there is a hint of danger in that rascal's presence here in Haarlem today." He rose and mechanically readjusted his cloak and looked round for his hat. "What are you going to do?" asked Stoutenburg. "Find the knave," retorted the other, "and wring his neck if he does not give some satisfactory account of Gilda." "No, no, you must not do that, not in a public place at any rate. The rascal would betray you if you quarrelled with him, or worse still, you would betray yourself. Think what it would mean to us now at this moment if it were known that you had a hand in the abduction of your sister. If she were traced and found, think that would mean denunciation, failure, the scaffold for us all. Must I leave her then at the mercy of a man who has proved to be both a liar and a cheat? No, you shall not do that. Let me try and get a speech with him. He does not know me, and I think that I could find out what double game he is playing and where our own danger lies. Let me try and find him." "How can you do that?" "You remember the incident on New Year's Eve when you and I traced that cursed adventurer to his own doorstep?" "Yes." "Then you remember the Spanish wench and the old cripple to whom our man relinquished his lodgings for that night?" "Certainly I do." "Well, yesterday, when the hour came for the rascal to seize Gilda, I could not rest in this room. I wanted to see, to know what was going on. Gilda means so much to me, that remorse I think played havoc with my prudence then, and I went out to the Grote Markt to watch her come out of the church. I followed her at a little distance and saw her walking rapidly along the bank of the Oude Gracht. She was accosted by a woman who spoke to her from out of the depths of the narrow passage which leads to the disused chapel of St. Peter. Gilda was quickly captured by the brute whom you had paid to do this monstrous deed, and I stood by like an abject coward, not raising a hand to save her from this cruel outrage." He paused a moment and passed his hand across his brow as if to chase away the bitter and insistent recollection of that crime of which he had been the chief instigator. "Why do you tell me that?" queried Beresteyn sombrely. "What I did for you and for the triumph of our cause." I know," replied Stoutenburg with a sigh. "May Heaven reward you for the sacrifice, but I merely acted for my own selfish ends, for my ambition and my revenge. I love Gilda above all else on earth, yet I saw her sacrificed for me and did not raise a finger to save her." "It is too late for remorse," retorted Beresteyn roughly. "If Gilda had been free to speak of what she heard in the cathedral on New Year's Eve, you and I today would have had to flee the country, as you fled from it once before, branded as traitors, recaptured mayhap, dragged before the tribunal of the man who has already shown that he knows no mercy. Gilda's freedom would have meant for you, for me, for Heemskerk, Van Does and all the others, torture first and a traitor's death at last." "You need not remind me of that," rejoined Stoutenburg more calmly. "Gilda has been sacrificed for me, and by God I will requite her for all that she has endured. My life, my love are hers. As soon as the law sets me free to marry, she will have a proud position higher than that of any other woman in the land. For the moment she is at the mercy of that blackguard, and I tell you that I can find out where she is." "How?" "The woman who accosted Gilda last night, who acted for the knave as a decoy, was the Spanish wench whom he had befriended the night before." "You saw her?" "Quite distinctly. She passed close to me when she ran off after having done her work. No doubt she is that rascal's sweetheart and will know of his movements and of his plans. Money or threats should help me to extract something from her. But where can you find her?" "At the same lodgings where she has been these 2 nights, I feel sure." "It is worth trying," mused Beresteyn, "and in the meanwhile we must not lose sight of our knave. Jan, my good man, that shall be your work. Mynheer Beresteyn will be good enough to go with you as far as the tapperij of the Lame Cow, and there point out to you a man whom it will be your duty to follow, step by step this evening until you find out where he intends to pitch his tent for the night. You understand?" "Yes, my lord," said Jan, smothering as best he could an involuntary sigh of weariness. "It is all for the ultimate triumph of our revenge, good Jan," quoth Stoutenburg significantly. "The work of watching which you will do this night is at least as important as that which you have so bravely accomplished these last 4 days. The question is, have you strength left to do it?" Indeed, the question seemed unnecessary now. At the word revenge, Jan had already straightened out his long, lean figure, and though traces of fatigue might still linger in his drawn face, it was obvious that the spirit within was prepared to fight all bodily weaknesses. "There is enough strength in me, my lord," he said simply, "to do your bidding now as always for the welfare of Holland and the triumph of our faith." After which Stoutenburg put out the light, and with a final curt word to Jan and an appeal to Beresteyn, he led the way out of the room, down the stairs and finally into the street. End of chapter 23.